20. Charades and choices the house had woken up. That was the only way to describe it. After 3 months of being the kind of quiet that made you hyper-aware of every creak in the floorboards, every draft through an ill-fitting window, Thornfield had simply opened its eyes. There was noise now. Life. The kind that didn't apologize for taking up space. I'd grown used to the particular silence of the place. I'd mapped it almost, learned which hallways went unused past noon, which rooms held the specific quality of stillness that felt less like peace and more like waiting. And now, those same hallways were full of the swish of silk, the low murmur of conversation, the distant sound of someone laughing at something that was probably not very funny, but was said by someone very charming. The guests had arrived, and with them, every molecule of air in Thornfield had rearranged itself. Even on the gray afternoons, when a persistent rain locked everyone indoors, no one seemed to mind. If anything, the entertainment only grew more inventive, more feverish almost. There was something almost defiant about it, the way they refused to let a bit of weather touch their enjoyment. I was watching from a careful distance. I'd become quite good at that. The charade was their idea for the evening, and I wasn't entirely sure what I'd expected, but it wasn't this. The dining room had been transformed in under an hour. Tables pushed to the walls. Chairs arranged in a clean semicircle facing a makeshift arch hung with drapes. The lamps repositioned. Mr. Rochester had orchestrated the whole thing with the easy authority of a man who knew exactly how a room should feel, and I'd watched him do it with the particular attentiveness I'd trained myself to disguise as idle observation. The ladies had scattered upstairs the moment the plan was announced. I could hear them, the quick percussion of footsteps, the rings of bells summoning their maids. Mrs. Fairfax had been conscripted to raid the upper wardrobes, the ones nobody touched anymore, and presently an armload of brocaded skirts and lace and satin, beautiful, slightly moth-eaten, smelling of cedar and somebody else's past, came down the stairs and disappeared into the drawing-room boudoir. I had fastened myself to a corner with the particular unobtrusive competence I developed as a survival strategy in rooms like this. That's when he looked at me. I'd been clasping Mrs. Dent's bracelet. The clasp had worked itself loose, and she'd held out her wrist to me with the reflexive trust of someone who'd noticed I was the sort of person who fixed things, and I happened to glance up at the exact moment Mr. Rochester turned his attention in my direction. It was the kind of coincidence that felt in the moment unbearably loaded. "Will you play?" he asked. I shook my head. I was afraid he'd push it. He didn't. He simply let me retreat to my usual chair without making me feel small for retreating, which somehow was almost worse. I knew I should watch the performance. It was clearly the point. The curtain rose on the first scene. Sir George Lynn swathed in a bedsheet, a large open book before him, Amy Eshton in a borrowed cloak. Then Adele, who had absolutely strong-armed her guardian into letting her participate, exploding onto the makeshift stage in a shower of flower petals with the unself-conscious joy of someone who had never once worried about being too much. Then Miss Ingram. She was objectively a remarkable sight. White gown, white veil, a circlet of roses in her dark hair. She moved with the confidence of someone who had always known she was the protagonist of whatever room she entered. Mr. Rochester walked beside her, close, attentive in the way he was so rarely attentive to anyone, and together they approached the table and knelt, while Mrs. Dent and Louisa Eshton arrayed themselves behind like witnesses. It was a wedding. Even in silent pantomime, it was unmistakably a wedding. Colonel Dent called it from his chair. "Bride." Mr. Rochester bowed. The curtain fell. I looked at my hands. The second scene involved an enormous marble basin that had been liberated from the conservatory with what must have been considerable effort and considerably more creative language. It sat, luminous and slightly incongruous, on the low platform of the drawing room. Beside it, cross-legged on the carpet, Mr. Rochester, draped in shawls, a turban arranged with a cavalier elegance that suggested he had done this before. His dark eyes above the costume were unchanged. That same quality of attention, that same density, like he was always thinking of something slightly more than whatever he appeared to be thinking of. Miss Ingram entered as the scene required, her crimson sash, her bare arms, a pitcher balanced at her temple with the practiced ease of someone who'd grown up doing tableau at country houses. She was genuinely beautiful. The kind of beautiful that stops a room and knows it. They played out the scene, Eliezer and Rebecca at the well. He the stranger, she the woman who offers water and receives, in return, gold. She acted it all beautifully, the astonishment, the pleasure, the gravity of the moment. She was technically perfect. The audience solved it easily enough. The curtain fell again. The third scene was different. The lights were almost entirely extinguished. A single horn lantern, a deal table, a kitchen chair, and a screen of rough, dark fabric cutting off most of the stage. The marble basin was gone. The atmosphere had changed entirely from mythic to something grittier, something that felt real in the way the other scenes hadn't. He was sitting with his hands fisted on his knees, head down, coat half torn from his shoulders. His face was blackened. There were chains at his wrists. I knew him immediately. I would have known him in any room, in any costume, in any amount of soot. When Colonel Dent called out Bridewell, prison, the third syllable, the word the whole charade had been spelling, there was a ripple of delighted applause. The puzzle resolved. Everyone pleased. I was very still. They returned to their seats flushed and laughing, still half in costume. Miss Ingram took her place at Mr. Rochester's side and leaned in to say something close to his ear, and I watched him tilt his head toward her with a half-smile. "Do you know," she said, audible now as the room settled, "that of the three I liked you best in the last, you'd have made a magnificent highwayman." "Is the soot gone?" he asked, turning his face to her. "Tragically, yes, it was extremely becoming to your complexion. You'd prefer a man of the road, then. An English highwayman is second only to an Italian bandit, and an Italian bandit is second only to a Levantine pirate." "Well," he said, and his voice carried the particular warmth of someone who was actually amused rather than performing amusement, "whatever I am, you're my wife. We were married an hour ago in front of all these witnesses." She laughed and colored, and something in my chest made a sound like a door closing softly. The party reorganized itself. Mr. Rochester's group vacated the chairs. Colonel Dent's group took their place at the front to present their own charade. I should have watched. I didn't watch. I watched them instead, Mr. Rochester and Miss Ingram, now seated together in the crescent of audience chairs, her head tilted toward his shoulder, the dark curls of her hair almost brushing his cheek as she said something that made him look at her with that expression, that particular expression. I felt it from across the room like a change in barometric pressure. I'd like to tell you I was above it. I wasn't. Here is what I knew. I had fallen in love with Mr. Rochester. I knew it the way you know you've been out in the cold too long, gradually and then all at once, and by the time you've noticed, you can't remember what warm felt like. I couldn't unlove him simply because he had stopped noticing me. I couldn't unlove him because he might pass an entire evening in my company without once looking in my direction. I couldn't unlove him because he was currently angled toward a woman who, if she ever turned her imperious gaze on me at all, withdrew it immediately as if I were an object too inconsequential to merit even the effort of dismissal. I couldn't unlove him. That was simply the fact of it, and I was fairly certain he was going to marry her. Here is what I want to be honest about, though, because I think it matters. It wasn't jealousy, or not exactly. Not the way I'd always imagined jealousy, that clean, burning, directed thing. What I felt was more complicated than that, and stranger. Miss Ingram was not, I had come to understand, a person who required jealousy. Jealousy implies a rival of equal standing, and she was, I don't mean this as cruelty, only as observation, a very shallow vessel dressed up as a deep one. She was accomplished, and she was striking, and she was, in rooms like this one, everything she was supposed to be. But there was no there. No unsolicited kindness, no opinions she'd actually formed, no warmth that cost her anything. I saw it most clearly in how she treated Adele. Adele, who was 7 years old and ecstatically enthusiastic about flowers and charades and everything about this evening, had made several attempts to enter Miss Ingram's orbit. Each time she'd been repelled with some diminishing word, some cold dismissal, some sharp impatience that left the child blinking and retreating like a puppy that didn't understand what it had done. And I would feel something tighten in my chest that wasn't about Mr. Rochester at all. But here is the thing, here is the particular, quiet agony of it. He noticed too. He watched her with Adele with that careful, measuring gaze he used when he was arriving at a conclusion he already knew. He saw exactly what I saw. He was not blind to her deficiencies. He was not infatuated in the way that erases the beloved's flaws. He was going to marry her anyway. He was going to marry her for reasons that had nothing to do with love. The kind of reasons that had been built into people like him and people like her since childhood as naturally as furniture. And the fact that he knew what she was and would do it regardless, that was somehow the worst part. Not that he'd been fooled, that he hadn't been. What made it genuinely unbearable, and I am aware of how this reflects on me, I am fully aware, was watching it fail. Her efforts to enchant him. The calculated glances, the rehearsed wit, the particular way she deployed her beauty like a strategy. She thought it was working. She had the absolute confidence of someone who had always worked in rooms like this on men like him, and she could not conceive of it not working now. But I could see him. I could see the way the wall stayed up. The way his attention flickered toward her and then, almost imperceptibly, back somewhere else. Somewhere interior. I had seen his face go different. I knew what it looked like when that particular quality of guardedness dissolved, that sardonic set of his expression going briefly, quietly, into something that looked almost like ease. I knew what called it up. It was never performance. It was never effort. It was the absence of effort, the absence of trying. Why can't she reach him? I thought, watching them across the room with the involuntary intensity of someone who can't look away from a thing that's hurting them. She's right there. She could simply sit, say less, want less visibly. She could just be there and let him come to it. I knew how it could be done was the thing. I knew because I had done it, accidentally, without understanding what I was doing, before I understood what it meant. I had answered his questions without performing the answers. I had disagreed with him without softening it into a compliment. I had sat in silence with him in the library on winter evenings when the fire was low and neither of us had spoken, and it had felt like something I didn't have a word for. And I thought, with a terrible clarity, his wife could be the happiest woman alive, and it will not be her. I want to be fair to him. I've been trying all along to be fair. The match made a certain kind of sense, in a world built the way this one was. I didn't pretend to understand all the architecture of it, the family considerations, the social calculus, the particular mathematics of people who had been raised to think about these things as equations rather than feelings. I was not raised that way. I had nothing to calculate with. But I was, I will confess, increasingly unable to hold onto the objective distance I'd once prided myself on. His edges that had once startled me, the sharpness of his humor, the abrupt changes of register, the darkness that passed across his face sometimes like weather, there and gone before you could read it, I had stopped experiencing them as faults. They had become, instead, the things that made him him. The sardonic observations that had once felt like dismissals had started to feel like a language. I'd learned some of it. I didn't know what to do with that. There was something in his face, a quality I couldn't name, that surfaced occasionally when he thought no one was looking. A depth that felt, when you caught a glimpse of it, like standing at the edge of something very large and not knowing if you were afraid or just alive in a way you hadn't been before. I'd once wanted to step back from it. Now I only wanted to step closer. Miss Ingram, I thought, might one day be permitted to look directly into it. The thought was both unbearable and, in some obscure way, irrelevant. The evening had reached the particular hour that precedes dinner, that dim and restless stretch when the light has mostly given up, when little Adele appeared at the drawing-room window and announced with great authority that Mr. Rochester was coming back. Half the room looked up. Miss Ingram unfolded herself from the sofa, where she'd been performing relaxation over a novel she hadn't been reading for the past 40 minutes. I'd been watching. The pages hadn't moved, and moved to the window with the purposeful elegance of someone who had decided, several minutes ago, exactly how she would look when this happened. The sound of wheels on wet gravel, the approaching shape of a post chaise through the rain. "He rode out," said Miss Ingram, with the particular tone of someone establishing an authority on the subject. "Why would he return in a hired carriage?" She leaned toward the window with enough enthusiasm that I had to bend backward to avoid being eliminated entirely from the available space. She registered my presence with a brief, cold flicker of her gaze, and then relocated herself to the next window without acknowledgement. The carriage stopped. The door opened. The man who stepped out was not Mr. Rochester. He was tall and well-dressed, with the careful grooming of someone who had decided, some years ago, exactly what impression he intended to make and had been making it reliably ever since. He was, Louisa Eshton would later describe him with breathless approval, a beautiful man, the kind of regular, symmetrical, untroubling handsomeness that photographs well. Miss Ingram said, to no one in particular, something ungenerous about Adele. I watched the stranger enter. He moved through the room with an easy, practiced charm, offering apologies for his unannounced arrival, establishing his credentials as an old friend of Mr. Rochester's, making himself comfortable by the fire in the way of someone who has always been comfortable everywhere. Something about him nagged at me. I sat with it through the dinner hour, and afterward, when he had settled back into the drawing room with the party. He was pleasant. He smiled at the right moments. His conversation was smooth, but his eyes moved around the room without landing on anything, the way a gaze does when it isn't connected to a mind that's truly present. And there was something, a softness, a vacancy, in the otherwise handsome arrangement of his face that made me feel, irrationally, like the room had less oxygen in it. He and Mr. Rochester were old friends, he'd said. The candles on the mantel threw their light full across his face as he settled further toward the fire, the way people do when they haven't been warm in a long time. He was still wearing an overcoat indoors. I heard Jamaica mentioned. Kingston, the particular languor of the tropics, the wet heat of it, the seasons that gave no quarter. I had not known Mr. Rochester had traveled there. Mrs. Fairfax had mentioned Europe, France, she'd thought, or somewhere with better weather than Yorkshire, which is not a high bar. But the West Indies, that was something else. His name, I gathered, was Mason. Mr. Mason. I was still turning it over when the footman appeared at Mr. Eshton's elbow with some murmured errand, and the room's attention shifted, and the evening, without warning, became considerably more interesting. A gypsy. In the servants' hall, refusing to leave, demanding an audience. The response was exactly what you'd expect from a drawing room full of people who'd been stuck indoors all day. Lady Ingram was appalled, naturally. The Dowager Ingram registered her concern. Mrs. Lynn thought it highly irregular. All the appropriate objections were lodged with the appropriate gravity. And then Blanche Ingram turned on her piano stool, set down a piece of sheet music she hadn't been looking at, and said, with the exact tone of someone who has already decided and is simply notifying the room, "I want my fortune told. Bring her in." The negotiations that followed were elaborate. The gypsy, it emerged, had conditions. She would not appear before the assembled company. She wished to see them one at a time. Only the young, single ladies need apply. "By God, she has taste," said Henry Lynn. Miss Ingram rose like she was leading a charge. There was no argument from anyone that would have mattered. She disappeared through the library door. The room held its collective breath. She was in there for 15 minutes. When she came back, she walked to her chair with a very straight spine and very distant eyes, picked up the novel she'd abandoned, and said, pleasantly, that the whole thing was exactly what one would expect. Palmistry, generalities, nothing remarkable, and that Mr. Eshton should probably have the woman removed in the morning. She did not turn a single page for the next half hour. Whatever she'd been told, it had not been kind, or not what she'd wanted. Something had landed. The younger contingent went in a group. Safety in numbers, they'd decided, after some negotiation through the much-exercised Sam, and came out 20 minutes later in a state of spectacular discomposure, talking over each other about things the woman had known, couldn't possibly have known, names whispered and wishes divined, and the gentleman immediately pressing for details on the wishes in particular. The room was in pleasant chaos. I was watching it all from my corner when Sam appeared at my elbow and said, quietly, "If you please, miss, she says there's one more young woman in the room who hasn't come to her, and she says she won't go until she has. I looked at him. I think it must be you, he said apologetically. Then I'll go, I said, and I found underneath the curiosity, underneath the slight electric charge of the unknown, that I meant it completely. I can wait in the hall, Sam offered, in case she frightens you. Thank you, Sam, I said. Go back to the kitchen. I slipped out while everyone was occupied with the aftermath of the others' readings, closed the door behind me, and stood for a moment in the corridor with the noise of the party muffled behind me and the library door ahead. I was not, I told myself, frightened in the slightest. I was something else entirely. Something that felt, if I was being honest, rather like the particular breathlessness of walking toward something you've been circling for a long time. I walked toward the light under the library door and knocked. Chapter 21. The fortune tellers fire the woman in the armchair by the fire looked like she'd been there since the beginning of time, settled into that easy chair like the chimney corner had grown up around her. Red cloak, black bonnet, or something close to it, really a broad-brimmed gypsy hat tied under her chin with a striped handkerchief, which somehow made her look both ancient and theatrical. The candle on the table had burned out. She was reading by firelight alone, a little black book, prayer book, maybe, and murmuring the words to herself with the casual dedication of someone who had absolutely nowhere else to be. She didn't look up when I came in. I stood on the hearthrug and held my hands out toward the fire, because the drawing room had been cold in the particular way that only large, important rooms full of people who don't notice you can be cold. I wasn't nervous. There was nothing about her, really, to make a person nervous. She was just an old woman reading a book and pretending she hadn't heard me come in, which, honestly, was a move I respected. She shut the book, looked up slowly. The brim of her hat threw her face into partial shadow, but what I could see of it was all brown and dark, with wild locks of gray-white hair escaping beneath the band that wrapped her jaw. Her eyes, though, found mine immediately and held. Bold, direct, unapologetic. Well, she said. Her voice was exactly what you'd expect, decisive and a little rough, like her face. You want your fortune told? I don't particularly care about it, I said. You can do as you like, but I should warn you I have no faith. She let out a short, dry laugh. Exactly what I expected you to say. I heard it in your step when you crossed the threshold. Did you? I did. Quick ears, I said. Quick ears, quick eyes, quick mind. You'd need all three. In your line of work. Especially, she said, with customers like you. She reached into some fold of her cloak and produced a short black pipe, lit it with the easy efficiency of long habit, and began to smoke. The fire popped. She gazed into it for a long moment, and when she finally spoke again, it was with the measured delivery of someone who had thought very carefully about how much she wanted to enjoy this. You are cold, she said. You are sick, and you are silly. Prove it. She turned her head and looked at me sideways, one eye catching the firelight. Cold because you're alone, there's a fire in you and nothing to strike it against. Sick because the best of all feelings, the highest and the sweetest thing a person can have, it stays far away from you. And silly because even as you suffer, you won't lift a finger toward it. You won't beckon it. You won't take a single step to meet it, even though it's standing right there, waiting for you. She put the pipe back between her lips and smoked with renewed purpose. You could say all of that, I told her, to almost anyone living as a solitary dependent in a house like this one. I could say it to almost anyone, she agreed. But would it be true of almost anyone? In my circumstances? Yes, precisely in your circumstances, but find me another person placed exactly as you are. She raised an eyebrow. You couldn't. I could find you thousands. You could scarcely find me one. She leaned forward, just slightly, firelight shifting across her shadowed face. You are peculiarly situated whether you see it or not. You are very near happiness. The materials are all there, they've only been kept a little apart. Let them come together once and the rest follows. I don't speak in riddles, I said. I never could guess one, don't expect me to start now. Then show me your palm. And cross it with silver, I suppose? That is generally how it works, yes. I gave her a shilling. She tucked it into an old stocking foot pulled from her pocket, knotted it, replaced it with the brisk satisfaction of a person completing a small but important transaction, and told me to hold out my hand. I did. She bent close without touching it, studying the lines, or the lack of them, with great focus. It's too fine, she said finally, pulling back. I can't make anything of a hand like this. Barely any lines at all. Besides, she waved a dismissive hand, destiny isn't written in a palm. I believe you, I said. No, she continued, it's in the face, the forehead, the eyes, the way a mouth sits when it thinks no one is watching. She gestured downward. Kneel, lift your head. Now we're getting somewhere, I said, and knelt half a yard away from her. I might actually believe in you soon. She stirred the fire. A ripple of warm light broke from the coals, but the way she was positioned, it lit my face and left hers deeper in shadow, which I suspected was not accidental. She studied me for a long moment without speaking. I wonder, she said at last, what feelings brought you here tonight? I wonder what goes through your mind in that drawing room, hour after hour, watching all those people move around each other like shapes in a lantern show, as if there's a glass wall between you and them, as if they are not quite real and neither almost are you. I feel tired sometimes, I said. Sleepy occasionally, rarely sad. Then you have something to hope for, some private dream keeping the lights on. Not particularly. The most I hope for is to save enough money to open a small school someday, a little house, my own. She made a sound, not quite a laugh, not quite a sigh. A thin meal for a soul to live on. She tilted her head. And sitting in that window seat of yours. I went still. You've been asking the servants about me. Sharp as ever. A pause. I have a particular acquaintance with one of them, in fact, a Mrs. Poole. I was on my feet before I decided to stand. You have you? Don't alarm yourself, she said with an airy wave. Grace Poole is a reliable woman, quiet, closed. Anyone might trust her with anything. She waited until I'd settled back, which took a moment. As I was saying, sitting in that window seat, are you really only thinking about your little school? Is there nothing in that room that interests you? No face you study, no figure whose movements you happen to follow. I like to observe everyone. But do you never single one out, or perhaps two? When two people seem to be telling a story with the way they look at each other, yes. I find that interesting to watch. What kind of story do you like best? I shrugged. They are mostly variations on the same theme. Courtship, probably ending in marriage. And that theme doesn't move you at all? Not particularly. It has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with you. She let that sit in the air for a second. Even when a young woman, charming, beautiful, all the advantages of birth and fortune, sits smiling into the eyes of a gentleman I what? You know, and perhaps think well of. I don't know the gentlemen here, I said. I've barely exchanged a syllable with any of them. Some are respectable and stately and rather middle-aged. Some are young and dashing and handsome. All of them are entirely free to receive whatever smiles they like without any opinion of mine on the matter. She let out a breath through her nose that managed, somehow, to communicate profound amusement. You don't know the gentleman here. You haven't exchanged a syllable. A pause. Will you say that of the master of the house? He isn't at home. A magnificent technicality. She gestured broadly. He went to Millcote this morning. He'll be back tonight or tomorrow at the latest. Does a few hours' absence remove him entirely from the category of your acquaintance? No, I allowed. But I'm not sure what Mr. Rochester has to do with anything you've been saying. I was talking, she said patiently, about ladies smiling into gentlemen's eyes. And lately Mr. Rochester has had so many smiles directed at him that he ought to be overflowing with them. Brimming, have you not noticed? Mr. Rochester has a right to enjoy his guests. Of course he does, but of all the matrimonial tales circling this house, has he not been at the center of the most lively, the most sustained? An eager audience, I said, encourages a storyteller. I said it mostly to myself. Her voice, her strange looping questions, the heat of the fire, it had all wrapped around me like something I couldn't quite name, like she'd been sitting next to my heart for weeks taking notes. Eager audience? She repeated. Yes, Mr. Rochester has sat for hours, leaning toward those fascinating lips, and he has looked so grateful for the entertainment. You've seen it. I don't remember gratitude, actually, I said. Not specifically. Not gratitude. She pounced on this like a cat. You've analyzed it then, so if not gratitude, what did you see? I said nothing. You've seen love, she said. And looking forward from that, you've seen him married, his bride happy. Yes. Not exactly, I said, which came out quieter than I intended. Your witch's skill misses the mark sometimes. Then what in God's name did you see? I came to ask questions, not answer them. Is Mr. Rochester to be married? Is that known? Yes, to the beautiful Miss Ingram. Soon. Appearances suggest it, and no doubt. She tilted her head with a sharpness that felt almost like a challenge. They will be a superlatively happy pair. He must love her. She is accomplished, witty, handsome, well-born, and she, well. She loves him, or if not him precisely, then certainly the estate. She considers it very eligible, though I'll tell you, I did say something to her on that score about an hour ago that made the corners of her mouth drop quite considerably. She paused, almost gleeful. I'd advise her to keep her options open. I didn't come to hear Mr. Rochester's fortune, I said, and was surprised by how level my voice stayed. I came to hear mine, and you haven't told me anything yet. She was quiet for a moment. Your fortune, she said finally, is still being written. When I look at your face, one thing contradicts another. But this much I know, happiness has been set aside for you, measured out carefully. I saw it done. Whether you reach for it is the question that keeps me. She pointed at the hearthrug. Kneel again. Don't take long, the fire is too warm. I knelt. She didn't lean toward me. Only looked, settled back in her chair, firelight moving across her face, or rather across mine. Her voice dropped into something lower, almost private. The eye, she murmured, flickers with the flame. Soft, full feeling, it smiles at my nonsense, it's susceptible, every impression chasing the last through its clear surface. When it stops smiling, it's sad. There's a heaviness there, loneliness made visible, though you'd be furious if I said so. A pause. It turns away from me now, denies everything. But the denial itself tells me what I need to know. That eye is a good sign. The mouth, her voice shifted again. Thoughtful now, wants to laugh. Wants to say everything the mind has thought, though it would stay quiet, I think, about what the heart has felt. It was never made for silence. It is a mouth that should speak often and laugh often and have someone worth speaking to. That, too, is promising. The brow, though, she paused. The brow says, I can live alone if I must. I won't sell my soul for comfort. I have something inside me that doesn't depend on anyone else, and I'll survive on it if I have to. A long beat. And then it says, and this is the part I find most interesting, reason will always win, feelings may storm, passions may rage, but judgment will have the last word every time. I will not be swept away. The fire shifted. Sparks lifted and died. Well, she said, very quietly, and her voice had changed, had softened into something that felt less like performance and more like confession. Your forehead makes a fair argument. I've heard it. I've made my plans around it. Something flickered across her face that I couldn't quite catch in the uncertain light. I know how fast happiness sours if there is something shameful at the bottom of the cup. I don't want that. That is not what I want at all. I want, she stopped, a beat, too. Rise, Miss Eyre. Her voice had gone strange around the edges, slightly unsteady. Leave me. The play is played out. I got up. I didn't leave. Something was wrong or right or both. I turned back toward her and stirred the fire, and in the flare of new light I looked at her hands. She was trying to wave me away, drawing her bonnet lower, pulling the bandage closer. But her hand was stretched out toward me in the firelight, and I could see it clearly now. It was not an old woman's hand. It was broad-palmed and well-made, with symmetrical fingers, and on the little finger, a ring. A ring I had seen 100 times before. I leaned closer. I looked at her face. She had stopped turning away. The bonnet came off. The bandage fell aside. The head lifted. Well, Jane, said the voice I knew better than almost any other sound in the world. Do you know me? I considered him for a moment. If you'd just take off the red cloak, sir. The strings nodded. Help me. Break it. There, off ye lendings, he stood, and Mr. Rochester stepped out of his costume with the slightly sheepish energy of a man who has pulled off something he's very proud of and is now not entirely sure he should be. I looked at him. He looked at me. Well, he said. Strange idea, perhaps, but well executed, don't you think? With the ladies, yes. I paused. You managed them very well. And with you? You didn't play a gypsy with me, I said. Not really. What character did I play then? I thought about it. I'm not sure, not yourself exactly, something unaccountable. I folded my arms. I think you were trying to draw me out. You were saying nonsense to make me say nonsense back. It was hardly fair. Do you forgive me, Jane? I haven't decided yet. I need to think about whether I said anything I'll regret in the morning. If I didn't, I'll probably forgive you, but it wasn't kind. You were perfectly correct, he said, with a warmth in his voice that was almost teasing and almost not. Very careful, very sensible. I thought back through the conversation. I had been mostly. I had suspected something almost from the beginning. The voice was wrong, the manner was wrong, and gypsy fortune-tellers did not, as a rule, speak like that. I'd been watching for the seams. I had been a little distracted by the question of Grace Poole, which had genuinely unsettled me. Her name coming out of that strange scene had sent a cold finger down my spine. But I had not, I thought, said anything I couldn't stand behind in the daylight. It was a comfort. You look very thoughtful, Mr. Rochester said, watching me. What's that particular smile about? Self-congratulation, I said, and a mild amount of surprise. May I go, sir? Not yet. He dropped into the armchair he had occupied, as naturally as if the last half-hour had been perfectly ordinary. Tell me what they're doing in the drawing room. Discussing the gypsy, I'd imagine. Sit down, tell me what they said. I shouldn't stay long. It must be near 11, sir. Are you aware that someone arrived here today while you were out, a stranger? He had been reaching to take my hand to guide me toward a chair. He stopped. A stranger? The warmth in his voice went somewhere else entirely. I wasn't expecting anyone. Has he gone? No, he said he'd known you a long time. He made himself comfortable, said he'd wait until you returned. Bold of him. Something careful moved behind his eyes. Did he give a name? Mason, I said. He mentioned the West Indies. Spanish town, I think, Jamaica. The change in him was so sudden and so complete that for a second I didn't understand what I was seeing. His hand closed around my wrist, not gently, a convulsive grip, there and then releasing as if he'd caught himself. The expression on his face was, I didn't have a word for it. The smile was gone, replaced by something bloodless and very still. He seemed to be somewhere else entirely, repeating the name under his breath. Mason, he said, the West Indies. And then again, quieter, like he was testing the words for weight. Mason, the West Indies. 3 times, his face had gone the color of ash. Are you ill, sir? Jane? He reached out, not quite steadying himself on me, but close to it. I've had a blow. Jane, I've had a blow. He sat down heavily, and before I quite knew what I was doing, I was beside him, and he was holding my hands in both of his, and his eyes on my face were the most troubled, most unguarded I had ever seen them. My little friend, he said, very quietly. I wish we were on some quiet island somewhere, just the 2 of us, and everything I can't explain to you was very far away. My chest did something I didn't have a name for either. Can I help? I asked. Tell me what to do. Tell me what to do. If I need help, Jane, he said, I'll ask you for it. I promise you that. Tell me now, then. Go to the dining room, get me a glass of wine, and tell me if Mason is in there. Tell me what he looks like, what he's doing. I went. The dining room was bright and loud, the supper laid out on the sideboard in the informal way of parties that have decided the evening is too good to interrupt. Everyone had plates and glasses and opinions, and the conversation was quick and easy and warm. I spotted Mr. Mason near the fireplace, deep in cheerful conversation with Colonel and Mrs. Dent, laughing at something, looking for all the world like a man who had not just turned the color of a ghost off someone's face. I filled a wine glass. I was aware of Miss Ingram watching me do it with the particular expression of someone deciding whether to be offended. I decided not to help her make up her mind either way. I brought the glass back to the library. Mr. Rochester had reconstituted himself, somehow, in the few minutes I'd been gone. The pallor was mostly gone. He looked stern and composed, or was performing it well enough that I didn't ask. He took the glass from my hand. To you, Jane, he said, which I felt it was safer not to acknowledge, and drank. They're laughing, I said. All of them, joking, talking, nothing unusual. Mason? Laughing too. He was quiet for a moment. If they all came in here, he said conversationally, and let's say they turned on me, collectively, what would you do? Turn them out, I said, if I could. He almost smiled. And if I went to them instead and they simply looked at me coldly, whispered, fell away from me, one by one, would you go with them? I don't think so, I said. I think I'd rather stay. To comfort me? Yes, sir, as best I could. Even if staying cost you something, even if people looked at you for it, I probably wouldn't hear about whatever they thought of me, I said. And if I did, I don't think I'd care much. He looked at me for a long moment with something in his face that I couldn't read and didn't quite dare to try. Go back to the drawing room, said finally. Find Mason. Tell him quietly that Mr. Rochester is home and would like to see him. Bring him here and then go upstairs. Yes, sir. I walked back through the bright, chattering room, collected Mr. Mason from his conversation with a quiet word, and led him to the library door. Then I went upstairs, undressed in the dark, and lay in bed listening to the sounds of the house settling for the night. A long time later I heard footsteps in the hall, voices, the party dispersing to their rooms. This way, Mason, said Mr. Rochester's voice, clear and easy, with none of the tightness I'd heard in it an hour ago. This is your room. Something loosened in me at the ordinary cheerfulness of it. I closed my eyes. I was asleep before I could think about why it had mattered so much to hear him sound like himself again. Chapter 22. Screams at midnight, the moon did it. I'd forgotten to close the curtain before bed. Some distant, distracted version of me had simply not bothered, and so when she swung into position opposite my window, full and indecently bright, she looked straight in at me like she had something to say. I woke to silver light and the particular silence of a house that has forgotten anyone is awake. And then the scream split it open. Not a gasp. Not a cry. A scream, the kind that came from somewhere older and rower than language, the kind that didn't ask permission before it shredded the air from one end of Thornfield Hall to the other. I felt it in my sternum. My stretched arm froze mid-reach for the curtain, simply stopped working, as if my body had made a unilateral decision to wait. The silence that swallowed it afterward was somehow worse. Then, a struggle, directly above me, close enough that I could feel it in the ceiling, a stamping and staggering that shook the plaster. And then a voice, half-smothered, frantic, "Help, help, help," a beat, then, "Will no one come?" And then, wild with desperation, "Rochester, Rochester, for God's sake, come." A door slammed somewhere down the gallery, footsteps. Something heavy fell. And then, nothing. I was dressed and out of my room before I'd consciously decided to move, my fingers still fumbling with buttons, horror doing a very efficient job of overriding fine motor skills. The house had woken like a kicked beehive. Doors flew open up and down the corridor, disgorging rumpled, terrified guests in various states of undress, the ladies in wrappers, the gentlemen in shirt sleeves, everyone blinking and clutching at each other in the thin silver wash of moonlight. The gallery filled with the particular chaos of frightened people who all want answers and none of whom have them. What happened? Is it fire? Where are the lights? Someone fetch a light for the love of, are there robbers? Where do we go? Colonel Dent's voice cut through it all with military frustration. Where the devil is Rochester? He's not in his room. Here. The word landed with authority before the man did. The gallery went quiet. Then the door at the far end opened and Mr. Rochester walked through it with a candle, having apparently descended from somewhere above. His expression doing that thing it did where it gave away nothing by giving away everything. Miss Ingram reached him first. Of course she did. She seized his arm with both hands, all dramatic urgency and magnificent cheekbones. "What has happened?" she demanded. "Tell us. The worst, just say it." "I'd love to," he said pleasantly, "if you'd stop strangling me." The Misses Eshton had attached themselves to his other side, and the two elder ladies were bearing down on him from the far end of the corridor like very determined ships in full sail. He looked, briefly, like a man reconsidering all of his choices. "Everyone is fine," he said, with the specific exhausted patience of someone managing a situation they absolutely cannot explain. "All is well. A servant had a nightmare, overactive imagination, the kind that turns a bad dream into a visitation and a visitation into a catastrophe. She startled herself, took a fright, there was a scene, that's all." He looked around at the assembled faces. "I need you all to go back to bed." Murmurs, skepticism, pointed glances. "Miss Ingram." He met her eyes directly, and his voice shifted into something smoother, the register he used when he wanted something. "You're not going to let me down by succumbing to groundless nerves. Amy, Louisa," to the Eshton sisters, "back to your rooms, please, like the sensible women you occasionally are." He turned to the dowagers with something approaching charm. "And you will both catch your deaths in this corridor, which I could not live with." It took coaxing. It took a particular brand of command that made people feel they were choosing to comply. But he got them back, door after door closing, the gallery emptying, until Thornfield Hall was quiet again. I slipped back to my room without being noticed. I had been unnoticed going out, and I was unnoticed returning, which told me something useful about how I moved through this house. But I did not go back to bed. I sat in the window instead, dressed, watching the silver fields and the silent grounds and turning over what I knew like stones in my palm. The sounds above me, that desperate voice, those specific words, had not been the sounds of a servant's nightmare. I was as certain of this as I was of my own name. A nightmare did not make a man shout Rochester like a lifeline. A nightmare did not produce that specific quality of struggle, that particular register of fear. Mr. Rochester had invented a story. I didn't know yet what the true one was, but I sat in the window and I waited because something in me understood that the night wasn't finished. The moon dipped toward the horizon. The cold deepened. I was considering whether to simply lie down, still dressed, when the knock came soft, low, unhurried. "Are you awake?" said the voice I had somehow already known to expect. "Yes, sir." "Dressed?" "Yes." "Come out then, quietly." He was standing in the gallery with a candle which gilded one side of his face and left the other in shadow. He looked at me for a moment with an expression I didn't have a name for, something relieved, I thought, something that had needed to find me here and had. "Come with me," he said. Slowly, no noise. My slippers were soft enough that the matted floors didn't register me at all. He moved through the gallery and up the stairs and stopped at the low, dark corridor of the third story, and I stopped beside him, and we stood together for a moment in the dark. "Do you have a sponge in your room?" he asked, barely above a whisper. "Yes." "Smelling salts?" "Yes." "Go back and fetch both." I went. I found the sponge on the washstand and the salts in the drawer, and I returned, and he was exactly where I'd left him, holding a key, standing before one of the small black doors. He looked at me when I came up beside him. "You don't faint at blood." It wasn't quite a question. "I've never been tested," I said honestly, "but I don't think I will. Give me your hand." I put my fingers into his. He held them for a moment. "Warm," he said. "Steady." Then he turned the key. The room beyond was one I dimly remembered from Mrs. Fairfax's tour, tapestried walls, heavy furniture, a general atmosphere of the past refusing to become the past. But the tapestry was looped back now, revealing a second door I had not seen before. It stood open. Light leaked through it, and from somewhere inside came a low, ugly, snarling sound. Animal was the word that arrived in my mind unbidden and stayed. Mr. Rochester set down the candle and said "wait" in a tone that meant it, and went through. A burst of laughter greeted him from within, loud at first, then collapsing into something private and grotesque. Grace Poole's laugh I recognized, though I had heard it only once before. He spoke to someone in a low voice I couldn't catch. There was a sound of arrangement. Then he came back out and closed the door behind him. "Jane." He nodded toward the far side of the large curtained bed. I followed him around it. A man sat in the easy chair beside the headboard, coatless, still, head tipped back, eyes closed. The candle Mr. Rochester held over him illuminated a face I knew, though barely, pale to the point of absence, the jaw slack, the quality of his stillness not peace but erasure. Mason, the stranger from the drawing room. His shirt on one side was soaked through with blood. His arm was soaked with blood, an alarming amount of blood, given that he was still, hopefully, alive. "Hold the candle," Mr. Rochester said, and I took it. He brought water from the washstand and held the basin out to me, and I held that too, and we worked side by side in close and wordless efficiency. Him dampening the sponge, me holding the light, him pressing the smelling salts to Mason's nose, while I kept the candle steady and my expression neutral. The warm animal smell of blood, the particular quality of a man balanced on the edge of consciousness. Mason's eyes opened slowly. He made a sound. "You're all right," Rochester said, not unkindly. "It looks worse than it is." "Is there?" Mason's voice was barely there. "Immediate danger?" "No, a surgeon is coming. You'll be moved before morning." He straightened and looked at me with the directness he used when there was no time for anything else. "I need to leave you here with him. An hour, possibly 2. You'll keep the sponge on the wound when it bleeds. Water to his lips if he asks. Salts if he seems to be fading." Then, to Mason, in a tone that was both gentle and immovable, "Richard, you will not speak to her. Not a word. Do you understand me? Whatever you want to say, you will keep it behind your teeth until I return, because I am telling you." There was something underneath the words, some private architecture of meaning. "It matters." Mason looked at him with eyes that were frightened and obedient and a little broken, all at once. He nodded. Rochester placed the sponge in my hand, held my gaze for one moment, remember, no conversation, and left. The key turned in the lock. The sound of it was remarkably final. I did the work. That was what I had. I dipped the sponge and pressed it and lifted it and watched the blood slow and then seep again and pressed once more. I offered water. I offered the salts. I kept my voice out of the room entirely, and I kept my face composed, because falling apart was not an option available to me, and I had always found that options you refuse to consider tend not to present themselves. But my thoughts, those I could not still. The candle burned and shrank. The tapestry figures shifted in the moving light. The 12 apostles in their carved panels, St. Luke brooding, St. John's hair catching the flicker, and Judah's, surfacing from the wood like something that had always been there, just waiting for the dark. And from beyond the closed door, nothing, or near nothing. Occasional sounds that I filed away and did not examine too closely. A creak, a brief return of that snarling. A groan that came from somewhere too deep to be about physical pain alone. I watched Mason drift and surface and drift. His face the color of old wax. His lips barely parted, forbidden to open. I thought about the scream that had started this night. I thought about whose voice it had been. I thought about what Grace Poole was exactly. What she was doing here. Why she remained, year after year, in these rooms on the 3rd floor, tended to and concealed and explained away. She was not a nightmare. She was not a trick of the imagination. She was a woman in a locked room, and she had done this to a man's arm with her teeth, and Mr. Rochester had known, when Mason arrived, that something like this was possible. The look on his face in the garden, "I've got a blow, Jane," the way his arm had trembled against my shoulder. That hadn't been melodrama. That had been genuine fear. The particular fear of a man who has something to lose and knows exactly how it might be taken from him. Mason, from what I had seen, would do whatever Rochester asked. He deferred without argument, complied without resistance. He was, in the truest sense, already under Rochester's influence. And yet Rochester had gone pale at his name, as if the danger wasn't Mason's will, but Mason's carelessness. As if the most compliant person in the world could still, without meaning to, with one unguarded word in one wrong ear, the candle guttered out. Gray light was beginning to suggest itself at the edges of the curtains. Dawn, arriving with the particular slowness of things you desperately need. Somewhere far below, Pilot barked. Then the key in the lock. Rochester came in with a brisk, sandy-haired man who introduced himself to the situation by immediately rolling up his sleeves. "Carter," said Rochester, "you have 30 minutes. Get him bandaged, get him decent, get him downstairs. Move." "Is he fit to be moved?" Carter asked, already working at Mason's shoulder. "He'll be fit when you've seen to him." Rochester moved to the window and pulled back the curtain and lifted the blind, and morning came in all at once, rose gold and generous and entirely indifferent to what had happened in this room. I had not realized how grateful I would be for an ordinary sunrise. Carter worked quickly. He undid the bandages and made a sound. This wasn't just a knife wound. He looked up. "The flesh is torn. On the shoulder and here on the arm, there have been teeth here." "She bit me," Mason said, his voice thin but returning. She went at me like," he shuddered, and then Rochester got the knife away from her. "You should not have gone to her alone," said Rochester. "I thought—" "Yes," said Rochester, with the measured weariness of someone who has been right too many times. "You thought, you might have waited until morning, you might have told me. It was, if I'm being honest, Richard, quite a comprehensively bad decision, and you are going to have several weeks to think about it. Carter, faster, please. The sun does not have the courtesy to wait for us. She said. Mason's voice dropped. She said she drained my heart. She said that. Something moved across Rochester's face, not quickly enough to hide. Disgust, and behind it something older and more complicated, horror, I thought, and grief, and the specific anguish of a person who has made a bargain with the past and found it still collecting interest. Don't repeat what she says, he said quietly. Not to anyone. Not ever. I can't forget it. You will. When you're home, when you're back in Spanish Town, you won't think about it. Think of her as, he stopped. Just go home, Richard. That's what I need you to do. Impossible to forget tonight. It is not impossible. Rochester's voice gentled, barely perceptibly. 2 hours ago you were certain you were dying, and look at you sitting up, speaking in full sentences, driving Carter to distraction. You have more in you than you think. He sent me for a clean shirt from his dressing room, and I went, moving silently through the hall that was not yet awake, finding what he needed and returning with it. I was efficient. I was useful. I told myself this was the thing that mattered. He asked me again when I came back whether anyone had been stirring below. No one had. Good, he said. Jane, one more thing. Mason's room, the one next to mine, there's a fur-lined cloak. Fetch it. I fetched it. And now my toilet table, middle drawer, a small phial and a glass. I fetched those too. The cordial was crimson. Rochester measured 12 drops with the precision of a man who had used it before and knew exactly what it did. Something an Italian charlatan sold me in Rome, he said, catching my expression. Don't look at me like that. It won't harm him. It'll put some blood back in his face and some nerve back in his spine long enough to get him into a carriage. He held it out to Mason. Drink. Mason drank, because there was no universe in which arguing with Rochester at close range produced results. And it worked. Within minutes, color was returning. He stood, shakily, but he stood. Carter took one arm and Rochester took the other, and I went ahead, slipping down through the quiet servants' corridors to unlatch the side door, to find the post-chaise waiting in the pearl-gray yard exactly where Rochester had arranged it. The driver settled on the box like a man who had been paid enough not to ask questions. The horses shifted. Somewhere in the orchard, the first birds were beginning to say what they thought about the morning. The blossomed branches hung low over the yard wall, impossibly white, impossibly peaceful, which felt like some kind of commentary on the night we'd just had. The men came out. Mason moved better than I'd expected. He descended the steps and crossed the yard with something approaching dignity, and Carter helped him into the carriage and followed, and Rochester leaned in through the window. I'll come in a day or two to check on you, he said. Richard. He waited until Mason looked at him. You're going to be all right. Fairfax, Mason's voice cracked. The she please, see that she's treated gently as his voice broke completely. I do my best, said Rochester, and something in his voice closed, the way a door closes in a house at night, not slammed, just quietly, finally shut. I always have, I will. He stepped back and latched the carriage door, and the vehicle rolled out through the gates without fanfare, without drama, the wheels muffled as they'd been asked to be. Rochester watched it go. Then he closed the heavy yard gates and stood with his hand on the bar for a moment, looking at nothing. Would to God there was an end to all this, he said, to no one in particular. I had assumed we were finished. I was half turned back toward the house when he said my name. He had opened the gate into the orchard and was standing in it, waiting. Come here for a minute, he said. That house is a dungeon. Come and breathe something real. It seems a fine house to me, sir. That's because you haven't looked at it long enough. He held the gate for me and I went through. The inexperienced eye is very easily charmed. The gilding looks like gold and the silk looks like silk. You can't see yet that it's slime and cobwebs, that the marble is cheap slate, that the polished floors are just, he gestured. All of it, theater. The orchard path was edged with box, the apple and pear and cherry trees on one side, a full cottage garden border on the other, sweet williams, primroses, stocks, southernwood, the old herbs whose names I only half knew, all of it dew-washed and gleaming in the early horizontal light. The sun was just entering the east, still apologetic, still feeling out the day. The air tasted of wet grass and blossom, and underneath the soft loam of turned earth. He stopped and broke a rose from the first bush, half open, still cold with dew, and held it out to me. I took it. I didn't know what else to do with the gesture. "Do you like this?" he asked, looking up at the blushed clouds, the lightening sky. "This particular hour, this particular light." "Very much, sir. You've had a strange night." "Yes, sir, and it's made you pale." He looked at me properly, that direct, assessing attention I had learned to recognize. "Were you frightened when I left you alone up there?" I thought about it honestly. I was afraid of what might come through the inner door. But I'd locked it. You were safe. I wouldn't have left you otherwise. A pause. "You are my lamb, Jane. I don't leave lambs near wolves." I looked at the rose. "Will Grace Poole remain here, sir?" "Yes. Simple, final. Your life seems precarious while she does. I can look after myself." He picked up a fallen apple blossom from the path and turned it in his fingers. "The danger I told you about last night, whether it's past, that depends on Mason leaving England, and even then..." He exhaled. "Jane, living here is like standing on a volcanic crust. I never know when it cracks. But Mason, he doesn't seem like someone who would defy you. He does whatever you ask." "He does, yes." Rochester looked off through the trees. "He would never willingly do me harm. But Mason, unintentionally, through carelessness, through one word out of place, one offhand thing said in the wrong room to the wrong person, he could take from me not my life, but everything I might still want to do with it." Paused. "The difference between those two things, Jane, is not always as large as people assume." "Then tell him, sir. Warn him. Let him know what to guard against." He laughed, short, sardonic, and reached out and took my hand and then let it go again almost immediately, like he'd thought better of it. "If I could do that," he said, "there would be nothing left to guard against. The whole thing would dissolve. The danger only exists while he doesn't know it's a danger. Do you understand?" I considered this. "I think so." "Good." He looked at me with something that was almost fond and a little dangerous. "You're my friend, aren't you, Jane? I like to be of use to you, sir, in whatever ways are right." "In whatever ways are right," he repeated, and there was something wry in it, not mocking, precisely, but aware. "Yes. I've noticed that particular qualifier. I see you working cheerfully and well within the limits of your own conscience, and the moment I strayed outside them, that would be the end of the cheerfulness." He was quiet for a moment. "And that's its own kind of power over me, isn't it? The fact that your good opinion of me is conditional, that you don't simply perform goodwill, you actually have it, which means you can also withdraw it." The birds were properly awake now, arguing pleasantly about territory in the branches above us. "If you have no more reason to fear me than you fear Mason," I said carefully, "then you're very safe, sir." Something passed over his face. "God grant it." He found the ivy-covered arbor at the curve of the wall, a stone arch with a worn wooden bench inside, and sat down, leaving room beside him. "Sit," he said. I sat. The sun was finding us now, low and warm, filtering through the apple branches, touching the wet grass into scattered light. He was quiet for a moment, uncharacteristically, for Rochester, who generally wore silence the way other men wore elaborate waistcoats, with intention. "Let me put a case to you," he said at last. "Hypothetically, suppose a young man, reckless, indulged, lacking anyone who loved him well enough to tell him no, made a very significant error early in his life. Not a crime, not anything that would interest a magistrate, just a catastrophic mistake, entered into through a combination of ignorance and bad faith on the part of others and his own spectacular lack of judgment. And the consequences of that mistake, the practical, daily, inescapable consequences, follow him everywhere he goes. The rose had left a small smear of dew on my fingers. I looked at it. "He tries to outrun it," Rochester continued. "He goes abroad. He distracts himself. He finds what passes for pleasure in places and ways that he is not proud of, and that leave him." He paused, emptier than before. "He grows older. He grows tired. He comes home." Another pause, longer this time. "And he meets someone, not important how, not important where, someone who has..." He stopped again, and the pause was different this time, more careful. "Qualities he has been looking for in 20 years of traveling. Something clean, something honest. And being near this person makes him want to be someone different, someone better, someone who might still be worth something." The sun moved a fraction. A bee arrived in the Sweet Williams and departed with great seriousness. "Does that man," Rochester said, "have the right to take what he needs, to do what he must in order to not lose what, by some grace he has not earned, he has found?" I thought about it properly. He deserved a proper answer. "The desire to be better," I said, "shouldn't have to rest on another person's shoulders. That's not fair to them or to him. If he wants to change, he has to find it in himself or seek it from somewhere." I chose the word carefully, higher than another person. People fail, even good ones. "But the instrument," he said quietly. "If God uses instruments, then trust the instrument," I said. "Don't clutch it." He was silent. Then he smiled, sudden and crooked and self-aware, and said, in a completely different voice, "Of course, none of this has anything to do with Miss Ingram. I'm sure marrying her would reform me comprehensively." He stood up and walked away down the path, and when he came back he was humming something I couldn't identify. "Jane," he said, stopping in front of me with an expression that was trying very hard to be merely cheerful. "You're absolutely colorless. I've kept you awake through the worst of it, and now you're standing there looking like a small, pale reproach." "I'm not reproaching you." "Good, shake hands on it." He held out his hand and I gave him mine, and he held it a moment, noting, I thought, that it was colder than it had been at midnight. "Jane," his voice shifted. "The night before I marry, I won't be able to sleep. Will you sit up with me, bear me company? I'll need someone to talk to about," and he smiled just slightly, "my lovely one." "Yes, sir," I said, because it was the only word available. "She's quite something, isn't she, Miss Ingram?" "Yes, sir." He looked at me with that look I had stopped trying to read. "Magnificent, really. Tall, dark, extraordinary." "Sir," I said very precisely. He laughed, genuinely, the real one, the one I'd heard perhaps 3 times. "Dent and Lynn are in the stables," he said. "Go in through the shrubbery, that gate there, before they see you." I went. As I slipped through the gate, I heard him cross to the stable yard, and his voice carrying back to me easy and bright and entirely uncomplicated. "Mason got the start of everyone this morning. Up before sunrise, fresh air, off before the rest of you were even dreaming." The orchard closed around me, all blossoms and birdsong and dew-wet grass, and I stood in it for a moment with a half-open rose in my hand and a feeling in my chest I was not going to examine before breakfast. Then I went inside. Chapter 23. Dreams before dawn. There are some things that defy easy explanation. The way a dream can reach across years and land in your chest like a stone, the way a body knows what a mind refuses to accept. I'd never been the type to dismiss premonitions. I'd had too many of my own. There was something I'd come to believe about sympathies, real ones, not the polite, kind people perform at funerals, the kind that hum between people separated by distance and time and old, deliberate estrangement. The kind that suggest we are all, despite our best efforts to forget each other, made from the same original material. When I was 6 years old, I lay awake in the nursery at Gateshead and heard Bessie Levin tell Martha Abbott that she'd dreamed of a child. A small, soft dream of a child. And Bessie, in the way of women who keep old knowledge close, said that to dream of a child was a sign of trouble coming, either to you or to someone you loved. I might have forgotten it entirely. Children forget most things. But the very next day, Bessie was called home to her sister's deathbed, and the words locked themselves somewhere permanent inside me, the way certain things do when the universe decides you need to remember them. I thought about that conversation a great deal in the week before Robert Levin came to Thornfield. For 7 nights running, I had dreamed of a baby. Not the same dream each time, exactly. Sometimes the child was laughing, sometimes it was crying, sometimes it played in the grass with a fistful of daisies while the afternoon light went golden around it. Sometimes it curled against me like it belonged there. Sometimes it ran from me across a lawn that seemed to extend forever. But it came every night without fail, and I would wake with the particular unsettled feeling of someone who has been handed a message they cannot quite read. I did not like it. I especially did not like the way I started dreading sleep. It was on the afternoon after one of those nights. I'd been roused by the sound of something in the dark, moonlight lying flat and silver across my floor. That Mrs. Fairfax's girl appeared at the schoolroom door with a message. Someone was waiting to see me downstairs. The man who stood in Mrs. Fairfax's sitting room was dressed in deep mourning, his hat in his hands, a band of black crape around the crown. He was familiar in the way that people from childhood are, known somewhere beneath language, in the part of you that remembers before it understands. "I dare say you hardly remember me, miss," he said, rising as I entered. "Robert Levin." I said it before I'd consciously decided I knew him. "You used to put me up on Miss Georgiana's bay pony." Something in his face shifted, not quite a smile, but close. "Yes, miss, I was coachman for Mrs. Reed when you were at Gateshead. I'm there still." "And Bessie?" I asked, because Bessie was always the first question. "You married Bessie?" "I did, miss. She's very well, brought me another little one 2 months ago. 3 now, mother and child both thriving." "I'm glad," I said, and I meant it, even as I felt the weight of why he was here settling over the room like weather. I looked at his morning dress. "And the family at the house?" Robert looked down at his hat. "I'm sorry to say they are in great trouble, miss. Mr. John died a week ago yesterday, at his rooms in London." I said nothing for a moment. "John Reed, of course. And Mrs. Reed?" I asked. "How is she bearing it?" Robert's expression said everything before his words did. "It wasn't a common sort of death, Miss Eyre. His life had been," he paused, searching for the diplomatic phrasing and giving up on it. "Wild, these last 3 years especially. He ruined himself, his health, his money, the lot of it in the worst kind of company, got into debt, got into jail. His mother paid his way out twice." He shook his head. "Soon as he was free, he went straight back to his old habits. He came down to Gateshead about 3 weeks ago wanting Mrs. Reed to hand over everything she had left. She refused. Her means were already badly reduced on his account. He went back to London, and the next word they had was that he was dead." "How exactly?" Robert's voice dropped. "They say he did it himself." The room was very quiet. "Mrs. Reed," he continued, "had not been strong for some time. She'd put on a good deal of weight but had no real health to speak of. The news about Mr. John, and how he died, it came too suddenly. She had a stroke, 3 days without speaking. But last Tuesday she seemed to rally a little, and she kept trying to say something to my wife, kept murmuring, and it was only yesterday morning that Bessie understood she was saying your name." He met my eyes. "She wants to see you, miss. Bring Jane, fetch Jane Eyre." Those were the words once they got them clear. I sat with that for a moment, the woman who had cast me out like excess furniture, saying my name from a sict over and over until the people around her had no choice but to listen. "I'll come," I said. "Can we leave early tomorrow? If you can be ready, miss, I should like that very much." "I'll be ready." I stood. "Bessie always said you wouldn't refuse," he offered, and I almost smiled. "Tell her she was right. Let me go find Mr. Rochester." He was not in any of the downstairs rooms, not in the library, not in the study, not anywhere sensible. I found Mrs. Fairfax, who informed me with barely disguised amusement that he was playing billiards with Miss Ingram. Of course he was. The billiard room was alive with the sound of clicking balls and bright, well-bred laughter. Mr. Rochester stood at Miss Ingram's elbow, which seemed to be his preferred location these days, a fact I had extensive and entirely irrelevant feelings about. She was wearing a morning robe the color of a summer sky, an azure scarf wound through her hair, and she wore it all the way a woman wears beauty when she has always known she possesses it. Casually, like a coat she threw on without looking. She saw me first. The look she gave me was not precisely contemptuous. It was more refined than that, the particular expression of a woman who cannot be bothered to form an actual opinion of you, but wants you to know she has noticed you are beneath her notice. Her eyes moved over me slowly, and the movement said, "And what does this small creature want now?" I squared my shoulders and addressed Mr. Rochester directly. "Mr. Rochester." She made a small movement, as though she might say something dismissive, but Mr. Rochester had already turned. He looked at me for a moment with that particular expression of his, the one I'd never fully decoded, somewhere between curiosity and something more complicated, then set his cue down on the table and followed me out. The door to the schoolroom closed behind him. He leaned back against it, arms crossed, and raised his eyebrows. "Well, Jane? I need to ask for leave of absence," I said. A week or two. For what purpose and where? There's a woman who's sent for me. She's ill. What woman? Where? Mrs. Reed at Gateshead in Shire. He frowned. That's 100 miles from here. Who is she to you? I had been asked some version of this question. Who are you to anyone, Jane? Who do you belong to? For most of my life. I was tired of the smallness of my answer. Mr. Reed was my uncle, I said, my mother's brother. Something shifted in his expression. Your uncle. A pause. You told me you had no family. I have no family that would claim me, sir. Mr. Reed is dead, and his wife made it plain long ago that she considered our connection dissolved. Then why on earth, she's asked for me? I kept my voice even. She's dying, and she's asked for me by name, and I find I cannot simply ignore that. He studied me for a long moment, and I held his gaze without apology. How long? As short a time as possible. Promise me a week. I'd rather not promise what I may not be able to keep. He made a sound that was not quite a laugh. You'll come back, at least. You won't find some reason to install yourself there permanently. I'll come back, I said, assuming there is something to come back to. I let that sit perfectly still between us. He looked at me. What does that mean? It means, I took a breath. You've made it fairly clear that you'll be married soon. When that happens, Adele should go to school. I think you already know that, and I'll need to find another position. He was quiet for a moment that stretched longer than comfortable. Adele, he said at last, must go to school. Yes, you're right. Another pause. And you're planning to advertise, I suppose. That's generally how one finds employment. Don't. He said it sharply, then seemed to catch himself. That is, leave that to me. I'll find you something suitable. I looked at him. In exchange for what? In exchange for not advertising like you're a lost dog, Jane, and landing yourself with the first respectable family that writes back. His jaw was set. Promise me that. I'll promise you that, I said carefully, if you promise me that Adele and I are both safely out of Thornfield before your bride arrives in it. Something crossed his face that I could not name, something that lived in the space between amusement and pain. Done, he said quietly. You have my word. Then he pulled out his pocketbook, produced a note, and held it out to me. £50, he owed me 15. I don't have change, I told him. I'm not asking for change. I'm not accepting more than my wages. He scowled, a proper, full-faced scowl which on Mr. Rochester looked less intimidating than he probably intended. Fine. Here's 10. I'm keeping 40 in your name. Come back for it. That means you owe me 5 more. Then you'll have to return to collect it, won't you? He almost smiled. Consider it a guarantee. I tucked the money away. We stood there, the corridor quiet around us, the distant sound of laughter floating through from the billiard room. You won't come down to dinner, he said. It wasn't quite a question. I need to pack. Then this is goodbye for a little while. I suppose it is. He looked at me. How does one do that? Exactly say goodbye? I find I'm not well practiced. One simply says it, I told him. Farewell, Mr. Rochester. He repeated it back to me, farewell, Miss Eyre, and then stood there with his back against the door as if he had no intention of moving, while the clock on the mantel ticked and I stood waiting. How long, I thought, with a kind of helpless affection, is he planning to stand there? The dinner bell rang, and he went, abruptly, without another word. As was his way, and I did not see him again that evening, and I was gone before he woke in the morning. I arrived at Gateshead just past 5 in the afternoon on the 1st of May. I stopped at the lodge first. I don't know quite why, something in me needed a moment before the house itself, before all that history. The lodge was spotless, white curtains at the windows, a bright fire in the grate. It smelled like wood smoke and bread, and something warm and specific that I realized. The jolt I associated with safety, with the only safety I'd known as a child. Bessie looked up from the baby in her arms and her whole face opened. Bless you, she said. I knew you'd come. I crossed the room and kissed her before I said anything else. Am I too late? I asked. No. She shifted the baby against her shoulder. She's alive, more sensible than she was, even. The doctor says she may have another week or 2, though he doesn't think she'll recover, not fully. She looked at me with the particular steadiness of someone who has sat with illness long enough to know what it looks like. She was asking for you only this morning, but she's sleeping now. Then I'll wait. Bessie would not hear of me standing. She settled me by the fire, took my bonnet and my traveling coat, and put tea in front of me before I'd properly sat down. Her best china, bread and butter, a tea cake toasted just slightly too dark. Exactly as I had always liked it, though I'd never told her so. She must have just remembered. The thought made something tighten in my throat. The children were put to bed. Robert came in and went out again. Bessie talked and I listened, and she asked whether I was happy at Thornfield and what my employer was like and whether I liked him. And I told her he was rather an ugly man, but kind, and that I was content. It was true, and it was not the whole truth, but it was the part I could say aloud. An hour passed like water. Then Bessie walked me up to the hall. We went up the same path I had walked nearly 9 years ago, on a January morning so raw and hostile that the cold had felt personal, like the world itself was informing me that I was not particularly wanted in it. I had left this house with desperation living in my chest, heading toward the unknown charity of Lowood. I had been 8 years old and already I had understood that I was surplus, unwanted, a problem that needed solving. Now I walked up the same path in May, and the difference was not the season. I was still uncertain. I still did not know quite where I belonged or what came next. There was still something aching in my chest that I did not permit myself to name, but I was not that child anymore. I was not afraid of this house. I was not afraid of the women inside it. I was surprised to discover how little I was afraid of anything here. Bessie led me to the breakfast room first. The room was unchanged in every material way, the same furniture in the same arrangement, the same rug on the hearth, Bewick's British bird still in its place on the third shelf as though it had been waiting. The objects were all exactly as I remembered them. The people were another matter. 2 young women rose as I entered. I knew them immediately. In the way one knows a landscape from childhood even when it has changed, the knowledge is in the body before it reaches the mind. Eliza had grown tall and gone severe, her whole person composed into a kind of rigid plainness. Plain dress, plain collar, her hair pulled back without ornament, a string of ebony beads at her throat. She looked like someone who had decided, quite deliberately, to make herself into a principal. She greeted me without a smile, sat down again, and fixed her eyes on the fire as though I had already ceased to exist. Georgiana had gone in the opposite direction. She was lush and pink and fair, her yellow ringlets arranged with evident care, her black morning dress cut so differently from her sister's that they seemed to be attending 2 entirely different events. She said, "How do you do?" and asked about my journey in a voice like warmed cream, and while she talked her eyes moved over me, my dress, my bonnet, my gloves, with the practiced assessment of someone who has spent years ranking other women by their accessories. I had been on the receiving end of that particular look many times in my life. It had once made me want to disappear. Now I just sat down. I found, to my own mild surprise, that neither of them troubled me. Not Eliza's pointed silence, nor Georgiana's pointed elegance. I had been through too much in the preceding months, had felt things more acute and more complicated than anything available in this room, to be leveled by a cool stare or a drawling voice. There were other things to think about. "How is Mrs. Reed?" I asked, looking directly at Georgiana. She bridled slightly as though directness were a small imposition. "Mama is very poorly. I doubt you can see her tonight. If you'd step upstairs and tell her I'm here," I said pleasantly. "I'd be grateful. I know she wanted to see me and I'd rather not delay." A brief silence. "Mama dislikes being disturbed in the evening," Eliza said without looking up from the fire. I did not argue. I stood, excused myself, found Bessie in the kitchen, and sent her upstairs to inquire. Then I found the housekeeper, asked to be shown to a room, and had my trunk brought up. A year ago, I would have been on the next coach back to Thornfield by morning, driven out by the weight of their disdain. But I had come 100 miles, and Mrs. Reed had asked for me, and I found that the opinion of her daughters was not, in the end, a thing I needed to survive. Bessie met me on the landing. "She's awake," she said quietly. "She knows you're here. Come." I didn't need to be shown the way. I had been summoned to that room too many times as a child to forget the path, always for some transgression, real or imagined, always with the sick anticipatory dread of what waited behind the door. I opened it softly. The room was dim, a shaded lamp on the table, the great 4-post bed with its amber hangings exactly as it had always been, the armchair. The the footstool at which I had knelt to ask pardon for things I hadn't done. I crossed to the bed. Mrs. Reed's face was there among the pillows, stern still, the strong brow and imperious jaw unchanged by illness. Time had not softened her features. Nothing had softened her features. I stood there and felt the old pull of ancient fear, and then felt it loosen and fall away because I was not that child anymore and we were both of us just people now, one of them dying. I stooped and kissed her cheek. She looked at me, a sharp, assessing look, the cairngorm eyes still hard and clear. "Is this Jane Eyre?" "Yes, Aunt Reed." I had vowed once never to use that word again. I found I didn't care about the vow. "How are you, dear aunt?" She looked away from me, said the night was warm. Her hand lay outside the sheet and I covered it with my own, willing something kind to pass between us. She withdrew her fingers from beneath mine. She was who she had always been. I understood that. I had hoped in some naive corridor of my heart that dying might change a person, might crack something open. But some natures are too fixed for that. She had decided long ago what I was, and she would not revise the verdict because it would have given her no satisfaction to have been wrong. I pulled a chair to the bedside. "You sent for me," I said, "and I'm here. I intend to stay until you're better or until—" I didn't finish the sentence. "Can you tell me what you wanted to say?" She turned restlessly against the pillows. "My daughters, you've seen them?" "Yes." "Tell them I wish you to stay. There are things I need to say to you while I still can. Tonight is too late, I can't keep hold of my thoughts." She frowned, something distant moving through her eyes. "There was something, I can't." I watched the confusion move across her face and felt a complicated grief for it. This was not the woman who had frightened me. This was just a woman disintegrating. "There's time," I said gently. "I'm not going anywhere." She looked at me sharply then, and for a moment the old clarity was there, the cold authority of the face I remembered from childhood. Then she said, abruptly, "I have had more trouble with that child than anyone would believe." I went very still. Such a burden, always watching, always those strange starts of temper, incomprehensible. She talked to me once like something mad. Her voice had taken on a distant, recitative quality, as though she were reading from something written long ago. I was glad to get her away from the house. I said she died at Lowood. I wished she had. I breathed carefully, in through the nose, out. "A strange wish," I said softly. "Why did you hate her so?" She turned her face toward me, though I wasn't sure she fully saw me. "Her mother was my husband's sister, his great favorite. He wept when she died. Simpleton insisted on bringing the baby home when I begged him to send it away. That whimpering, sickly thing, he nursed it himself, put it before his own children. The old bitterness moved through her like weather. And in his last illness he made me promise to keep it. I bound myself to a pauper child for a weak man's sake." She shifted. "John doesn't resemble his father, thank God. John is like me. Oh, but John—" Her voice broke on his name, not dramatically but quietly, like something giving way under long pressure. John has," she couldn't find the end of the sentence. "I keep seeing him, the letters for money, the threats. I dream of him laid out with," she stopped. "What is to be done?" "Mrs. Reed," I said quietly, "there's nothing to be done about John now." A silence. Bessie at the other side of the bed met my eyes. "I think we ought to let her rest," I said. "Yes, miss, she gets like this in the evenings." But as I stood, Mrs. Reed said, "Stop, there is something else." A breath. "Go to my dressing case. There's a letter, bring it to me." I found the dressing case on the table. The letter was there, folded, sealed old. I brought it to her. She pushed it toward me. "Read it," she said. It was dated 3 years back. It was from a man named John Eyre, written from Madeira. He was asking for my address. He was unmarried, childless, and had come into comfortable means. He wished to find me. He wished to adopt me, provide for me, leave me whatever he had. I read it twice. The paper did not change. Why did I never know about this? My voice came out steadier than I felt. "Because," she said, "I could not bear it." No remorse in her tone, just the plain fact of it. "I could not bear for you to be lifted up after what you said to me, the fury of it. You looked at me like an animal that had been struck, that turned and looked back with human eyes." She shuddered. "I wrote to him. I told him you were dead. Typhus fever at Lowood." The room was very quiet. "You can write to him now," she said. "Correct my lie, I can't stop you. I've done you the wrong and I know it." But she said the last words without softness, without asking forgiveness, simply filing the information away as fact. "Aunt Reed," I said at last, very gently, "I forgive you. Whatever damage was done, I forgive you for it freely." She looked at me, and what I saw in her eyes was neither relief nor gratitude. It was something more like irritation, as though forgiveness were a thing she had not asked for and did not know what to do with. "You have a very bad disposition," she said. I almost laughed. "I know you believe that. I could never understand you. 9 years of patience and then fire." "I am passionate," I said. "I'm not vindictive, there's a difference." I leaned closer. "I would have loved you, you know. When I was small, I tried to a great many times. I only needed you to let me." She turned her face away. "I am thirsty." I held the water for her. I lowered her back against the pillows. I held her cold hand, and she let me hold it only because she no longer had the strength to take it away. "I forgive you," I said again, quietly, just for her to have it whether she wanted it or not. "Ask God for the same when you can be at peace." She was already retreating, not all at once but steadily, like a tide going out. The nurse came in. Bessie followed. I stayed another half hour. No Amity came. She died at midnight. I was not there. In the days between that conversation and her death, I occupied myself with Georgiana and Eliza in the ways available. I drew. I had brought my materials, and I sat each morning at the window with my pencils and my paper, working through whatever images assembled themselves out of imagination. A sea glimpsed between rocks, a moon coming up behind a ship, a naiad rising from reeds with flowers in her hair. The cousins ignored me, each in her own fashion. Georgiana murmured nonsense to her canary. Eliza stitched her altar cloth with the focus of someone diffusing ammunition. One morning I started drawing a face without deciding whose. My pencil simply moved. A broad forehead came first, then the clean square line of a jaw, strong brows, a nose with a slight ridge and full nostrils, a mouth that was not narrow that suggested something, humor or argument or hunger, a decided chin with a cleft down the center. Dark hair, dark whiskers, dark eyes that I worked until they held something, some quality I couldn't name but would have recognized anywhere. When Eliza appeared at my shoulder, I flipped the sheet beneath the others. "Is that a portrait of someone you know?" "Just a fancy sketch," I said. I was lying, obviously. It was Mr. Rochester down to the last shadow, and looking at it gave me a complicated, wordless feeling that I chose not to examine too closely. Georgiana glanced over and declared it an ugly man. Fair, I thought, completely fair. I offered to draw them both. They accepted. Vanity is its own kind of détente, and after that things became slightly more livable. Georgiana thawed almost immediately, and within 2 days was confiding in me at some length about a London season 2 years prior, a titled gentleman, the devastating injustice of Eliza's interference in the whole affair. She had strong feelings about all of it and shared them at generously extended length. She never once mentioned her brother or her dying mother. Eliza spoke rarely, moved through each day according to a schedule of her own rigid devising, and one evening told me, with the calm of someone who has already closed all her accounts, that when her mother died, she intended to enter a religious house. She had set aside her own money. She was ready. The world, frivolous, demanding, chaotic, could carry on without her. She was not cruel, Eliza. She was simply finished. And Georgiana was not shallow, exactly. She was just a woman who had learned early that beauty was currency and had spent her whole life making purchases with it, now finding herself in a house with nothing left to buy. Neither of them visited their mother for more than 5 minutes each day. On a wet afternoon, rain against the windows, the wind making small, consistent complaints around the eaves, I found Georgiana asleep on the sofa with a novel face down on her chest and Eliza gone to church. I went upstairs. The room was unwatched, the nurse having found something more pressing elsewhere. Mrs. Reed lay motionless, her face gray against the pillows, the fire nearly out. I built it back up, rearranged the bedclothes, and stood at the window watching the rain. One lies there, I thought, who will soon be past all this. Past weather, past grievance, past the cold arithmetic of old wounds. I thought of Helen Burns, her particular quality of peace, the way she had spoken about what comes after. I had not thought of Helen for some time, and the thought came in now quietly. Like light under a door, a thin voice from the bed. "Who is that?" I turned. Mrs. Reed's eyes were open, bewildered, moving slowly. "It's Jane," I said, going to her. "It's Jane Eyre, Aunt Reed." She looked at me for a long moment. "You are like Jane Eyre," she said, uncertain. "But she is 8 years gone and so changed." "It is me," I said gently. "Bessie sent her husband to fetch me from Thornfield. I've been here several days." Something settled in her face, not warmth but recognition. "I am very ill," she said. "I know it." "Yes, I cannot move." She shifted her gaze to the ceiling. "There are things I should say before," a pause. "I have done you 2 wrongs. One was breaking the promise I made my husband to raise you as my own. The other," she stopped, looked away. "After all, it may be of no great importance." "Tell me," I said, and she did. She was dead by midnight. Neither of her daughters was present. In the morning, Eliza came to me where I stood in the corridor and said, with the directness of someone delivering a weather report, "It is over." We went in together, Eliza and I. Georgiana, who had spent the morning weeping noisily in her room, said she could not face it. Mrs. Reed lay straight and still, the lines of her face set in their habitual severity, the strong jaw and the cold, flat eye already looking less like a person than like the idea of one. She had not softened in death. She was exactly herself. I stood and looked at her for a long time. I did not cry. I felt a hollow, complicated grief, not for what I had lost, but for what had never existed, for the version of this story where she had simply let me love her when I was small, and everything had been different. Eliza surveyed her mother with an expression of clinical composure. With her constitution, she said after a silence, she should have lived to a great age. Her life was shortened by trouble. A single muscle moved in Eliza's jaw. That was all. She turned and left the room. I followed. Neither of us had shed a tear. I thought that perhaps we were the only 2 honest people in the house, Eliza because she felt too little, and I because I had already used all my grief on things that were not this. Chapter 24. Dutiful to no one. The funeral was on a Wednesday. By Thursday, I was ready to leave Gateshead and never look back. But Georgiana, Mascari adjacent, perpetually distressed Georgiana, had clutched my sleeve with both hands and begged me to stay until her uncle Mr. Gibson could spirit her away to London. She'd been invited at last, some long-awaited social rescue, and she couldn't possibly be left alone with Eliza. She said it like Eliza was a natural disaster, a particularly cold winter. An act of God one simply couldn't be expected to endure without a witness, so I stayed. I folded dresses I hadn't worn. I packed trunks I didn't own. I listened to Georgiana's soft, shapeless lamentations, a kind of ambient misery, present in every room like drafty air, and I thought, very calmly, if we were stuck with each other past this week, cousin, things would look different. I would not be the one folding. I would not be the one listening. You would carry your own weight, or we would both watch it sit there, untouched, on the floor. But we weren't stuck with each other. That was the only reason I was capable of being kind. I saw Georgiana off with a tight smile and a wave that meant goodbye forever, I genuinely hope. Then Eliza asked me to stay another week. Her reasons were opaque and numerous and entirely her own. She'd locked herself in her room, actually bolted the door, which felt theatrical even for Eliza, and spent her days burning papers, emptying drawers, and filling trunks with the grim efficiency of someone who had already mentally departed and was simply waiting for her body to catch up. She wanted me to receive callers, to answer letters of condolence, to manage the house while she managed her exit from the world. I did it. Of course I did. On the last morning, she unlocked her door, looked at me with those flat, assessing eyes, and said, "You've been useful. There's a difference between someone like you and someone like Georgiana. You do your part. You ask nothing of anyone." I waited. "I leave tomorrow," she said, "for the continent. There is a religious house near Lisle, a convent if you prefer the word. I intend to study the Roman Catholic system thoroughly, its doctrines, its discipline, and if I find it as effective as I suspect for ensuring that all things are done decently and in order, I shall take the veil." I looked at her for a long moment. I thought, yes, that tracks entirely. What I said was, the vocation will suit you. Something almost flickered in Eliza's expression. Goodbye, cousin, you have some sense. And you, I said, have some sense as well, though in another year it will be walled up inside a French convent. But it's not my business, and if it suits you, I don't much care. She considered this. You are in the right, she said, and that was the end of us. For what it's worth, Georgiana eventually married a wealthy, exhausted man of fashion, which seemed about right for everyone involved. Eliza did take the veil and is now the head of that very convent which she endowed with her entire fortune. I have thought about both of them very little since. The road back to Thornfield was 50 miles the first day, a restless night in an inn, 50 miles the second. I had never understood, not really, what it felt like to return home from somewhere. I'd read about it in novels, that pull, that magnetic increase of warmth as familiar ground drew near, but it had always read like a foreign language. A lovely one. Simply not mine. Coming back to Gateshead as a child had meant walking in cold and being told I looked cold. Coming back to Lowood had meant wanting a hot meal and a real fire and receiving neither. Neither of these was a homecoming. Neither of them pulled. I tried to decide, as the miles rolled past, what returning to Thornfield would feel like. The first day, my thoughts stayed at Gateshead, Mrs. Reed's face in those last hours, strange and altered. The coffin, the hearse, the vault gaping in the churchyard like an open question. I thought about Eliza and Georgiana. I mentally catalogued them the way you might press a flower, something you don't especially want but feel you ought to preserve. By nightfall, I was done with them. I lay in the inn's narrow bed and let my mind travel forward instead. How long would I stay at Thornfield? Not long. I knew it the way you know a storm is coming before the clouds do anything obvious. Mrs. Fairfax had written during my absence. The house party was gone, Mr. Rochester had left for London 3 weeks prior and was expected back shortly. She suspected the London trip concerned wedding arrangements. A new carriage had been mentioned. Miss Ingram's name had been mentioned. You would be foolish to doubt it. I told myself very firmly in the dark. I did not doubt it. Then where are you going, said the other part of my mind, the less reasonable, more honest part, when Thornfield is no longer yours to inhabit. I had no answer for that, so I dreamed instead. Miss Ingram appeared, vivid and tall and certain of herself in the way beautiful women who have always been beautiful tend to be. In the dream, she shut the gates of Thornfield against me, deliberate, unhurried, like closing a book she'd already finished, and pointed down another road. And Mr. Rochester stood behind her with his arms folded, watching us both, with that smile that might have been sardonic or might have been something else entirely, and I could not tell which of us it was aimed at. I woke up before I found out. I didn't send word ahead about my arrival. I didn't want a carriage sent to Millcote. I wanted to walk. This is the honest truth and also, I'll admit, slightly theatrical. But the evening asked for it, a soft June evening, not blazing, not dramatic, just fair. The kind of light that turns ordinary fields into something worth painting. The haymakers were finishing their work along the road, rakes resting on shoulders, voices carrying across the warm air. The sky was doing something quietly extraordinary, the kind of blue that only appears at dusk, unhurried and deep, with cloud strata high and thin, and the west glowing like something was burning beautifully behind a curtain. I felt glad. The gladness surprised me enough that I stopped walking and asked myself what it was exactly that I thought I was glad about. Mrs. Fairfax, I said sensibly, will smile and offer you tea. Adele will fling herself at your knees. That is what you are glad about. That is all. The other part of me, the honest part, said nothing but picked up the pace. The hedges along the Thornfield lane were rioting with roses. I didn't stop to look at them. I wanted to be at the house. I passed the tall briar reaching its branches across the path. I saw the stile with the stone steps. I saw Mr. Rochester. He was sitting on the stile with a book and a pencil, writing head bent, utterly unaware that I had just come to a complete internal stop somewhere in the vicinity of my own rib cage. He was not a ghost. He was thoroughly, inconveniently real, and every nerve in my body decided, simultaneously, to announce its presence. This is fine, I thought. I will simply go back. There is another way to the house. I will take it." He looked up. "Hello." He closed the book. "There you are, come on then." So I came on. I have no idea what I looked like doing it. I was focused entirely on my face, keeping it neutral, keeping it mine, making it perform a composure I was not at all feeling in any other part of myself. He watched me approach with that particular quality of attention he had, which was not comfortable to be under and which I had apparently missed extremely. "And this is Jane Eyre," he said, not quite a question. "Coming from Millcote on foot, of course you are. Wouldn't send for a carriage like any reasonable person. No, you slip back into the neighborhood at twilight like a dream, like a shade." A pause that contained something. "What the devil have you done with yourself this whole month?" "I was with my aunt, sir," I said. "She died." He stared at me. A true Janean answer. He said it like I had delighted and exasperated him in equal measure, which was possibly the most Mr. Rochester thing he had ever done. "She walks in at dusk out of nowhere and announces she's come from the realm of the dead. If I weren't fairly certain you were real, I'd be concerned I was imagining you." A beat. "Truant. Gone a whole month and I don't suppose you thought of this place once." The thing about Mr. Rochester was this. He scattered warmth the way some people scatter crumbs, carelessly, incidentally, without particular intention, and even the crumbs were enough to make you embarrassingly grateful. "I don't suppose you thought of this place, as though it mattered, as though it would register anywhere in him if I had or hadn't. I asked if he'd been to London." "You found that out through second sight, did you?" "Mrs. Fairfax's letter, actually." "And did she tell you what I went for?" "Everyone seemed to know, sir." "Ah," he tilted his head. "You must see the new carriage, Jane, and tell me whether it won't suit Mrs. Rochester perfectly, whether she won't look like a queen against the purple cushions." His voice had shifted into something lighter, almost teasing, and also, underneath, something I couldn't quite name. "I don't suppose you could manage a charm, could you? A filter of some kind, something to make me more handsome." "That," I said, "would be beyond the power of any magic I possess." And I thought, I did not say, but I thought, a loving eye is the only charm that matters. To such an eye, you are handsome enough. Your sternness has a force beyond handsomeness, actually, which is profoundly inconvenient for everyone in your immediate vicinity, and I wish you would stop it. He looked at me. I looked at him. He smiled, not his usual expression, which ranged from remote to sharp to inexplicably amused, but a different one. Rare, unguarded, the kind that reached his eyes and did something specific and unwelcome to my ability to think clearly. "Pass, Janet," he said, and shifted to make room at the stile. "Go home. Rest. You've been wandering long enough." I crossed the stile. I meant to walk on without another word, composed, dignified, entirely in control of my own personhood. I made it 3 steps. Something stopped me. Some force I wasn't directing turned me around, and I heard myself say, though the part of me with any sense was not the part of me saying it, "Thank you, Mr. Rochester. I am," a breath, "I am strangely glad to be back. Wherever you are is home to me. My only home." Then I walked away very fast. Adele met me at the door with the full-body enthusiasm of a child who has not yet learned to protect herself from joy, which is to say she flung herself at me and did not let go for some time. Mrs. Fairfax smiled, warm, steady, reliable as a good fire. Even Lee looked pleased. Sophie said bonsoir with something approaching genuine gladness. I thought, this is what it is, to be wanted where you are, to be a comfort to someone. This is the feeling. That evening I sat close to Mrs. Fairfax with her knitting and Adele pressed warm against my side on the carpet, and I closed every door I could find in my own mind against what I knew was coming. The departure, the separation, the specific grief that had no name yet because I hadn't let it have one. The room was warm. The tea was hot. The group of us made something that felt, around its edges, like peace. When Mr. Rochester came in unannounced and looked at the 3 of us like we were something worth looking at, and said Mrs. Fairfax looked well now that she had her girl back, and that Adele was clearly ready to devour her little English mother whole, I let myself hope. Just slightly. Just enough. That when it happened, the wedding, the change, the closing of this particular chapter of my life, perhaps there would still be a corner of this house, a slant of afternoon light through a window somewhere, that would still be mine to stand in. A fortnight passed after my return and nothing happened. No announcement. No preparation. No procession of dressmakers or florists. No increased correspondence with Ingram Park. Nothing. Every morning I asked Mrs. Fairfax if she'd heard anything new. Every morning she said she hadn't. Once she admitted she'd asked Mr. Rochester directly when he planned to bring his bride home. He'd responded with a joke and one of his looks, she said, helplessly. She couldn't make anything of him. 20 miles was nothing. 20 miles to a man like Mr. Rochester, who rode like he'd been born in a saddle, was barely a morning. He could have been at Ingram Park every day. He wasn't. I told myself not to hope. I hoped. I watched his face, cataloged it the way I'd been cataloging things since I was 10 years old, with the detailed attention of someone who knows their access is temporary. I looked for clouds in it. For the particular storm that came when he was unhappy or restless or cruel in the way wounded people are cruel, there were no clouds. He was, if anything, lighter than I'd ever known him. And in the hours I spent with him, in lessons, in evenings, in the odd corners of the day that seemed to belong to neither of us separately, when I flagged, when the future pressed close enough that I couldn't entirely conceal it, he was the one who turned bright. Who called me to his presence more than he ever had before. Who was kind with a specific, deliberate quality that made the kindness worse, somehow, rather than better. I had never loved him so much as I did that fortnight. I was also, consequently, in the worst trouble of my life. Chapter 25. Even after dusk, the summer had been, by any reasonable measure, offensive in the best possible way. The kind of relentless, golden Italian heat that had no business visiting the English countryside, and yet had arrived anyway, like a glamorous houseguest who'd overstayed and somehow made everyone grateful for it. The hay was in. The fields around Thornfield had been shorn close and were going gold at the edges. The roads were pale and dusty, the trees thick and dark with the specific arrogance of midsummer, hedgerows swollen and deeply green against the bright stripped meadows between them. It was Midsummer's Eve, and Adele had worn herself completely through, spent half the day on her knees in Hay Lane collecting wild strawberries with the focused intensity of a tiny naturalist, and had gone to bed almost before the sun did. I watched her eyelashes settle against her cheeks, brushed a curl from her forehead, and then, because the evening was too beautiful to waste on four walls and good sense, I went out into the garden. The light was doing something extraordinary. Where the sun had gone down, clean, unpretentious, without so much as a single dramatic cloud to its name, the sky had deepened into a bruised, burning purple, glowing like a coal at the hilltop, then fading up and outward into something softer and softer, lavender, and then nothing, until you hit the eastern sky, which had kept its own counsel entirely, a deep, settled blue with one star in it, solitary and rising, quiet as a secret. I walked the stone pavement for a while, just breathing. Then I smelled it. Cigar smoke, faint, distinctive, immediately recognizable in the way that certain things are immediately recognizable, because you've spent an embarrassing amount of time cataloging them without meaning to. I glanced toward the house. The library window was open exactly enough to matter. I turned and walked into the orchard instead. It was the best part of the grounds. Anyone with eyes could see that, tucked away and entirely itself, walled on one side and screened on the other by a beech avenue that made it feel like somewhere outside of time. Flowers, fruit trees, winding paths bordered by laurels, and at the bottom a giant horse chestnut with a bench circling its roots like the tree had grown that way on purpose, just to give someone somewhere to sit and feel things quietly. The sunk fence at the far end was its only border with the open fields beyond. I walked slowly. The dew was already falling. The honeysuckle was almost embarrassingly fragrant. I felt, not for the first time, that I could disappear into a place like this and never particularly mind. I was in the upper part of the orchard, drawn there by the moonlight, which had started to pool silver across the more open ground, when I stopped. Not because of a sound, not because I'd seen anything, because of a smell. The flowers had been doing their usual work all evening, sweet briar and jasmine and something rosy I couldn't name, but this was different. This was specific. This was a cigar, his cigar, and the fact that I knew the difference between Rochester's cigars and any hypothetical other cigar was a piece of self-knowledge I elected not to examine. I looked around. Trees heavy with fruit, the dark shapes of the laurel walk. Somewhere across the fields, a nightingale was causing a scene. I couldn't see him yet, but the scent was getting stronger, which meant I should leave. I would leave. I was, in fact, in the process of leaving. I moved toward the wicket gate that opened onto the shrubbery, taking careful steps on the grass instead of the gravel path, which, given that I'd grown up in environments that rewarded not being noticed, came naturally. And then there he was, coming through the gate. I stepped sideways into the shadow of the ivy. He'd just passed through, I reasoned. He'd take one turn around the garden, it was his garden, and then he'd go back in. I could stand perfectly still. I was, professionally, quite good at being overlooked. Except that Rochester, apparently, was not in any particular hurry. He moved through the orchard at the pace of a man with nothing pressing on his mind, pausing at the gooseberry bushes to examine fruit that had grown as large as plums, pulling a cherry from the wall and eating it with the casual authority of a man in his own orchard, which he was, to be fair, and crouching to look more closely at something among the flower beds. A moth, I realized, a large one, unusual, with wings patterned like something that had arrived from warmer latitudes and hadn't bothered apologizing for it. It had landed near his feet, and he was watching it with what I recognized as his genuine attention, which was different from his performed attention, and different still from the way he looked at things he found tedious, which involved a particular set of his jaw. Now, I thought, with the calm logic of someone who is absolutely panicking internally, he's got his back to me, he's occupied, I can simply walk out. I took the grass edging, slow and careful. He was 2 or 3 yards to my right. The moth had his complete focus. I would cross behind him. I would be through the wicket before he'd looked up. I crossed his shadow. The moon, still low, had stretched it long across the garden. "Jane," he said, without turning around. "Come and look at this." I stopped. He had not heard me. I was certain of it. He had not turned around. There was, as far as I could establish, no reasonable explanation for this. I stood there for a moment longer than was comfortable, and then, because there was nothing else to do, I walked over. "Look at his wings," Rochester said, still watching the moth. "Doesn't he remind you of something West Indian? You don't usually see a specimen this size in England or this bold." He straightened. "There, he's gone." The moth had indeed gone. I was in the process of going myself, taking what I hoped were subtle backward steps, when he followed me to the wicket and said, "Walk back. It's too good a night to waste sitting inside, and only someone with no romantic sensibility whatsoever would go to bed while the sunset and the moonrise are still negotiating." I could think of approximately no excuse. This was a known failing of mine. In ordinary circumstances, I was more than adequate at deflection. But in specific circumstances, the kind where I was standing in a moonlit orchard next to a man I was very deliberately not thinking about in certain ways, my facility with language abandoned me entirely, and I was left with the bare fact that I didn't want to go in either, which was precisely the problem. I followed him back along the laurel walk, constructing and discarding reasons I might plausibly need to leave, while he walked beside me looking entirely at ease, so untroubled by the whole situation that I felt suddenly ridiculous for being troubled by it. Whatever tension existed here, it was mine. He was simply a man enjoying his garden. "Thornfield is pleasant in summer, isn't it?" he said. "Yes, sir. You've grown attached to it, I think. You notice things. The light on the fields, the particular way the avenue looks at dusk." He paused. "You've got a gift for attachment, Jane." "I am attached to it," I said, "very much so. And to Adele I've noticed, even accounting for the fact that she can be relentless about her hair ribbons." I almost smiled. "In her defense, she has opinions." "She does." He was quiet for a moment. "And Mrs. Fairfax? I'm fond of her, yes. So it would pain you to leave them." The word leave registered the way sudden cold registers, not loudly but fully, settling into all the spaces it could find. "Yes," I said. He exhaled. That's the tragedy of comfort, he said, almost to himself. The moment you find a place that suits you, life taps you on the shoulder and says, right, time to go. I kept my voice even. Am I to go then? Am I leaving Thornfield? He didn't answer immediately. We walked a few more steps. Then, I believe you must, Jane. I'm sorry, I am, genuinely, but yes, I believe you must. The ground did not open up. I did not dissolve. I reminded myself, someone who had survived worse than this, and the thing to do was stand up straight and not embarrass myself. I'll be ready, I said, when you need me to go. The time is now. I'm afraid I have to say it tonight. I stopped walking. Then you're getting married. Exactly right. He looked almost impressed in a grim sort of way, as you've always known I would. Soon? Very soon. He started walking again, and I fell into step beside him. And I want to remind you, because I think credit is due, that it was you who said early on, in that frank way of yours that I've always respected even when it was being aimed directly at me, that if I were to marry, it would be best for everyone if you and Adele made yourselves scarce. Sensible, practical, very you. He paused. I've decided to take that advice. I see. Adele will go to school. And you, he glanced over at me, you'll want a new position. I'll write to the agencies immediately. No need, I've already been looking. He said it as though this were a kindness, and perhaps it was, and yet, there's a family in Ireland. Mrs. O'Gall of Bitternut Lodge in Connaught, 5 daughters in need of a governess. I think you'd manage them beautifully. I heard myself say, that's very far away, sir. A girl with your capabilities won't find the distance daunting. It isn't the distance exactly. It's the sea as well, between what? Between England and, I stopped, started again. Between me and everything you what, Jane? Between me and you, sir. I hadn't entirely meant to say it. It arrived in the air between us with the certainty of something that had been true for a long time and had finally run out of patience. And then I was crying. Not dramatically, I was, constitutionally, opposed to drama, but quietly, without being able to stop, the tears simply arriving as though they'd been waiting for permission. Ireland, Bitternut Lodge, an ocean between me and this orchard and this man and this specific quality of light through these specific trees. It's a long way, I said again, stupidly. I know it is, but when I get there, you'll never come. I know you won't. You've never once expressed enthusiasm for Ireland. I haven't, he agreed, so I won't see you again. My voice was admirably steady, all things considered. You've been, I gave up on that sentence. We've been good friends, haven't we? Yes, he said, we have. Then let's just, I pressed my lips together. Can we sit for a moment before we go in? He brought me to the bench beneath the horse chestnut without another word, the big, ancient, slightly ridiculous horse chestnut that had been here longer than either of us and would probably outlast everyone, and we sat, and above us the stars were beginning their business with the complete indifference of stars everywhere. It's a long way to send a friend, he said quietly. I said nothing. My heart was doing something I was choosing not to name. Jane. His voice was different now, careful, like he was handling something he wasn't sure of. Do you ever feel, this is going to sound strange, do you feel as though there's something between us, not a circumstance or a coincidence, something more structural than that? He paused. I feel sometimes as though there's a cord tied somewhere in my chest and the other end of it is, he stopped, looked at me sideways. Somewhere in the corresponding vicinity of you. The nightingale was singing. I was crying harder than I would have liked. If you went to Ireland, he said, if 200 miles of land and the Irish Sea came between us, I think I'd feel it tear. He turned to look at me fully. And you'd forget me entirely, which I find I can't be reasonable about. I would not, my voice broke. You know I couldn't finish. The nightingale was still at it. I stopped trying to hold any of it in. What was the point? The grief was too large, and the love, the fact of it, the sheer unmanageable fact of it, was larger still, and it had been patient with me for long enough. I don't want to leave Thornfield, I said. I love it here. I love it because I've been alive here, actually alive, not just existing quietly in a corner somewhere trying not to take up too much space. I've been treated as though my thoughts were worth having. I've talked to someone. I looked at him, because he deserved to be looked at while I said this. I've talked to you, Mr. Rochester, face to face, actually, as though we were the same kind of creature, and the thought of leaving that, The thought of leaving you, my throat closed. It feels like being told I have to die. He was very still. Where do you see the necessity? He said, and his voice had changed entirely. You put it there. Miss Ingram? Miss Ingram. He said her name flatly like he was setting something down he'd been carrying out of obligation. Is not my bride. But she, Jane. He turned to face me fully. I don't have a bride. I don't want a bride. I want. He stopped, started again. I want you to stay. You told me tonight that I had to go. I was an idiot tonight. You're to be married. I am not. He cut himself off, exhaled. I am not marrying Blanche Ingram. I need you to hear that clearly. I never was. I let you believe it because... His jaw tightened. It doesn't matter why. I was wrong, and I'm telling you now, there is no engagement. There will not be. The air in the orchard was very still. I don't believe you, I said. I know you don't. I think you're being kind, or... I am not being kind, Jane. I am never kind when I can avoid it, and you know that better than anyone. The ghost of something crossed his face. Miss Ingram cares for my income. I know this because I invented a rumor that I'd lost most of my fortune, and her regard for me cooled with remarkable efficiency. She was never... He stopped, looked at me with an expression I had no category for. She was never you. I'm not. I couldn't breathe quite properly. I don't have anything, Mr. Rochester. I have no connections, no money. I'm not beautiful or accomplished, or... I know what you are, he said. Then you know there's no reason, Jane. He took my hands and the world went rather quiet. I love you. I love you entirely, specifically, and with what I suspect is the better part of my character, which is saying something as there isn't much of it. I would like very much if you would consent to marry me. I looked at him. You're serious, I said. Agonizingly. You actually? Yes. And this isn't, you're not doing this out of some misguided sense of, Jane. His voice was rough and warm and wrecked. Please say yes, I'm not built for suspense. Let me look at you properly. I turned him toward the moonlight, caught his face in it, read the lines of it, the agitation and the flushing and the particular brightness in his eyes that I had learned, against my better judgment, to translate. You're suffering, I said. Tremendously, you're torturing me. I'm only looking. You're looking like that, which is worse. He pressed my hands between his. Jane, please. Are you in earnest? I asked. Do you love me? Do you actually want me to be your wife? I swear it on everything I have. The nightingale was still singing, somewhere in the dark across the fields, completely uninterested in whether I answered or not. Then yes, I said. Yes, Edward. His name felt strange and true in my mouth. Yes. He pulled me into him. He kissed me like I was something he'd been afraid he was going to lose, which I supposed he had been, and I understood that feeling with my whole body. Happy? He asked, against my hair. Extraordinarily, I said. Are you sure? You can tell me again. I'm sure. I was almost laughing. Are you? Incomparably. We sat there under the horse-chestnut for a long time, long past when we should have gone in, the stars fully committed to their evening above us, Rochester asking every few minutes whether I was happy and me telling him yes, yes, still yes, until the words started to feel like something that had always been there, just waiting for permission. And then the wind arrived without any particular warning. Not a polite evening breeze. A gust with intentions, tearing through the laurel walk, making the chestnut creak above us in a way that sounded personal. We should go in, he said, looking up. And I could have stayed here until morning, I thought, but did not say, because the sky cracked open with white light before I could manage it, and then a sound like something enormous being split, sharp and close and percussive, and I pressed my face against his shoulder and chose not to apologize for it. The rain came all at once, the way serious rain does, with full commitment. He pulled me up and we ran through the garden, along the path, up to the house, arriving at the threshold breathless and soaked through, which I found I could not bring myself to mind in the slightest. In the entrance hall, he was pulling my shawl from my shoulders, working at the damp knot of my hair, when I heard a small sound and looked up. Mrs. Fairfax stood in the doorway of her sitting room. She was pale, she was very still. Her expression was doing something complicated and unresolved. Hasten and get those wet things off, Rochester was saying to me, not having noticed her yet. And before you do, he kissed me, then again, then once more, because apparently that was the evening we were having. "Good night, my darling." I looked up. Mrs. Fairfax was still there, pale, grave, and thoroughly bewildered. I smiled at her. I couldn't help it, and went upstairs. That conversation can wait until morning, I thought, and felt only a small, fond pang about it, the kind you can afford to feel when joy is taking up most of the available space. The storm that followed was genuinely spectacular. 2 hours of lightning and thunder and rain that hit the windows with the intensity of something with a grievance. Rochester knocked on my door 3 times across the course of it. "Just checking. Are you all right, Jane? Just making sure." And the tenderness of that, the sheer mundane fact of being looked after, was almost more than the grand declarations had been. I slept eventually, warm and dry and entirely altered. In the morning, Adele arrived at a run, still in her nightgown, eyes wide with the particular delight of natural disaster survived from a safe distance. She grabbed my hands and pulled me to the window. The great horse chestnut at the bottom of the orchard, the ancient, enormous one with the bench around its roots where I had said yes and meant it with everything I had been struck in the night. It stood split in 2, half of it lay on the ground. I stood at the window for a long moment looking at it. "Isn't it dreadful?" Adele said happily. "Yes," I said, but I was smiling. Chapter 26. Morning after everything. The morning after felt like something borrowed from a dream someone else was having. I needed to see him again before I could trust any of it, needed to hear him say it twice, in daylight, with his eyes open and mine too. I stood at the mirror doing my hair and noticed something unsettling. I looked nice. Not transformed, not suddenly some other woman, but nice. Like something in my face had finally decided to participate. There was color in my cheeks and a brightness in my eyes that hadn't been there the day before, and I thought, well, there you have it. I'd spent years being careful not to look at him too directly, convinced my face would somehow offend him, that he'd find it wanting and I'd see him realize it in real time. But this morning, I met my own reflection without flinching. I pulled on a simple pale summer dress, clean, light, nothing remarkable, and felt more beautiful in it than I'd ever felt in anything. Which was absurd, which was completely absurd. And yet, the June morning outside was outrageously on the nose about the whole thing. Last night's storm had scrubbed the world clean, and the garden was doing that particular thing where every leaf catches the light at the exact right angle, like nature had hired a cinematographer. Of course it had. Of course the sky was flawless and the air smelled like rain-washed grass and something flowering just out of sight. I passed a woman and her small boy on the walk, both of them thin and pale, coats worn through at the elbows, and stopped to press every coin I had in my pocket into her hand. 3 shillings, maybe 4. She looked startled. I was startled too, honestly. But it felt imperative that the whole world share in this somehow, even a little, even by accident. The rooks were carrying on in the elms, the smaller birds were even worse. Nothing, I thought, was as embarrassingly joyful as my own heart. Then I looked up and saw Mrs. Fairfax at the parlor window, watching me with an expression that could only be described as grim, and the joy dimmed by precisely 1 degree. "Miss Eyre," she said when she opened the window. "Breakfast." 2 words, the temperature of February. I sat through the meal in a kind of polite agony. She was quiet in a way that had weight to it, careful in a way that meant she was choosing not to say things, and I couldn't explain myself, not yet, not without him there. So I ate what I could, smiled where it seemed called for, and escaped upstairs the moment it was remotely decent to do so. Adele was in the corridor outside the schoolroom, already in her coat. "Where are you going?" I said. "It's time for lessons." "Mr. Rochester sent me to the nursery." She said it with the particular dignity of a child who has been mildly inconvenienced and found it interesting. "Where is he?" She pointed. I went in. He was standing at the window with his back to the door, and then he turned, and the whole elaborate architecture of my calm dissolved instantly. "Come and say good morning," he said. I crossed the room, and what I received was not the polite nod of an employer or even the careful handshake of a man being appropriate about a delicate situation. He pulled me in and held me there, and kissed me, and it was so completely natural, so easy in the way that things are easy when they've always been true, that I thought, oh, this is what it's supposed to feel like. Jane, he said when he finally let me go enough to look at me. You look, he tilted his head. Are you glowing? I'm standing in front of a window. That's not what that is. His smile was slow and private. My pale little ghost, my sparrow. Look at you, dimples, Jane, you have dimples. Have you always had dimples? I've always had a face, I said. The dimples come with it. Your eyes are hazel. They're green. They're whatever they are, they're extraordinary. You're being ridiculous. I'm being accurate. He took my hand. Jane Eyre, he said. Yes, soon to be Jane Rochester. He said it like he was tasting it. 4 weeks, Janet, not a day more. The name landed somewhere in my chest and detonated quietly. Jane Rochester. I felt the blood leave my face, then rush back to it. You're doing that thing again, he said, watching me, where you go white and then red. What is that? The name. I shook my head. It doesn't feel real yet. Jane Rochester sounds like someone else. Young Mrs. Rochester, he said, which was arguably worse. Fairfax Rochesters? Please, I said. Please stop. It sounds like a fairy tale, and I don't live in a fairy tale. People like me don't get this. That's just a fact. It's not pessimism. I'm not being dramatic. You're being extremely dramatic. I'm being statistically accurate. He laughed, and something in me loosened. I will make it real, he said. I've written to my banker in London this morning. There are jewels, old family pieces, held in trust. I mean to, no. Jane? Absolutely not. I stepped back. I don't want jewels. The sentence jewels for Jane Eyre sounds like the setup to a joke I'm not in on. It sounds wrong. It sounds like you're confusing me with someone else. I'm not confusing you with anyone, he said, and his voice had dropped into a register that I was still learning to navigate, warm and certain in a way that made it very hard to think clearly. I intend to put a diamond chain here. He touched the base of my throat lightly, and something here, my wrist, and I will make the whole world look at you and know what you are to me. And what I am to you currently is your governess, I said. A very ordinary governess in a very ordinary dress, and I'd like to stay that way, if it's all the same to you. Putting diamonds on me would be like, it'd be like gluing a gold frame to a grocery list. The frame doesn't improve the grocery list. It just looks confused. Something flickered in his expression, amusement mostly, and something warmer underneath it. He crossed his arms. You are not a grocery list. You are absolutely trying to flatter me right now, and I'm asking you to stop. I'm trying to dress you into something I'm not, into something you are. I am a Quaker governess, I said pleasantly. More or less, a plain Quaker governess. If you put me in satin, you'll have produced a very unhappy woman at considerable personal expense. I'll put you in satin and lace, he said, with the energy of someone proposing something wonderful, and there will be roses. There will be nothing of the sort. If you put me in all of that and then stood me next to you, we would look like a production that had run out of budget on one costume and spent everything on the other. I would look like an ape in a ball gown, and you would still look like you, and the contrast would be mortifying for everyone involved. I paused. Also, I'm not calling you handsome. I want that noted. He stared at me. You're not. No, you just said you love me. I do, dearly, far too dearly to flatter you about it. I met his eyes. Don't flatter me either, I mean it. He was quiet for a moment, studying me with an expression I couldn't quite parse, something caught between exasperation and something that looked embarrassingly like adoration, and then he said, This morning we're going to Millcote. You need dresses. I have dresses. Other dresses, better dresses. He raised a hand before I could object. We are to be married in 4 weeks, Jane, quietly in the church at the foot of the grounds, and then I am taking you to London, and from London to France, and from France further still. Italy, Paris, I want to show you everything. I stopped. Something very quiet happened in my chest. Travel, I said slowly. With you? Florence, Venice, Naples. Everywhere I went 10 years ago half wild with misery, I want to go back now with you. His voice had changed entirely, no performance in it, nothing performed at all, just a man saying a true thing. I burned through Europe once like I was trying to outrun something. I want to walk back through all of it slowly, with you next to me, and have it mean something different. I'm not an angel, I said, because it needed saying. I won't be your redemption or your salvation or whatever it is you're implying when you look at me like that. I'm a person. You're my person. I'm a person. There's a difference. Expect accordingly. What should I expect then? I considered this. A few good months, I said, while the novelty holds. And then I'll become annoying, as people do, and you'll become difficult, as you already are, and we'll have to actually like each other instead of just this. I gestured vaguely at the general atmosphere between us, which was doing a lot. I don't expect the ardor to last, statistically. I've read too many books written by men. Have you? The general consensus seems to be that a husband's enthusiasm expires somewhere around month 6. The general consensus, he said, stepping toward me, was made by men who had never met you. I laughed before I could stop myself, which he noticed, obviously. I conquered you, I said. Completely, he said, without a trace of shame. You have no idea how thoroughly. He picked up my hand and did something infuriating with it, turned it over, studied the back of it as if it were worth studying. I feel you do it and I can't, it's not like anything else. You give a little and I feel it everywhere, and the worst part is you know exactly what you're doing. I'm not doing anything. You're smiling right now. I'm thinking of Samson, I said. He blinked. I beg your pardon. And Hercules. I managed to keep most of the smile contained. Just the general theme of very strong men brought low by women considerably smaller than them, academically interesting. He said my name in a tone that conveyed several things at once. You're not thinking very clearly, I told him kindly. Though in your defense, neither were they. I'm told it's temporary. Jane, I do have a question, actually, I said, if you're ready to stop being dramatic. I'm being. The Miss Ingram situation, I said, and watched his expression shift. I'd like an explanation. He went quiet, ran a hand over his jaw, had the grace at least to look slightly caught. I thought so, I said. I may have, he started. You performed an entire courtship in front of me, I said. For weeks. I want to know why. Because, he said, and then stopped. Go on. Because I was, another pause. He looked briefly like he was weighing the dignity cost. Because I was already gone, Jane. Entirely. And you were completely unbothered, and it was maddening, and I thought if I could make you. He stopped again. Jealous, he finished, with the tone of someone confessing to a minor felony. I stared at him. I am, I said slowly, the smallest amount of impressed with you right now. I know, that is one of the pettiest things I have ever heard. I'm aware. What about her feelings? Her feelings, as it turns out, were primarily about my income, he said, with a wryness that didn't quite conceal something older underneath it. The rumor of my insolvency cleared things up between us very efficiently. I stopped. That's bleak. It is. It doesn't excuse your behavior. No, you have the principles of someone who was raised by circumstance and never properly corrected. Also accurate. I looked at him for a moment, this infuriating, improbable man, and then I turned my lips to the hand still loosely holding mine and pressed them there quickly before I could think better of it. Ask me something, he said quietly. Anything. I want to give you something real. Tell Mrs. Fairfax, I said. She saw us last night, and she is currently sitting in the parlor in a state of dignified distress, and it's paining me. She's a good woman, and she thinks I've done something foolish, and I can't bear her thinking it. He pulled back just enough to look at me. Something in his face softened. Go put your bonnet on, he said. I'll speak to her before we leave. I went upstairs. He went to Mrs. Fairfax. When I came back down, the door to her parlor was just swinging shut, and I hesitated only a moment before I stepped inside. She was sitting at her table, Bible open in front of her, spectacles resting on the page, though she wasn't reading. She was staring at the far wall with the particular expression of a person trying to rearrange a world that has just been rearranged for them without their permission. When she saw me, she tried to smile. The smile didn't quite make it. Miss Eyre, she said. I don't quite. She pressed her hands flat on the table. I'm not dreaming, am I? He told me he actually said. He said the same to me, I said gently. Last night, and again this morning. She stopped, started again. He means to marry you. He does. She looked at me with the careful, helpless bewilderment of a woman who has lived long enough to know that the world occasionally does things that can't be explained, and isn't sure whether to feel relieved or more worried on that account. I can't make it add up, she said, finally, in a voice that was almost apologetic. I don't say it to wound you. You're a fine young woman, and much improved lately. Anyone would say so. But he's proud, the Rochesters have always been proud, and there are 20 years between you, and— He is nothing like my father, I said before I could help it. No, I suppose not. She looked at her hands. It's only gentlemen in his position don't generally, and you're so young, Miss Eyre, and I wonder whether— She hesitated. I wonder whether it is truly what it appears to be. The words landed somewhere tender. Am I so impossible to love? Then, I asked. I kept my voice steady, which took more effort than it should have. No, she said it quickly, and I believed her. No, that isn't you're not impossible, Miss Eyre. It's only that you deserve to go in clearly, with your eyes open. Men in his, he in particular has— She stopped, and I could see her choosing between honesty and kindness, trying to find the place where they overlapped. I only want you to be careful. I'm always careful, I said, which was true, which had in fact been the problem for most of my life. She pressed her lips together. The sentence she'd started died unfinished. Adele saved me, barreling in from the hallway with the single-minded energy of a child who has just heard the word millcoat and developed strong feelings about it. Mademoiselle, let me come, tell him to let me come. I'll ask, I said, and took her hand, and was grateful for the excuse to move. Mr. Rochester was pacing the front drive when we got outside, Pilot orbiting him in patient loops. Can Adele come? I asked. No, he said, not looking up. I think she should. She'll be in the way. She'll keep us from— I searched for the diplomatic phrasing— from being intense about things. He did look up then, at me specifically in a way that was more than a little pointed. I like being intense about things. I know, that's why I'm asking you to bring the child. He made a noise that was not quite words. The chill of Mrs. Fairfax's warnings was still sitting somewhere under my ribs, and something in me felt smaller than it had 20 minutes ago, less sure of its own grip, less certain of the ground underfoot. I was almost already reaching for the door handle to hand myself in without pushing further. Old habit, old reflex, don't ask for too much, don't take up too much space. When he turned to look at my face properly, he stopped pacing. What's happened? He said, not a question. Nothing. The sun went out. What happened? I looked away. Mrs. Fairfax has concerns. He was quiet for a moment, then— I'll speak to her more thoroughly later. He turned toward the house. Adele, get your coat. She appeared in approximately 4 seconds, which suggested she had been waiting very close to the door. The three of us settled into the carriage. Adele immediately squashing herself into the corner farthest from him, regarding him with the wary respect one gives a large dog of uncertain mood. And then, as we cleared the gates and the road opened up before us, still fresh and gleaming from the night's rain, she crept sideways until she was pressed against my arm instead. He watched this maneuver with a dry expression and then handed her across to me without ceremony. Here, lapdog. Monsieur, she said with great dignity. He settled back and looked out the window. I told her, he said conversationally, that I am taking you to the moon. Did you? To an alabaster cave. He tilted his head toward the road. There's manna on the hillsides there, apparently. I'm told it keeps. Adele, against my arm, made the noise of a child who has heard this speech before and found it geographically suspect. She can't go, he said seriously. No roads. Also no air, said Adele. The moon has air. None. French skepticism, he said, with something approaching genuine affection. Entirely uncalled for. I laughed. He looked at me, and for a moment it was very simple. Just the morning light, and the road, and his eyes, and then Adele said something emphatic about the structural problems with living inside a volcano, and the moment passed, but it left something warm behind. Millcoat was less simple. He installed me in a silk warehouse with the energy of a man who has decided something and intends to see it through regardless of my opinions on the matter, and I immediately began the quiet, determined work of dismantling his plans. He wanted amethyst. He wanted pink satin. He wanted me draped in colors that would announce me from a distance. You might as well, I said, at a low volume designed not to draw the attention of the shopkeeper. Buy me a gold gown and a silver hat. I'd sooner wear my curtains. The pink, no, the amethyst is exactly. It is exactly the color of a woman who is not me trying very hard to be noticed. I picked up a bolt of black satin, plain and quiet. That's a funeral. This, I said, picking up the pearl gray beside it, or nothing. He looked at them, looked at me, looked back at the amethyst with the expression of a man who has lost something he can't quite name. You'd be like a pardera in that amethyst, Jane. A what? A garden in full bloom. I know what a pardera is, I'm questioning the metaphor. I pressed the gray silk into his hands. I want to look like myself. A better version of myself, perhaps, in better fabric, but myself, not a painting of someone else. He surrendered, eventually. I considered this a significant victory. The jeweler's was worse, he kept picking things up, but I got us out of there with the loss of only a minimum of dignity and no permanent damage to my principles, and by the time we were back in the carriage, I had slumped against the seat with the mild exhaustion of someone who has been arguing pleasantly for 2 hours. And then, in the quiet, it came back to me. My uncle's letter. The one to Mrs. Reed. His intention to make me his heir. I looked out the window at the green hedgerows slipping past and thought, if I had anything of my own, even something small, even enough to buy my own dresses, to not feel the particular discomfort of being dressed and adorned by someone else's money, to not feel. And this was the thing, this was the real shape of the feeling I'd been avoiding all morning, purchased. I would write to Madeira today. I would tell my Uncle John that I was to be married, and to whom, and I would ask for whatever small piece of independence he might be able to offer, and I would feel better. The decision settled something. I looked back at him. He was watching me with that look, the half-possessive, half-helpless look, the one that felt like a claim and a question at the same time, and I thought of saline varins, the diamonds, the cashmeres, and felt something firm up in my chest. "Stop looking at me like that," I said. "Like what?" "Like I'm something you've acquired." I kept my voice pleasant. "I'll wear my old Lowood dresses for the entire engagement if you do it again. I'll be married in this exact gingham. You can make yourself a dressing gown out of the pearl gray." He laughed, a real one, full and surprised, and said something about not exchanging me for entire populations of more decorative women, which I chose not to dignify with a response. "I'll still be your governess," I said. "For the next 4 weeks. I'll still give lessons and earn my £30 and stay out of your way during the day, and you can summon me in the evenings if you like. I want to come to you as a person, not as a dependent. You are the single most. I want only one thing from you," I said. "Your regard, real regard, and I'll give you mine in return and we'll call it even." He stared at me. "That's all you want," he said slowly. "That's all I want." A long silence. "I've never met anyone like you in my life," he said. "Good," I said. "Variety is important." He summoned me after dinner, as promised. The room was warm and low-lit, the last of the summer evening pressing blue against the windows, and I had come prepared. I sat down at the piano and played 3 deliberately uncertain bars until he appeared behind me and said I was a catastrophe, and took over the bench entirely, nudging me aside with the absolute lack of ceremony of a man who had decided we were past politeness. I retreated to the window seat with quiet satisfaction. He played, and then, almost absently, began to sing, not performing, just singing, as if the room were empty and he was the only one in it, some private thing rising into sound. His voice in that register did something to the air of the room. Something to me, if I'm being honest, which I am, privately, to myself. I looked out at the dark shapes of the trees and thought, this is dangerous. Not him, not exactly. Just this. The way it had taken hold without me noticing, the way the whole elaborate, careful architecture of my independence seemed to reorganize itself around him when I wasn't paying attention. The way I could feel, sitting 6 feet from him in the blue evening, the exact pull of something I'd never thought I'd have. He rose when he finished. He came toward me, and his face was all alight in the low lamplight. The good version of him, the version that made it almost too easy to forget the difficult ones. And I felt myself beginning to go liquid at the edges, the careful ironic armor softening exactly as planned it would not. And so I straightened, picked up my tongue like a weapon, and said, "So who exactly are you planning to marry now?" In the song, I mean. Dying together sounds very romantic, but I want you to know I have no intention of dying with you on any sort of schedule. He stopped. The light in his face shifted. Jane, I'm serious. I'll die when I die. I'm not doing it as a gesture. I looked up at him. I like living. I've only just started doing it properly. He said I was a hard little thing. I know, I said cheerfully. He said any other woman would have been moved. I'm moved, I said. I'm simply also extremely alive, and I intend to stay that way. He fretted. He paced. He ended up at the far end of the room making the face of a man who has been denied something specific and is recalibrating. I watched him with deep, private, somewhat shameful fondness. I like you more than I can say, I thought. And that is precisely why I will not let you turn me into someone soft and pliant who bends in whatever direction you're blowing. You don't actually want that. You want this. The friction, the pushback, the person who looks straight at you and doesn't flinch. You know you do, I know you do. And if I love you enough to want to keep you, I'd better keep being someone worth keeping. Good night, I said when the clock reached 9. Jane? Good night, sir. I slipped out before he could recover and went upstairs and lay in the dark and smiled at the ceiling like an idiot for a long time. And every evening after that, he sent for me. And every evening I came, and we argued and laughed, and I pricked him exactly enough to keep him interested and not quite enough to do real damage, and he called me a sprite and a changeling and provoking little and left sentences unfinished in ways I didn't examine too closely. Mrs. Fairfax, watching, stopped looking worried. The month passed, and I kept my balance and sharpened my tongue and laughed in private, and loved him more each day with a depth that frightened me, the kind that doesn't announce itself but simply builds, quietly, like water behind a wall, until one day you understand that the wall was never going to hold it. He had become my whole world, more than that, almost my whole horizon, and I tried not to think about how completely that terrified me. Chapter 27. The night before everything the trunks were packed. Locked, strapped, lined up against the wall of my room like soldiers waiting for orders they hadn't questioned yet. Tomorrow at this hour they'd be halfway to London. And so would I, or rather, not I exactly. Some other woman. Jane Rochester. I couldn't quite make her real yet. The address cards were still in the drawer. 4 small squares of ivory paper, each one in Edward's handwriting, Mrs. Rochester, Hotel, London, precise and unhesitating, because of course he didn't doubt it for a second. Of course he didn't. I'd pick them up twice today and put them back down both times. It felt presumptuous somehow, like setting a place at the table for a guest who hadn't been born yet, because she hadn't. Mrs. Rochester didn't exist. She'd come into the world sometime tomorrow, after 8 in the morning, in a church with cold stone floors and the smell of old wood and prayer. I was willing to wait until then before I handed her my whole life. I closed the wardrobe door without looking at what was inside it. I already knew, the wedding dress. The veil, that absurd, extravagant Edward veil, shipped up from London because I'd refused the jewels and he'd found another way to be impossible about it. In the dark, through the crack of the door, the white fabric had a way of glowing that I didn't love, luminous and strange, a little like something haunted. I'll leave you alone, I said to the dress. Out loud, to a dress. I was not doing well. The grounds at night were less unsettling than my own bedroom, which tells you something about the state of things. The wind had been building all day, south wind, strong and purposeful, the kind that doesn't bother with rain, just moves the world around to remind you it can. It hadn't let up at sundown. If anything, it had gotten louder, more insistent, bending the trees in one long continuous lean northward like they were all listening to the same distant thing. I ran a little. I'm not embarrassed about it. The wind helped, took some of the pressure off my chest, scattered my thoughts into something more bearable. There's a particular mercy in whether that's bigger than you are. I found myself at the chestnut tree without quite meaning to. It had been struck by lightning a few nights ago, split clean down the middle, the two halves wrenched apart and then held somehow by the roots. Still one tree, technically, still standing, but the inside was all ruin, the pale heartwood exposed and scorched, the gap between the halves wide enough to put your arm through. I stood there longer than made sense. "Good for you," I said quietly to the tree, "for holding on." The moon appeared in the gap between the two halves just for a moment, rust-red and half-hidden by cloud, and she looked, I thought, as baffled as I felt. Then the clouds swallowed her again and the wind picked back up, and I walked away quickly because I was standing in a garden talking to trees, and the moon and I needed to go do something useful with my hands. I gathered apples. There were dozens of them in the grass under the trees, windfalls, some ripe and sweet-smelling, some still hard, and I sorted them by instinct, the useful work my mother's daughter in me always reaches for when my mind won't quiet. Then I went inside and checked the library fire lit, burning well, because someone in this house understood Edward, arranged his armchair, set the table, pulled the curtains against the dark. By 10 o'clock, I couldn't stay inside anymore. I went to the gate, stood in the lane with the wind in my hair, and squinted into the darkness in both directions, which was ridiculous, and I knew it. The road was empty. Just pale gravel and moving cloud shadows and the sound of trees arguing with the weather. A tear surprised me, quick and embarrassing, the kind that arrives before you've given it permission. I wiped it away fast. Come home, I thought, which was the whole of it, really. Come home, because I have something to tell you and I can't carry it alone much longer. He'd been gone since yesterday morning. Business, something about farms, tenants, paperwork that had to be settled before he could leave England. Practical Edward, sorting out the logistics of his life with the same focused energy he brought to everything. I'd expected him by tea time, then by dark. Now it was past 10, the rain had started, and I was standing in a lane getting steadily soaked, which was not the version of the night before my wedding I had imagined. Something had happened last night, something I hadn't told anyone, something I was still not entirely sure how to explain, even to myself. I started walking. I heard him before I saw him, the sound of hooves at a gallop, and then Pilot materializing out of the dark like a gray ghost, and then Edward himself on Messer, taking the curve of the lane at a speed that would have alarmed me any other night. The moon chose that moment to open a gap in the clouds, obliging and theatrical, and threw a wash of watery light across the road. He saw me, pulled his hat off and waved it in a wide arc, showing off, because he always was, and I was running before I'd decided to run. There. He leaned from the saddle, hand extended, something delighted and insufferable in his voice. "You can't do without me. It's obvious. Give me your hands, step up." He pulled me up in front of him in a single motion, and I let him, because my arms went around him before I could be dignified about it, and the relief of it, just the solid, real here of him, was almost embarrassing in its intensity. He kissed me soundly, and then leaned back to look at me with that expression that always made me feel simultaneously seen and outwitted. "You're soaked," he said. "You're absolutely soaked. Pull the cloak around, Jane, you're feverish, your face is burning. What's happened?" "Nothing's happened. You came out in the dark and the rain to meet me. I couldn't wait. Something's happened." "I couldn't wait," I said. "There's a difference." He studied me in the moonlight for a moment, long enough that I looked away. "All right," he said finally, his voice gentler. "Tell me when you're ready." The library was warm. He'd come in behind me, handed off the horse to John, and followed me through the hall with the easy authority of a man who owns all the rooms, which he does, which still occasionally startled me into remembering the full strangeness of my situation. He ate supper. I sat across from him and watched the fire. "You're not eating," he said. "I'm not hungry. Is it the journey, the London part?" He reached across the table toward me. "Because I can promise you that London, whatever you're imagining, is not. It's not that." I looked up. "Nothing feels real tonight, that's all. You sit there looking entirely solid and I keep thinking you might be a dream." He held his hand out across the table, palm up. "Test the hypothesis." I put my hand in his. Warm. Calloused in the places his hands were always calloused. Completely real. "Still a dream," I said. He laughed, that low laugh he mostly kept for me, and I felt some of the tightness in my chest ease by a fraction. We moved to the fireside. I took the low chair near his knee, which had become, over the course of the strange, wonderful months that had led to this night, its own kind of habit. The clock struck midnight, and I counted the chimes and thought about how in 8 hours I would be a married woman, and that woman was still not quite comprehensible to me. "Are you happy?" I asked. Happy. He said it like he was tasting it. Not calm, exactly, but happy, yes, down to the bone. He looked at me. I want this night to last forever, I said honestly, which I know doesn't answer the question. Jane, he touched my face lightly. What are you frightened of? I'll tell you. I shifted, straightened. You were away last night and something happened. I need to tell you about it and I need you to take it seriously. Something moved across his face, guarded for just a moment. Of course. Yesterday was fine, I said. That's important. Yesterday I was happy, busy, and excited and not afraid of anything. I thought about the life ahead of us and it felt like opening a door into a larger room. I don't have the anxious bride jitters about the marriage itself. I want you to understand that. I love you. I love you and I want to marry you and none of that is complicated. I know, he said quietly. I know you do. Sophie brought up the wedding dress in the late afternoon, and in the box with it was the veil, your absurd, extravagant, London-ordered veil, which I had specifically not asked for, and which you sent anyway because you apparently cannot help yourself. I recall the veil fondly. I was going to tease you about it, I said. That was my whole plan. Bring you the plain square of blonde I'd made myself and watch your face when I told you it was perfectly good enough. I had the whole speech drafted. Your reaction was going to be wonderful. I would have risen to the occasion. Obviously, the point is I was happy when I found it. I wasn't afraid, not yet. He was very still. The wind came up at dark, I said, and something about it was different. Not wild the way it is tonight, more like something trying to get in. I came in here and the empty chair bothered me more than I expected. I missed you. I said it simply because it was simple. I went to bed and couldn't sleep and there was a sound. I thought it was a dog, far away, and eventually I slept. And I dreamed. I told him the dreams. Both of them, the dark road and the child in my arms, the rain and the distance growing between us no matter how I ran. And then the second dream, the one where Thornfield was a ruin and I was climbing a crumbling wall to catch one last glimpse of him receding to a speck on a far road. And then the fall, and then the waking. Jane, he said when I paused, his voice was careful. That sounds like a mind that's been wound too tight. You've been planning a wedding. You're allowed to have anxious dreams. I know, I told myself that. That's almost exactly what I told myself when I woke up. I held his gaze. And then I realized the room wasn't dark. He went very still. I thought it was morning, but it wasn't daylight, it was candlelight. Someone was in my room. I felt the moment the ease left him, a subtle shift, a bracing. I called for Sophie, I said. No one answered. A figure came out of the wardrobe, tall, with long dark hair, wearing something white. She took the candle and held it up to look at the wedding dress. I called again. She didn't speak. Jane, it wasn't Sophie. It wasn't Lee. It wasn't Mrs. Fairfax. It wasn't anyone I had ever seen before in this house. It must have been. It wasn't Grace Poole. I said it quietly and watched his face. I know what you're going to say. I know that's the logical answer. But I know what I saw, Edward. She was someone I had never seen. Tall, large, with a face. I stopped. Took a breath. I don't scare easily. You know I don't. What I saw frightened me in a way I don't have words for. Purple dark complexion. Eyes red at the edges. She looked at me like she wanted to consume me. Ghosts are supposed to be pale, he said. His voice was doing something controlled. Careful. She didn't look like a ghost. She looked like rage. Silence. She found the veil, I said, put it on herself and looked in the mirror, then she tore it, both halves floor, stepped on them, went to the window, came to my bedside. I paused. She put the candle in my face and blew it out and I lost consciousness. When I came to, it was full morning and I was alone. He pulled me into his arms before I'd finished the last sentence, quick and hard, his cheek against my hair, breath coming faster than usual. Thank God, he said, low and fierce. Thank God it was only the veil. If she had, he stopped, held me tighter. Thank God. I waited. After a moment, he drew back and looked at me, and in his eyes there was something that I recognized after all these months, as the specific expression he wore when he was about to construct a plausible story. It was Grace Poole, he said. I know you don't believe that, but the dark, the fear, the fever, all of it distorted what you were seeing. Her face, her size. The mind does extraordinary things half asleep and frightened. The veil, I said. The tearing is exactly like her, unfortunately. You're not going to tell me more than that. He held my gaze for a long moment. Something honest and pained moved through his face. Not tonight. When? When we've been married a year and a day, I promise you. He took my hands. Jane, I will tell you everything, I swear it, but not tonight. I looked at him, this man I loved past all sensible proportion, this man with secrets he wore like weather, this man who would pull me up onto his horse in the rain and hold me like something precious and still not be able to give me all of the truth. I understood him. I did not fully trust the understanding. All right, I said at last. A year and a day. Something moved across his face that might have been relief or gratitude or both. He lifted the curtain by the window and the sky beyond it had shifted while we sat here, clouds pulling east in long silvered columns, the moon finally clear and steady. Look at that, he said. The storm's breaking. So it is. How are you? He turned back to me. Searching, in that particular Edward way. The night is calmer, I said. And so am I. I did not sleep. He sent me to Adele's room with instructions to lock the door and wake Sophie and be at breakfast by 8, and I did all of these things in the practical, task-completing way I'd been managing tasks all evening. Adele was warm and entirely unbothered by the world, the way only small children can be, and I lay next to her with my eyes open and watched the dark thin out toward dawn. She was my past, I thought. 7 years of learning to take up exactly the right amount of space and not 1 inch more. Learning to be useful and grateful and very, very careful with wanting things. And he, Edward, impossible and beloved, waiting on the other side of a morning I still couldn't quite believe in, he was whatever came next. I watched the light come. When the sun was properly up, I slipped out of the narrow bed and Adele reached for me in her sleep, her small hands finding my sleeve. I stayed another minute, pressed a kiss to her hair. Then I cried, quietly, briefly, for reasons I didn't fully understand, the weight of a self about to become something new, maybe, or the strange bittersweetness of walking away from anything, even the hard years, even the small life, or maybe just the ordinary terror of wanting something this much. Then I got up, got dressed, went to meet the day. Chapter 28. Veiled and rushing the veil was the last thing. Sophie had been fussing with it for what felt like an embarrassingly long time, pinning the plain square of blonde lace to my hair with the focused intensity of someone diffusing something explosive, and I'd finally slipped out from under her hands before she could finish whatever she was saying about my posture. "Stop," she said, in French, with the particular exasperation of someone who has told me to stop doing something 17 times. "Look at yourself, you haven't even looked." So I turned, and there she was in the glass, this robed, veiled stranger wearing my face, a woman I didn't quite recognize, a woman who was, apparently, about to get married. "Jane," his voice, I went. Edward was waiting at the foot of the stairs, and the look on his face when he saw me, I felt it like a hand pressed flat against my sternum. "You absolute lingerer," he said. "I've been standing here slowly losing my mind while you—" But then he stopped and just looked at me, and whatever he'd been about to say dissolved. "Fair as a lily," he said quietly. "The pride of my life and the desire of my eyes." I felt heat climb my throat. "You have 10 minutes before I change my mind about all of this. You have 10 minutes to eat breakfast," he corrected, already ringing for the footman with the energy of a man who had been awake since 4 and had strong opinions about logistics. "After which you are mine." "Romantic," I said. "I thought so." The footman, one of the newer ones, young enough to look slightly terrified of Edward on a normal day, let alone this one, appeared in the doorway. "Is the carriage ready?" "Nearly, sir." "Luggage?" "Coming down now, sir." "Go to the church. Tell me if Mr. Wood is there. Come back quickly." The boy went. He returned almost immediately. The church was just beyond the gates, which was either very convenient or deeply ominous, depending on how the morning went, and reported that the clergyman was already in the vestry, pulling on his surplice. "Good." Edward turned to me. "Jane, are you ready?" I stood. There was nobody else to wait for. No bridesmaids. No groomsmen. No relatives arranged in neat, expectant rows. Just Edward and me, Which was, I realized, exactly what I'd wanted, and also, standing here in the hallway with my veil and my too-fast heartbeat, slightly terrifying. Mrs. Fairfax was in the hall as we passed through it, and I wanted to stop, wanted to say something to her, wanted the small comfort of her steady, flower-dusted presence. But Edward had my hand in his and he was moving, and the grip of him made it very clear that we were not stopping for anything. I'd never seen him like this. He was always deliberate, always controlled in that particular way of his, where you could feel the force of him contained beneath the surface like pressure behind a door. But this morning, the door was barely holding. His jaw was set. His eyes, when I caught a glimpse of them, were burning. I wanted to ask him what he was looking at, striding down the drive like that. What invisible thing he kept fixing that ferocious gaze upon? What thoughts he was wading through with such evident effort? I didn't get the chance. We were at the churchyard gate before I'd fully caught my breath, and Edward stopped and looked at me, and some of the fierceness in him shifted into something else. "Am I being cruel?" he asked. "About the pace." "I'm fine." I was slightly out of breath. "I just have shorter legs." "Lean on me for a moment." I did, and I let myself look up then, at the old gray church, calm and pale against the morning sky, a rook turning slow circles around the steeple. The churchyard was quiet. Green mounds, mossy headstones, the kind of stillness that was either peaceful or portentous, and I hadn't decided yet which. 2 men were walking among the graves. I noticed them the way you notice something at the edge of your vision, not alarmed, exactly, just aware. When they saw us, they moved around to the back of the church. Heading in through the side entrance, I assumed, to witness the ceremony. The kind of strangers who like to watch weddings, maybe. People collected that sort of thing. Edward didn't notice them. He was looking at my face. "You've gone pale," he said. "I'm always pale. Paler than usual." "Edward." "Jane," but he softened and offered me his arm properly and walked me up the path at a pace that a human person could actually manage. The church was small, quiet, humble. The morning light came through the windows in long, pale slants. The priest stood at the altar in his white surplice, the clerk beside him. I could feel the silence the way you feel weather all around, pressing in. 2 shadows in the far corner. The men from the churchyard, standing with their backs to us, looking at the old marble tomb near the Rochester vault, a kneeling angel, a name carved into stone. I watched them for a moment, then looked away. We took our place at the communion rails. Something made me glance back. One of them was moving up the aisle. The service began. The words were familiar and strange at the same time, the way words get when you've heard them so often they've lost their edges. The clergyman's voice was gentle and unhurried. I watched the light on the stone floor. I felt Edward's presence beside me like a gravitational field, steady and enormous. And then the clergyman leaned forward slightly, the way they do for this particular part, and spoke the words that are supposed to be a formality. "I require and charge you both, that if either of you know any impediment why ye may not lawfully be joined together in matrimony, ye do now confess it." He paused. The pause is supposed to last for about a second. The pause is supposed to be a breath, a formality, a beat of silence that means nothing because it always means nothing. He was already moving on. His hand was already lifting toward Edward. His mouth was already opening to ask, "The marriage cannot go on." The voice was clear and close and horribly calm. "I declare the existence of an impediment." The room didn't move. Everyone in it seemed to have stopped breathing simultaneously, a collective suspension, as though the air itself had decided to wait and see. The clergyman looked up. Edward went very still beside me. Not the stillness of shock, something more like the stillness of a man who has been walking toward something in the dark and has finally, in the last possible moment, hit the wall. "Proceed," he said. The single word dropped into the silence like a stone into deep water. The clergyman found his voice first. I cannot proceed without some investigation, without some evidence of. The ceremony is entirely broken off." The stranger had moved closer. I could feel him behind us now, could feel the deliberate steadiness of his presence. "I am in a position to prove my allegation. There is an insuperable impediment to this marriage." Edward didn't turn. He took my hand. His grip was iron and fire and something I couldn't name. What is the nature of the impediment? The clergyman's voice was very careful. Perhaps it might be explained away. Hardly. A pause. I called it insuperable, and I chose that word with precision. The man moved to the railing and leaned against it. When he spoke again, his voice was quiet, measured, each word placed with the calm of someone reading from a document they've read many times before. The impediment consists in the existence of a previous marriage. Mr. Rochester has a wife now living. The words were low, they were not loud, they should not have had the force they did. They went through me like cold water, like standing in a warm room and suddenly feeling every door in the house open at once. I didn't faint. I want to be clear about that. I looked at Edward. His face was stone. His face was absolute, impenetrable stone, except for his eyes, which were spark and flint and something I'd never seen in them before and didn't have a name for yet. He didn't deny it. He didn't say a single word in denial. He just put his arm around my waist, pulled me against his side, and looked at the man at the railing as if he were made of something that could be withstood. "Who are you?" His voice was perfectly level. "Briggs, solicitor, London. And you've come here to, what exactly? Introduce me to a wife. To remind you of your wife's existence, sir, which the law recognizes even if you do not." "Give me the particulars," Edward said. His voice hadn't changed. "Her name, her family, where she lives." The solicitor, Briggs, reached into his coat and produced a paper with the practiced efficiency of a man who has been waiting for this exact moment. He read it in a voice like a metronome. "Edward Fairfax Rochester, of Thornfield Hall, married to Bertha Antoinetta Mason, daughter of Jonas Mason, merchant, at the church of Spanish Town, Jamaica. Signed Richard Mason." The silence that followed was its own kind of sound. "That document," Edward said, "may prove I was once married. It doesn't prove the woman is still living. She was living 3 months ago. How could you possibly know that? I have a witness." Briggs didn't even blink. "Whose testimony, I think you'll find, is rather difficult to dismiss. Mr. Mason, if you'd step forward." Something moved through Edward then. I felt it the way you feel a tremor before you hear it, something seismic running through the bones of him. His jaw set. His hand tightened on mine, and from behind the solicitor's shoulder a pale face appeared. I recognized him. I'd seen him at Thornfield. I'd sat at dinner across from him, watched him flinch at things nobody else seemed to notice. Richard Mason, who had come, apparently, to unmake everything. Edward turned and looked at him. The look on Edward's face was, I don't have adequate language for it. There are looks people give that are more physical than emotional. This was one of those. For a moment I genuinely thought he might. Mason shrank back and made a small, terrible sound. "Good God!" And then, as suddenly as it had come, the fury went out of Edward's face. What was left was something colder. "What," he said flatly, "do you have to say?" Mason's mouth moved. Nothing came out. "If you cannot manage actual words, please," said the clergyman in the pained voice of a man who has presided over many difficult things, but perhaps not quite this. "We are in a sacred place." He turned gently to Mason. "Are you aware, sir, whether or not this gentleman's wife is still living?" "Courage," Briggs said quietly. "Speak." Mason's voice, when it came, was thin and effortful, like something pulled from a great depth. "She is living at Thornfield Hall. I saw her there last April." A breath. "I am her brother." The clergyman stared. "Thornfield Hall, but I've been in this parish for years. I've never heard of a Mrs. Rochester." A sound escaped Edward. Not a laugh exactly, something grimmer than that. "No," he said, "you wouldn't have. I made rather sure of that." And then he went quiet. Standing there in the church where he'd meant to marry me, in the light coming pale through the old windows, standing with my hand in his, he thought for a long time. Long enough that I became aware of my own breathing, of the cold in the stone, of the particular silence of a room full of people who have stopped pretending. Then, right, his voice came out level, hardened. "Close the book, Mr. Wood, John," to the clerk, "leave the church. There will be no wedding today." They moved. Of course they moved. Nobody in that room was going to argue with his voice in that register. "Bigamy," he said when the clerk had gone. The word landed like something thrown. Not a pretty word. I intended to commit it. I want to be precise about that so nobody builds me a flattering story. I intended to be a bigamist. Fate or providence or something I don't entirely have language for decided otherwise. He stopped, looked around the church with those burning eyes. You said you'd never heard of a Mrs. Rochester would, but I'll wager you've heard the gossip. The lunatic kept under lock and key at Thornfield. Some have said she's my illegitimate half-sister. Some have said she's an old mistress I can't shake loose. His voice didn't waver. She is my wife, Bertha Mason, whom I married 15 years ago in Jamaica before I had enough information to understand what I was walking into, because her family had the good sense to keep their medical history very quiet until the papers were signed. A pause. Her mother was a drunk and a madwoman. Bertha, being a devoted daughter, has followed her example with impressive thoroughness. I have spent 15 years in the care of a woman who has tried to kill me on multiple occasions and in the meantime destroyed everything I thought I might have been. He stopped again, looked at me. Something in his face broke open for just a second, raw and helpless and terrible, and then it closed again. This girl knew nothing. His voice was quieter now, not one word of it. She thought everything was honest and above board because she has the particular madness of expecting people to deserve her trust. He looked away from me. Briggs, Wood, Mason, I invite you all to come to Thornfield, to meet Mrs. Rochester in person, to look at her and then at Jane and to judge me, his mouth twisted, if you think that's a useful exercise. He walked out of the church, still holding my hand. They came. Of course they came. What else were they going to do? I don't remember the drive back very clearly. I remember the gravel of the carriage path. I remember Edward telling the coachman to take the carriage back to the coach house. It won't be wanted today, with the calm of someone who has simply decided to feel nothing and is succeeding temporarily. Mrs. Fairfax was in the hall. Adele was there. Sophie, Lee, everyone arranged in the bright, hopeful posture of people who'd been expecting a celebration and had instead heard something they couldn't yet interpret in Edward's face. Save the congratulations, Edward said, passing through them without stopping. They're 15 years too late. Up the stairs, along the gallery, up to the 3rd floor, where the corridor narrowed and the light got thin and the door was low and dark and opened with Edward's key. You know this room, Mason, Edward said over his shoulder, in a voice completely without inflection. Through the room, another door, unlocked. The fire was burning behind its tall iron guard. A lamp hung from the ceiling on a chain. Grace Poole was bent over the hearth, stirring something in a pot, and she looked up without surprise, the particular lack of surprise of someone who has developed very effective emotional calluses. Morning, Mr. Rochester. Good morning, Grace. How is she today? Tolerable. A bit snappish. Nothing unmanageable. And from the far end of the room, in the deep shadow where the firelight didn't quite reach, movement. A figure. Low at first, then upright. Grizzled dark hair, wild and thick as a mane over a face I recognized, that wide purple face, those terrible eyes, I had seen her before. By candlelight in my own bedroom, my veil on her head and her hands on my dress, I knew what she was. She's seen you, sir. Grace's voice sharpened. I'd stepped back. A moment, Grace. Sir. The sound she made wasn't language. It was older than language, something animal and vast and in terrible pain. What happened next was brief and ugly, and I am not going to look away from it. She went for him, both hands. She got her fingers around his throat and her teeth against his cheek, and they struggled. She was large, strong, and decades of rage had been stored in her body like fuel, and Edward did not hit her. I want to say that clearly. He could have. He didn't. He only held on, wrestling and absorbing, until finally, with Grace passing him a rope, he got her wrists behind her back and tied her to the chair. She screamed through all of it. It was the worst sound I have ever heard. When she was secured, Edward turned around. He looked at the 3 men standing in the doorway. His face was the specific expression of someone who has nothing left to lose and has decided to make that everyone else's problem. My wife, he said. The 2 words sat in the room like stones. The sole conjugal embrace available to me, the comfort and joy of my domestic life. His voice was perfectly controlled, which somehow made it worse. He looked at me. His hand came to rest briefly on my shoulder. And this is what I wanted. This girl, who is standing at the mouth of something terrible with more dignity than any of you have managed today. I wanted her, Not as a diversion, not as an amusement, as my life. He looked back at Briggs and Wood and Mason. Judge me, you were going to anyway. He stepped back, let them file out, stayed a moment to speak quietly to Grace. The solicitor caught up with me on the stairs. Miss Eyre. His voice was professionally gentle, which I'd begun to realize was its own kind of cruelty. I want you to understand that you are entirely blameless in this matter. Your uncle will be relieved to hear it, assuming, a brief pause, assuming he is still living by the time word reaches him. I stopped. My uncle. You have one, yes, Mr. Eyre. He's been corresponding with Mr. Mason's firm for some years. It was how all of this came to Mr. Mason's attention. Your uncle received your letter about the wedding, mentioned it to Mason, who was in Madeira at the time, and he made a gesture that condensed several weeks of urgent correspondence into a single hand movement. Well, here we are. I am sorry to tell you that your uncle is unwell, quite unwell, the sort of unwell that doesn't tend toward recovery. I looked at him. He couldn't come himself, Briggs continued, so he sent Mason. He wanted someone to, he stopped, seemed to choose his next words carefully. He wanted you not to be trapped. A long moment. Thank you, I said. I meant it, and I hated that I meant it, and I went to my room. I closed the door. Slid the bolt. Did not sit down. Stood in the middle of the room I'd woken up in this morning. This same room, these same walls, this same pale light through the same window, and looked at my wedding dress. I took it off, methodically. Folded it with more care than it deserved. Put on the plain dress I'd been wearing yesterday, which had been yesterday's ordinary life before I understood what ordinary was worth. Then I sat. And for the first time since I'd been called down those stairs this morning, I thought. Everything before this moment had been movement. Events arriving faster than I could process them, one disclosure cracking open to reveal another underneath, a series of small implosions I'd been too busy surviving to actually feel. The church, Edward's face, the voice from behind us. The marriage cannot go on. Mason's pale face over the solicitor's shoulder. The room on the third floor and the woman in it and the sounds she made. All of it had happened at a pace that left no room for reaction. You simply moved, you simply witnessed. You simply kept standing upright because the floor was there and gravity was reliable even when nothing else was. But now I thought, I was Jane Eyre. I was in my room. Nothing had physically changed in the world I occupied. I had not been struck down. I had not been visibly broken. I was sitting in a chair in a familiar room, wearing a familiar dress. And where was the Jane Eyre of this morning? Where was the woman who had stood in front of that mirror and barely recognized herself? Not because she'd become a stranger, but because she'd become, for once, someone she might love. Where was the woman who'd been practically vibrating with some feeling too large and too complicated for any of the words she'd learned? She was here. She was sitting in this chair. She was also gone. It felt like what I imagined midsummer frost would feel like. If summer woke up one morning to find itself encased in December, the roses stiff with ice, the full green world buried under something white and absolute and utterly without apology. Everything I had grown toward, carefully and against considerable odds, turned to brittle glass overnight. I had loved him. I had loved him in the way that you love something you built slowly, from scratch, out of material you were never quite sure would hold. I had loved him in spite of every sensible instinct telling me that loving Edward Rochester was the shortest route to the specific kind of devastation I was now experiencing. I was experiencing it. The love didn't stop. That was the worst part, the most humiliating and exhausting and purely terrible thing about this moment. The love just sat in my chest like a child in a cold room, shivering and confused, unable to find its way out because there was no door, and unable to stay because what was left to stay for? He had not been what I thought him. That much was simply true. I couldn't make it smaller than it was or larger. He had been hiding something enormous, and I had trusted him without enough information, and here were the consequences of that trust, sitting on me like weather. I would not call him a liar. I was not ready to. But the version of him I had loved, the version I'd believed in with something close to religious fervor, that man had been incomplete. Had been constructed partly of my own willingness to believe, my own desperate preference for a specific story, my own tendency to fill silences with whatever I most wanted to be true. I'd been so certain. so foolishly, completely certain. The darkness came in then. Real darkness, not metaphorical. The light in the room was the same, but something behind my eyes closed down, and I felt it like drowning, the way you feel it in the slow weight pressing in before the water closes over you. All the consciousness of my life, what it had been, what I'd thought it was becoming, what was left of it now, arrived at once in one long crushing wave. I didn't move. I couldn't. One thought moved somewhere deep in me, small and faint and clinging, less a prayer than the memory of one. Be not far from me, for trouble is near. And there is none to help, it was near. It had arrived. The waters came, and I let them. Chapter 29. Tearing yourself away, the afternoon light was doing that thing where it slanted golden across the wall like a slow, inevitable goodbye. What am I supposed to do? The answer came before I'd even finished asking. Leave Thornfield, Jane, leave now. And it hit me so hard and so fast that I actually pressed my hands over my ears like a child. Like if I couldn't hear the thought, it wouldn't be true. I told myself I couldn't bear it. Not yet. The not being his bride part, that I could survive. Waking up from the most beautiful dream of my life and finding nothing but cold air where warmth used to be, that too I could learn to live around the way you learn to live around a scar. But leaving him entirely, immediately, forever, that was the thing my chest kept refusing. I cannot do it. Except the quiet, merciless part of me, the part that had kept me alive through every cold and lonely year before this, said, yes, you can, and you will. I'd been sitting there long enough for the light to shift twice when I finally stood up and the room tilted sideways. My vision went soft at the edges. It occurred to me distantly that I hadn't eaten. Not a single thing all day, no breakfast, no lunch, nothing. I'd been so busy having my entire life collapse that I'd forgotten I had a body. And then, sharper than the hunger, no one had come. Not Mrs. Fairfax. Not little Adele, who usually knocked on any closed door with the cheerful persistence of a small golden retriever. Nobody had sent word, checked in, wondered. The house had simply gone on without me, as houses do. Friends always forget the ones that fortune drops. I said it out loud, to no one, because it felt like the kind of thing that needed to be said out loud. Then I pulled back the bolt and opened the door. I stumbled immediately. My head was still doing the tilting thing, my legs unreliable beneath me, and I was already falling when something stopped me, an arm, outstretched, solid and certain. I looked up. Mr. Rochester was sitting in a chair he had apparently dragged directly across my threshold, like some kind of extremely stubborn sentinel. You come out at last, he said. I stared at him. I've been here a long time, he continued. Listening, waiting, something moved through his expression. Not one sound, not one sob, another 5 minutes of that silence and I would have picked the lock. He helped me straighten and I let him because my body had decided this was not the moment for dignity. So you're shutting me out, he said. Grieving alone in there instead of, he stopped, looked at my face more carefully. You haven't been crying. No, your cheek is white. Your eyes look like, he stopped again. Jane, has your heart been weeping instead? I didn't answer. I sat where he put me, gently, carefully, like I was something breakable which felt both accurate and unbearable, and looked at him with whatever expression I had left which I suspected was not a good one. Not even one word of reproach. He was studying me with something raw in his eyes. Nothing sharp, nothing that cuts, you're just sitting there, looking at me like, he exhaled, like I've already broken something that can't be fixed. I'm very tired, I said, and I'd like some water. He was quiet for a moment. Jane, his voice had dropped. If a man had one lamb, one that was everything to him, that ate from his table and slept near his fire, and he accidentally destroyed it through his own stupidity, he stopped, pressed his mouth together. He wouldn't regret the mistake more than I regret mine. Will you ever forgive me? Reader, I forgave him immediately, completely, in the marrow of my bones. The remorse in his eyes was real. The grief in his voice was real. The love, God help me, the love in his face was completely unchanged, and that was almost worse than anything else because it meant this wasn't simple, wasn't clean, wasn't a story where the villain reveals himself and everything becomes easy. I forgave him everything. I just didn't say so. You know I'm a scoundrel, Jane? He asked after a long moment of my silence. Yes. Then tell me, plainly, don't be kind about it. I can't. My voice was unsteady enough that I stopped using it. I need water, I don't feel well. He made a sound I'd never heard from him before, something fractured in it, and then he picked me up, which I was too exhausted to argue with, and carried me downstairs. Everything was soft at the edges for a while. Fire warmth, which I hadn't realized I'd been desperately missing. Wine pressed gently to my lips. Something to eat. By the time the room came back into focus, the library, his chair, him very close, I was more myself, which was both better and worse. If I could leave this life right now without too much pain, I thought, looking at the firelight, it would be a mercy. It would save me from having to do what I already know I have to do. How are you? He asked. Better. I'll be fine. More wine? I obeyed. He set the glass down, stood in front of me, and looked at me with an expression I couldn't decode. Then he turned away abruptly, something wordless and undone in the movement, and walked the length of the room twice before coming back and leaning toward me. I turned my face away. Moved his aside with my hand. What? He pulled back. You won't kiss me. A beat. You think my arms belong to someone else now, that I'm accounted for. There's no room for me, sir, no claim, because I have a wife. He said it flatly. That's what you mean, say it. Yes, so you think I'm a predator. His voice went tight, that I manufactured feelings to trap you, that everything was calculated, a scheme to take your dignity and leave you with nothing. I said nothing, because what could I say? My throat was closing around any words I might have tried. I can see you're not going to fight with me, he said. You're too honest for that and too exhausted, and also, he watched my face carefully. Also, you're about 30 seconds from crying, and you've been working too hard to stop yourself, and you don't want to give me the satisfaction. I don't want to fight you, I managed. My voice did the unsteady thing again. I waited it out. All the circumstances have changed, so I have to change with them. There's only one real solution. Adele needs a new governess. Adele is going to school. He cut across me, then stopped, took a breath. The next part came out rougher, more ragged, something real underneath the control. And I am not staying at Thornfield. I should never have brought you here knowing what it was, knowing what was in it. He looked away from me, jaw tight. I told them to keep it from you before I'd even met you, because I knew no governess would stay if she knew. And my plans couldn't accommodate moving her elsewhere. There was a place, Ferndian, buried in the middle of a wood, damp and half forgotten, but I wouldn't do it. Those walls would have solved my problem for me one way or another, and whatever I am, I'm not. He stopped. I don't kill things I hate through negligence. That's not my particular vice. He moved to the window. His reflection was dark against the evening glass. I'll shut the house up. Nail it closed if I have to. Pay Grace Poole well enough to stay on, bring her son from Grimsby to help her, and I'll take you somewhere else. Somewhere that doesn't taste like this. He turned. That's all I want. One more night here, Jane, and then we go and we never come back. I said very quietly. You. He looked at me steadily. And Adele to school, and me, wherever you'll let me be, at whatever distance you can stand. Something pulled tight in my chest. Take Adele with you, I said. She'd be company. What? You mentioned solitude. Jane. His voice went very still. What precisely do you think I'm suggesting? You are the company, you would share my solitude. That's what I'm. Why are you looking at me like that? I shook my head. It was a small gesture, barely a movement at all, but he saw it and he stopped. He looked at me for a long moment, long enough that I made myself look at the fire instead, made myself be still, made myself be whatever shape of person could survive this conversation. Here we are, he said at last, and something in his voice had shifted into something quieter, more careful. I always knew there'd be a knot in this, something that would catch. He paused. Jane, will you hear me out? Because if you won't, he stooped, brought his voice close to my ear, I'm going to have to try something less civilized. There was something barely leashed in him. I could feel the edge of it, the place where the rational, careful man met something older and more desperate. I knew that if I flinched, if I ran, if I let any fear show, I would lose him to himself. I wasn't afraid. I took his fisted hand, uncurled the fingers one by one and held them loosely in mine. Sit down, I said. I'll listen as long as you need. Say whatever you want to say. He sat. And then, because I had been holding myself together with both hands for hours, I cried. I hadn't meant to. I'd been so careful not to. But once I started, I couldn't stop, and some small, strategic part of me thought, let him wait. Let him be uncomfortable. Let the flood be someone else's problem for 30 seconds. Jane, his voice had gone entirely soft. Jane, please, I'm not angry. I'm the furthest thing from angry. Your face was so closed, and I couldn't, please don't, subdued. That was what that tone meant. I knew his voice well enough by then to know when the storm had passed. I stopped crying. He tried to put his head on my shoulder. I wouldn't allow it. He tried to pull me closer. I moved away. Jane, it came out broken, barely above a whisper. You don't love me. It was only the idea of me, the position, the now that you think I'm disqualified, I'm something you can't stand to touch. I love you, I said. More than I did this morning, but I can't act on it. That was the last time I'll say it. He stared at me. You think you can live in the same house as me, he said slowly, love me and have me know it and be cold anyway, you think that's survivable. I don't, which is why there's only one real option. I made myself steady. You'll be angry. Say it, Mr. Rochester. The words cost me more than I had. I have to leave you. A long silence. For how long? He said carefully. An hour, a morning, until for my life. My voice held. I was almost surprised. I have to leave Thornfield and Adele and you. I have to begin again somewhere that doesn't have your handwriting all over it. Something cracked open in his expression and then was immediately, forcibly contained. No, he said. You're not hearing me. There is no wife, not in any real sense. There's a legal document and a tragedy and a woman who has never been and will never be mine in any way that matters. You would be my wife in every way that counts. We'd go to France. There's a house, South Coast, Mediterranean light. You'd be safe and loved and... She's alive, I said. That's a fact you confirmed yourself this morning. If I stayed, I'd be your mistress. Calling it something else doesn't change what it is. Jane. His voice dropped to something rough and uneven. I'm not a patient man. I'm not a calm man. I'm asking you to look at me, actually look at me, and tell me to my face that you'd rather destroy us both then? He held out his wrist. The pulse there was rapid, visible. I looked at it. I looked at his face, drained of color now, something desperate and genuine in every line of it. God help me, I said. It came out without my permission. He dropped his arm. I'm an idiot, he said, and almost laughed. I keep saying she's not my wife, and I haven't even explained why I believe that. You don't know the story. You don't know any of it. He reached for my hand. Let me tell you, please, just stay here and let me tell you and then decide. I'll listen, I said, for as long as you need. So he told me. He'd been young, and his father had been the kind of man who treated sons like assets to be strategically deployed. An estate to keep intact, a younger son to be profitably married off. There had been a family, the Masons, Jamaica, money that looked real and vast from the outside, a daughter, 30,000 pounds on her marriage. She was beautiful, he said, and he said it without warmth, which was its own kind of testimony. Tall, dark, the kind of beauty people make noise about. I barely spoke with her alone before the wedding. She flattered me. The men around her envied me. I was young and stupid, and I thought that was the same as love. He paused. It wasn't. He told me about the honeymoon that ended the moment it ended. The mother, who was not dead but mad and locked away. The brother. The pattern in the family, clear as a blueprint, that no one had thought to mention when they were counting out 30,000 pounds. He told me about 4 years of living with a woman whose illness had overtaken everything she was, whose rage and violence and cruelty had made his house a siege, while his father and brother had always known, and said nothing because they wanted the money settled and done. He told me about the night in Jamaica when the heat was unbearable and her screaming was coming through the walls, and he had unlocked a case containing 2 loaded pistols and understood, for one clear and terrible second, that he was considering using one on himself. I didn't, he said. Not because I was brave, because I wasn't far enough gone yet, and then a wind came off the Atlantic and the storm broke and I breathed and I made a resolution. He had brought her to England, settled her at Thornfield, buried the secret as deeply as it could be buried, and then he had spent 10 years moving through Europe, Paris, Rome, St. Petersburg, the whole restless catalogue, looking for something that felt like a life. I tried mistresses, he said, and watched my face. Don't look at me like that. I knew it was wretched. It was wretched. Hiring a mistress is the next worst thing to purchasing a person. There's an inherent degradation in it, and I hated myself through all of it, and I hated myself more for going back to it. Saline, Jacinta, Clara? He stopped. You disapprove of me. You could tell I was going to before you'd finished the sentence. You have a very expressive face. You're not the first person to mention it. I'm not making excuses, he said. I did those things. I did them because I was lonely and stupid, and I had decided the thing I actually wanted, something honest, something real, something that would make me feel like a person again, didn't exist. He looked down at our joined hands. And then it was January. I was back at Thornfield because I had business that required it. I was miserable. And on a lane in hay in the cold, there was a small, self-possessed figure sitting on a stile, and I rode past her like she was part of the landscape. And then your horse slipped, I said. And then my horse slipped, he agreed. And this creature, you looked at me like I was a logistical problem to be solved, and you solved me, and then you offered me your shoulder to lean on, and something soft moved through his face. I hadn't been helped in a long time, not genuinely, not by someone who wasn't getting something out of it. He told me about watching me the next day, the snow, Adele and the gallery, the way I'd been somewhere else in my thoughts, the way I'd caught myself being somewhere else and smiled at myself for it, a small, private, knowing smile that he'd apparently catalogued and kept. You came back to earth, he said, and you marched downstairs and asked Mrs. Fairfax for the house accounts or something equally sensible, and he paused. I wanted to know you, that's all. I hadn't wanted to know anyone in a very long time. Don't, I said. My voice came out wrong. Jane, please don't talk about those days. He looked at me, understanding moved across his face. Because it makes this harder. Yes. A silence. Then let me be direct, he said. For the first time in my adult life, I have found someone I love. Actually love, not infatuation, not convenience, not loneliness wearing love's face. You, your particular mind and your particular stubbornness, and the way you look at me like I'm both a puzzle and a foregone conclusion. His hand tightened on mine. I want to be yours. I am already yours, whether you want that or not. And I am asking you to be mine. Say it, Jane, just that. The silence stretched out long and terrible. Everything in me, every cell, every nerve, every part that had been starving for this exact thing for longer than I'd known how to want it, said yes so loudly I was surprised he couldn't hear it. No, I said. The word fell into the room like something dropped from a great height. Jane, Mr. Rochester, I will not be yours. He went very still. Do you mean that? He said quietly. Right now, in this moment, do you mean it? Yes. He leaned toward me, his voice dropped to something barely above breath. And now? Yes. He pressed his lips to my forehead, my cheek, so gently it nearly destroyed me. And now, Jane, I pulled back, put space between us. Yes. He stood. Something moved through his face that I didn't have a name for, something between grief and fury and an awful, steady despair. Then what do I do? He said. When you're gone, what is left for me? I have a wife upstairs who is a legal fact and a human catastrophe and nothing else. I have a house I hate. I have. His voice broke on the last part just slightly. What do I do, Jane? Where do I look for anything? The same place I'll look, I said. God and yourself. Heaven, eventually. And I promise you'll stop thinking about me before I stop thinking about you. You make me a liar. But the fury was dying out of him now. Something much worse was taking its place, something quiet and open and hurting. You make me a liar when you say that, you know I won't. And then my own mind turned against me. Who cares about you? It whispered. Who will be hurt by this? No family, no one watching. He needs you. Look at him, you love him. Just I care about myself. The other part of me, quieter but unmovable, cut straight across. The more alone I am, the more I have to be the person who takes care of me. These are the rules I have, not for the easy moments, for this moment, this exact one. I held onto that thought like a rope over a drop. He crossed the room. He took my arm, my waist. He wasn't hurting me, but he was trembling with the effort of not doing more, and I could see it, and I still didn't move. Tell me what you see, he said, rough and low, looking at my face. Tell me what in God's name is looking out of your eyes like that. I could shake you, you're like trying to hold water. He stopped. let go. Something shifted in his whole body, a man who has understood something he didn't want to understand. I could break the cage, but you would just leave, wouldn't you? That's not how this works. He released me, he just looked at me, that was worse. You're going, he said. Yes. You're leaving me. Yes. My whole life is in that word and you're just. His voice broke completely. He turned away, then turned back. Go up to your room, think about everything I've said. And Jane, something raw and undefended in his face. Think about what you're leaving behind. He threw himself down on the sofa. And then from him, this man I had never once seen cry, came a sound I will carry with me until I die, deep and broken and entirely real. Jane. Just my name. Like that was enough, like my name was everything. My hope, my love, my life. I had already reached the door. Reader, I walked back, I knelt next to him, turned his face toward mine, kissed his cheek, the rough, familiar, beloved line of it, smoothed his hair back with my hand. God bless you, I said. God keep you safe, I mean that, I mean every word of it. Your love would have been the only blessing I wanted. His eyes were closed. Jane will stay, she'll be generous. He reached for me. I stood up and left the room. Goodbye, said my heart the whole way down the hall. Forever goodbye, said the rest of me. I didn't expect to sleep that night. But the moment I lay down, something pulled me under, not rest exactly, but escape. I dreamed of Gateshead. The Red Room. The cold dark and the old fear, and then a light climbing the wall like something living, and then the ceiling opening into clouds, and a figure in white that was somehow the moon and somehow a woman, and somehow a voice that came from somewhere very far away and landed directly in my chest. My daughter. Leave temptation. Mother, I will. I woke with the word already in my mouth. Still dark, but barely, that thin gray July dark that doesn't last. I got up. I hadn't taken off anything but my shoes. I moved through my room like a ghost of myself, a few things in a parcel, my purse with its 20 shillings, my bonnet, my shawl. I left the pearl necklace exactly where it was. That had belonged to someone who didn't exist anymore. Goodbye, Mrs. Fairfax, I whispered at her door. Goodbye, Adele, I breathed at the nursery. I stopped outside his room without meaning to. He was awake. I could hear him, footsteps, slow and restless, back and forth, and between footsteps, the sound of a man waiting for a morning that is going to break his heart. There was an entire life available to me on the other side of that door. I knew exactly what I would have to say. I had the words right there. I pressed my hand flat against the wood. I did not open it. I walked downstairs in the half-dark, found the key to the side door, oiled the lock until it made no sound, cut myself a piece of bread, filled my pockets, put on my shoes. I opened the door to the gray and the dew and the just beginning morning. I shut it behind me so softly it barely whispered. The gates were locked, but the wicket latch gave easily. I closed that too, and then I was outside the boundary of everything that had been my world for the past year, and I was walking toward a road I'd never taken, no looking back. I had made that rule for myself and I kept it, no looking forward either. Just the road and the wet grass and the slow brightening of the sky. He would wake soon. He would ask for me. He would understand. I thought about him sitting in that room in the early light, watching the sun come up, hoping I had changed my mind. I thought about turning around. My feet kept moving. The birds started up, bright and relentless, all of them paired, all of them singing to someone. I was so jealous of them that it verged on laughable, and nothing was funny, and I walked faster. I fell eventually. My legs had been threatening it for an hour. I went down in the wet grass and lay there with my cheek against the cold earth, and I thought, maybe this is where I stay. Maybe this is enough, but it wasn't. I got up. I kept walking. When I found the road, I sat under a hedge to catch my breath and heard wheels and flagged down the coach with what felt like the last movement I had in me. Where to? The driver asked. He named somewhere far away. Somewhere I was certain held nothing of Rochester's, no connections, no shadow of him, no echo. 30 shillings, he said. I have 20. He looked at me for a long moment. The state of me must have been something. Get in, he said. I got in. The door closed. The coach rolled forward. And I cried. The way you can only cry when you're finally alone and there's no one left to hold yourself together for ugly and complete and shaking, the kind of grief that doesn't perform itself for anyone because there's no one watching. Reader, I have wished many times since that I could spare you this. I have wished I could tell you it felt clean, or brave, or right. It felt like tearing something out of myself with my bare hands. God forgive me, I did it anyway. Chapter 30. Lost at Whitcross, the coachman left me at a place called Whitcross. That was it. That was the whole of my situation. A stone pillar at a crossroads where 4 roads split off in every direction, north, south, east, west, each one leading to somewhere that was not here, and here being absolutely, catastrophically nowhere. The nearest town was 10 miles. The farthest, over 20. I knew from the names carved into the pillar that I'd landed in a North Midland county, all moorland and mountain and the particular kind of bleak that gets into your bones like weather. I'd given the coachman every coin I had. I'd also, I now discovered, left my parcel in the coach pocket. So, no money, no belongings, no one expecting me anywhere on earth. The moors rolled out in every direction, great dark swells of heather and bog, waves of purple and brown going on forever under a sky that was just beginning to bruise toward evening. Beautiful, if you were the kind of person who could afford to find things beautiful, which I was not at present. I didn't want to be seen. That was the other thing. A woman standing alone at a crossroads with no luggage and no apparent destination tends to invite questions, and I had no answers that wouldn't sound like the opening of a very bad Gothic novel. Which, granted, was exactly what my life had become. But still, I stepped off the road and into the heather. It swallowed me to the knees, dark and deep and smelling of something ancient, something that had never needed anyone. I followed a hollow carved into the moorside until I found a granite crag tucked into a hidden angle of the hill, black with moss, and I sat down under it like it was the most natural thing in the world to do, like I hadn't just fled the only home I'd ever known with nothing but the clothes on my back. For a while, I just listened. The wind, a plover somewhere, my own heartbeat which felt unreliable. Every sound made me flinch. The rush of wind across the heath and I thought, wild cattle, a bird call and I thought, someone coming. My nervous system had understandably staged a full revolt. But as the evening softened into night and nothing came for me, no bull, no person, no consequence, I started slowly to breathe. That was when the thinking started, which was worse in its own way. What are you going to do, Jane? I pressed my palm flat against the heather. It was dry and warm from the day's sun, holding heat like something alive. The sky above me was going dark and clear, one star appearing at the ridge like someone had lit a candle in a high window. The dew came down soft. No wind. The moors smelled like themselves, earthy and clean and completely indifferent to my crisis, which I found, strangely, comforting. You're God's child too, I thought, touching the heather. Same as me. I had one piece of bread left, the heel of a roll I'd bought at noon with my last coin. I found some bilberries growing nearby, small and dark and jewel-bright, and I ate them with the bread, slowly, rationing each bite the way you do when you can't be sure there's more coming. The hunger didn't leave exactly, but it got quieter. I said my prayers. I folded my shawl into something resembling a blanket, tucked myself into the deep heather with the crag at my back, and let the night come. Sleep would have been fine, would have been a mercy, but my heart had other plans. It had been holding itself together, my heart, through sheer bloody-mindedness all day, through the leaving, through the coach, through the terrible arithmetic of how much money I had versus how far I needed to go. Now, in the silence, it fell apart. It ached. Not metaphorically. A real physical weight in my chest, a tearing sensation that I recognized as grief and also as something more specific, more shameful, longing, Mr. Rochester. I turned the name over in my mind and then immediately tried to put it down because even thinking it too hard felt dangerous, like pressing on a bruise, like standing too close to a fire. I'd left. I'd had to leave. I knew why I'd left. I believed with every cold and rational part of me that leaving had been right and necessary and the only thing I could do in good conscience. My heart, being neither cold nor rational, did not care. It wanted him the way a compass wants north, stubbornly, pointlessly, without any regard for geography. I rose to my knees eventually, because lying there in the dark with that particular ache seemed worse than doing something, even if the only thing I could do was look up. And when I looked up, the Milky Way. I don't know how else to say it. The whole vast, ridiculous sweep of it, more stars than darkness, more light than I had any right to see from a hollow in a moor where I lay essentially dying of heartbreak and mild starvation. All those worlds. All that indifferent, magnificent light that had been burning before I was born and would be burning long after everyone I'd ever loved was gone. I thought, he's in that somewhere. Whatever happens to any of us, we're in that. It didn't fix anything. It didn't touch the hollow place in my chest, or answer the question of where I'd sleep tomorrow, or what I'd eat, or how a woman with no money and no references and no family manages to become anything other than a problem for other people to solve. But I stopped crying. I prayed, not for rescue, just for him to be all right, and I felt, if not peace, then at least the particular calm that comes after you've completely run out of road and have nothing left to do but lie still. I slept. Morning was golden and absolutely ruthless. The moors in full summer sunshine were genuinely stunning. I'd have appreciated that under other circumstances. As it was, I lay in the heather watching a bee work the bilberry flowers with an efficiency I envied deeply, and thought, I would like to be you. I would like to have one clear job and do it well and not have feelings. I got up. My body registered several complaints. I noted them and kept moving. I won't pretend the thought didn't cross my mind, the thought that it would have been simpler, kinder, if I'd just not woken up. That some gentle provision had been missed when night passed and morning came and I was still here, still hungry, still having to figure out what came next. I stood at the edge of the road and let that thought pass through me, and then I set it down, because self-pity is a luxury and I had no room for luxuries. The burden must be carried, I told myself. Move, I walked. I found a village in the valley, a church spire catching the light, a stream running silver through green fields, the distant rumble of a cart. Human life. I'd forgotten, briefly, what it looked like. I had no money. I had a silk handkerchief and a pair of gloves. I had what remained of my dignity, which was less than I'd have liked but more than nothing. The village had a little shop. The shop had bread in the window. I stood on the other side of the glass and thought about the bread with an intensity that would have alarmed me in any other context. My hunger had moved past discomfort into something animal and insistent. I went in. The woman behind the counter was pleasant enough. She looked at my dress and straightened slightly, the way people do when they think they're speaking to a lady, and something in me seized up completely. Because I was a lady, technically, in the sense that I had education and speech and bearing, and also I was about to ask if she would please accept a used glove as payment for a dinner roll, and those two facts could not both be true at the same time. I asked if I could sit down. She said yes, coolly. I sat. I pressed my hands together in my lap and thought, ask her. Just ask. I couldn't, the words would not come. I asked instead if there were dressmakers in the village. There were, she said, more than there was work for. I asked about servants' positions. She didn't know of any. I asked what work the women did here, and she said, with the particular weariness of someone who had never had the luxury of not knowing, that poor folk managed as they could, and it wasn't her business to sort it. She was right. I knew she was right. I thanked her and left. What followed was, I don't want to linger on it. I went from door to door. I asked, with increasing desperation and decreasing pride, for work, for information, for anything. I was met with polite regret, with suspicion, with doors shut gently but firmly in my face. Once a pretty house at the top of a lane opened to a young woman who looked at me with kind eyes and told me she couldn't help me, and the white door closed so gently that somehow that was worse than if she'd slammed it. I tried the parsonage. The clergyman was gone, called away for a family death, his housekeeper said, would be gone a fortnight. I went back to the shop and asked, out loud this time in front of other customers, if the woman would take my handkerchief for a roll. She looked at me like I was attempting a con. How could she know where I'd gotten the handkerchief? She said. I offered the gloves. She said what would she do with them? I left. I am choosing now to simply leave that memory where it lies and not examine it further, because the particular shame of having tried and failed to trade a handkerchief for bread is something I can revisit when I'm stronger. Which is not now. A farmer gave me a thick slice of bread late in the afternoon, just cut it and handed it over without a word, looking at me with the mild curiosity of someone who has classified me as eccentric lady rather than desperate woman. I ate it behind a wall, out of sight, as fast as I could without choking. I spent that night in the woods. The next day was rain. I will not describe the next day in any more detail than that. I sought work. I was turned away. At the door of a cottage, I asked for a bowl of cold porridge a child was about to feed to a pig. The child's mother told her to give it to me. Pig doesn't want it. And the girl tipped the cold, solidified mess into my hand, and I ate it and was grateful. Grateful, I thought, licking my fingers in the rain. Right. By the wet twilight of that second day, I had stopped moving not because I'd chosen to, but because my legs had made the decision independently. I was on a bridle path somewhere on the edge of the moorland. The rain was serious now, not dramatic storm rain but steady persistent English rain, the kind that doesn't make a fuss, just soaks you to your bones and keeps going. I was soaked. I was cold. I was so hungry it had gone past pain into a kind of blurred static. "All right," I said out loud to no one. I think this might be it. Not dramatically, just as a statement of fact. My strength was gone, not almost gone. I couldn't feel my feet properly. The thought of lying down in the wet heather again and whether I'd be able to get up from it, but Mr. Rochester is alive, something in me said, fierce and ridiculous. You can't die while he's alive. It would be rude. I laughed, slightly hysterically. The Moors didn't care. I was about to sit down, just sit down and see what happened when I saw it. A light. Far out across the dark moor, steady and small, blinking through the rain. My first thought was will-o'-the-wisp, the kind of light that leads you into bogs and doesn't feel bad about it, but it didn't move. It just sat there, constant, like something that meant it. A candle, I thought, in a house. And then, because I was exhausted and soaking and the part of my brain that generates reasonable objections had finally given up, well then, I walked toward it. I fell twice in the bog, got up both times. The light stayed where it was, patient, indifferent, burning. I told myself it was enough. I told myself it was sufficient reason to keep moving. I crossed the marsh, found a track of pale road going up toward a knoll, followed it up through darkness and cold and the wet slap of fir branches until I found a gate, and through the gate a hedge, and through the hedge a house. Low and dark, and in one small window close to the ground, a light. A diamond-paned window almost hidden in ivy, throwing a warm square of orange gold onto the wet grass. I stopped and looked in. A kitchen, sanded floor, walnut dresser lined with pewter plates that caught the light from a peat fire like small copper moons. A clock, a candle on a white table, an old woman knitting in the corner with the comfortable focus of someone who has never had a crisis. And near the fire, two women. Young, perhaps my own age, both in black morning dress, both bent over books with an intensity that suggested they weren't pretending to read, they were actually reading. A large dog had its head on the knee of one. A black cat was asleep in the other's lap. They were remarkable. That's the word. Something in their faces that made you want to keep looking, not because they were beautiful in any conventional sense, but because they seemed, somehow, fully inhabited. Like the lights were on and someone was absolutely home. I watched them, I don't know for how long. Long enough to forget, briefly, that I was standing in the rain with my face pressed to a window like a ghost haunting its own life. The one with dark, curling hair lifted her head and said to the other, her voice carrying clearly through the glass, "Listen, Diana," and she read something in German, low and musical, something I couldn't follow but that sounded important. Her sister, Diana, apparently, looked up at the fire and repeated a phrase back with the pleased gravity of someone handling something they love. "Da trat herver einer, ans you sehen why die sternen nacht," she said, her dark eyes catching the fire. "Good, there you have a dim and mighty archangel fitly set before you." The old woman looked up from her knitting with serene skepticism. "Is there any country where they talk that way?" "Yes, Hannah, a far larger country than England." "Well," said Hannah with the tone of someone who found this personally unlikely, for sure case. "They were learning German, apparently, planning to teach it. We'll get more money than we do now," one of them said, and there was something in the matter-of-fact practicality of it that made me want to put my hand through the glass and grip that kitchen by the fireplace and hold on. The clock struck 10. "I wonder when St. John will come home," one of them said. Hannah rose to check a fire in the parlor. When she came back, her eyes were a little bright. "Ah, Childer," she said, "it troubles me to go in that room now, chairs empty, set back in a corner." She wiped her eyes with her apron. The two women who had been grave before went quiet with it, the particular quiet of grief that's been sitting with you long enough to become part of the furniture. "He was gone in a minute, was your father," Hannah said. "Not to signify beforehand, went to sleep and never wakened." I stood in the rain outside the window and felt, absurdly, like I was intruding on something, like I was the wrong species to be here. What could I possibly say that would make any of this my business? "Hello, I watched you grieve through your window. I have a silk handkerchief and no money, and I'd quite like to not die on your doorstep if it's all the same to you." But my legs, when I stepped back and turned toward the door, were barely holding. "I can but try," I thought. "That's all, I can but try." I knocked. The woman Hannah opened the door and looked at me the way you look at something unexpected and slightly alarming on your threshold at 10 o'clock on a rainy night. I couldn't blame her. I could only imagine what I looked like. My hair was plastered to my face. My dress was soaked through. I was, by any objective measure, a complete disaster. "May I speak to your mistresses?" I asked. My voice came out worse than I expected, thin and fraying like cloth that's been washed too many times. "Better tell me what you want," she said. "Where do you come from?" "I'm a stranger," I said. "I want a night's shelter, anywhere, an outhouse, I don't care, and something to eat, a morsel of bread, that's all." Hannah looked at me the way I had feared she would look at me. Suspicion, not unkindness. She wasn't cruel. I could see that, but the particular wariness of someone who has been trusted with a household and takes that trust seriously. "I'll give you a piece of bread," she said after a pause. "But we can't take in a vagrant. You shouldn't be roving about at this hour. Where shall I go if you turn me away? I'll warrant you know where to go." She reached for a penny. "Now move off. A penny can't feed me." I heard my voice crack. I pressed on. "I have no strength to go farther. Don't shut the door, please." "I must, the rain's driving in. Tell them I'm here, just tell them." "I will not," she said firmly, not cruelly. "You're not what you ought to be, or you wouldn't make such a noise." The door shut, gently, bolted. I sat down on the doorstep. Not a choice, exactly. More like a negotiation with gravity that I lost. I had been holding myself upright by sheer stubbornness for 2 days, and the stubbornness had simply run out, the way a candle runs out all at once when you're not expecting it. I put my face in my hands. I cried, not elegantly, not quietly, but with the whole of me, the particular wretchedness of someone who has nothing left to be dignified about. I can but die, I thought, and I believe in God. Let me wait His will in silence. I said it out loud, actually, into my hands, in the rain. "All men must die," said a voice, quite close, "but not all are condemned to die here, of want, before their time." I looked up, a figure in the darkness. I couldn't make out much, it was too dark, I was too wrecked, but the voice was male and calm and not frightened of me, which was more than I'd managed from anyone in 2 days. He knocked on the door loudly. "Is it you, Mr. St. John?" Hannah called. "Yes, open quickly." The door opened. Warmth and light fell out across the wet step where I was still sitting. Hannah started in on me immediately. "Get up, for shame, move off," but the man said quietly, "Hush, Hannah." A pause. I was nearby, I heard both of you. Another pause in which I got the impression of someone thinking carefully about what they were taking on. "Young woman, come inside." I stood in the kitchen. The fire. The pewter plates catching the light. The warmth that hit my wet skin like the first real kind thing that had happened to me in recent memory. The clock ticking. The smell of peat smoke and bread. 4 people looked at me. The 2 women, their brother Hannah. I was aware dimly of how I must appear waterlogged, hollow, pale as chalk, held together by nothing except the last shreds of conscious will. "St. John, who is it?" one of the women asked. "I found her at the door," he said. "I don't know." "She looks white," said Hannah. "White as clay," someone agreed. "She'll fall, let her sit." I sat, gratefully. Immediately, the world swayed. I held very still and waited for it to stop. "Is she ill or famished?" the brother asked. "Famished, I think. Hannah, is that milk?" And then there was a face near mine, dark curling hair, firelight behind her, and in her expression something I hadn't seen directed at me in so long I almost didn't recognize it. uncomplicated compassion, pity without judgment. She broke bread and dipped it in milk and held it to my lips like it was the most natural thing, like I wasn't a stranger who'd appeared soaking and half dead at her window. "Try to eat," she said, and the other one, Mary, gentle and steady. "Yes, try." Mary's hands lifted the soaked bonnet from my head. Diana held the bread while I ate, feebly at first, and then with an eagerness I didn't bother to hide. Their brother, St. John, eventually removed the cup. "Enough for now, ask her name." I looked up. They were all watching me with the careful attention of people who have made a decision and are now wondering what they've gotten themselves into. I understood. I'd spent 2 days being the thing people looked at and turned away from, and here were 3 people who had looked at me and stayed. "Jane Elliot," I said. I was not yet ready to be Jane Eyre. Jane Elliot would do for now. "Where are your friends?" St. John asked. I shook my head. "Can we send for anyone?" I shook my head again. "Then what do you expect us to do for you?" I looked at him. He was tall, fair, with the kind of face that was handsome in a remote way, like a marble saint, very beautiful and not quite warm. His question was direct but not unkind. He genuinely wanted to know. "Nothing," I said. Diana looked at me sideways. "Do you mean," she said, "that we've given you all the aid you require, and you'd like us to send you back out to the moor in the rain?" Something in her voice, the way she'd phrased it, making the absurdity plain, made me want to smile. I did, actually, fractionally. "I will trust you," I said. "If I were a lost dog, I believe you wouldn't put me back out in the rain. I'm not frightened of you." I took a careful breath. The speaking was harder than I expected. My chest kept tightening. "Only excuse me for much talking tonight. It hurts to speak." They looked at each other, all 3 of them, some rapid, silent conversation conducted entirely in the particular shorthand of siblings, and St. John said, finally, "Hannah, don't question her. Give her the rest of the milk and bread in 10 minutes. We'll talk this over." They withdrew to the parlor. One of them came back quietly. I thought it was Diana, and gave Hannah some instructions, soft-voiced, and then Hannah was there, matter-of-fact and competent, and somehow I was being helped up a staircase. My wet clothes were gone. There was a bed, dry and warm, impossibly warm, and I got into it and the warmth came around me like something I hadn't known I was waiting for. I thought of the moor, the crossroads, the stone pillar pointing in 4 directions and none of them home. Thank you, I thought, to whoever was listening. To the God I'd read in the Milky Way the night before. To the warm dark of this stranger's house. To Diana's uncomplicated face when she'd held bread to my lips. I slept. Chapter 31. Still as stone, the days blurred together like watercolors left in the rain. I knew I was in a small room, a narrow bed. I'd apparently fused with both, become some pale, still thing that existed only to take up the smallest possible amount of space. Time passed the way it does when you're truly unwell, not in hours but in light, the window going gold, then gray, then dark, then gold again, and me barely registering any of it. I couldn't speak, couldn't move, could only lie there and observe, which felt uncomfortably on brand for me, all things considered. Hannah came most often. She made no effort to hide her feelings about the situation, which I could read in the particular set of her mouth and the brisk, performative efficiency of her movements. The way you clean a guest room when the guest is someone you didn't actually invite. She thought I was trouble. She wasn't entirely wrong, but I resented it anyway. Diana and Mary came twice a day. They would stand at my bedside and speak in low voices, the way people do when they've half forgotten the person they're discussing can still hear everything. "It's very good that we brought her in," one of them said once. "She'd have been found dead on the doorstep otherwise. What do you suppose she's been through? Something awful, look at her. She's not uneducated, though. You can tell by the way she speaks, even delirious. Good accent. And her dress. Under all the mud, it was quality fabric. Barely worn." A pause, then, thoughtfully, "She has an interesting face, even like this. I think when she's well she might be quite striking." I wanted to say something cutting about being discussed in the third person while fully conscious, but I couldn't move my lips, so I just filed it away. Not once, in any of those quiet conversations, did I hear a single word of regret at having taken me in. No suspicion, no resentment. The relief that moved through me was embarrassingly large. St. John came once. He looked at me the way you might assess whether damage, thorough, clinical, not unkind exactly, but not warm either. He said I was suffering from exhaustion-induced collapse, that my nervous system had essentially staged a coup and demanded total shutdown, that there was no disease and I would likely recover quickly once I started. He delivered all of this in the fewest possible words, in a voice that suggested he considered elaboration a form of weakness. Then, almost as an afterthought, he added, "Unusual face, nothing common about it. I've rather grown fond of her already," Diana said. "I hope we can do some real good for her. We may be able to restore her to her family. If she has family to restore her to. She has the look of someone who makes things difficult for herself," St. John said, which was frankly such an accurate character assessment delivered about someone he'd known for approximately 48 hours that I would have been offended if I hadn't been so exhausted. "She looks sensible, though." "She's ill, St. John." He considered me for another moment with those glacially blue eyes. "Ill or not, she's plain. There's no harmony to those features." Which, noted, very rude, but delivered with such complete absence of cruelty that it barely stung. He wasn't being mean. He was simply, apparently, incapable of softening a single word that passed through his mouth. By the third day I was better. By the fourth I was human again. Hannah brought me gruel and dry toast sometime around midday, and I ate it like it was the finest thing I'd ever tasted, which felt deeply humbling, but also completely appropriate given recent events. When she left, I lay there feeling the specific pleasure of a body beginning to remember itself. A warmth spreading through my limbs, a returning will. I wanted to get up. The immediate problem. I had nothing to wear except the dress I'd slept in on open moorland, which had also been marinated in bog water, and the thought of presenting myself to the people who'd saved my life while wearing that particular garment made something in my chest recoil with genuine horror. Then I looked at the chair beside the bed. My clothes, all of them, clean, dried, pressed. My black silk dress hung against the wall like it had never seen a marsh in its life. My shoes sat neatly on the floor. Someone had even found me a comb and a basin of water. I sat with that for a moment, the particular weight of a kindness so quiet and specific that it costs nothing to perform but means everything to receive. Then I got up slowly, resting every few minutes, and put myself back together. It took a while. My dress hung off me in ways it hadn't before, which I covered with a shawl, and I spent an unreasonable amount of time on my hair purely because it was the one thing I could control. When I finally looked something like a person again, clean, upright, not visibly collapsing, I felt a fierce, private satisfaction that had nothing to do with vanity and everything to do with dignity. I made my way downstairs, one hand on the banister, moving like someone who had recently been at death's door but would very much appreciate it if no one mentioned it. The kitchen was warm and smelled like bread. Hannah was at the oven. She looked up when I appeared in the doorway, and I watched something in her expression shift, the frost thawing just enough to let in a sliver of reassessment. "You're up, then," she said. "Better, are you?" It wasn't quite a question. "You can sit in the rocking chair by the hearth, if you like." I sat. She moved around the kitchen with the practiced efficiency of 30 years of habit, but she kept glancing at me, quick sidelong looks as though she was updating a mental file. Then, without preamble, pulling a loaf from the oven, "Did you ever go begging before you came here?" My first instinct was indignation, sharp and hot. I let it pass through me and set it down. "You're wrong about me," I said evenly. "I'm not a beggar, no more than you are." She frowned over this. "But you've got no house, have you? No money. Having neither doesn't make someone a beggar in any meaningful sense of the word. Are you educated then?" "Yes, very. Never went to boarding school, though, I'd wager. 8 years at boarding school, actually." She stared at me. 8 years, and you can't keep yourself?" "I have kept myself," I said with more feeling than I intended. "And I intend to again." "A beat. What are you doing with those gooseberries?" She'd set a full basket of them on the table. "Pies. Let me pick them. You don't need to do that. I need to do something." She handed them over with the resigned expression of someone who recognizes an argument they're not going to win. She even spread a clean towel across my lap with a somewhat grudging, "So you don't mucky your dress," which I chose to receive as warmth. "You've not done servant's work before. she observed, watching my hands. Your hands give you away. A dressmaker, were you? No. What then? It doesn't matter, tell me the name of this house. She considered whether to be offended, then let it go. Some call it Marsh End, some call it Moor House. And the man, Mr. St. John, he lives here? No, he's only staying. He's got his own parish in Morton, the village down the way. He's a clergyman? A parson, So this was his family's house then. I remembered the old housekeeper at the parsonage, the night I'd begged at the door in the rain. His father's house. I thought about that, the layered coincidence of it, or whatever it was, and let it settle somewhere in the back of my mind to examine later. His father died recently, I said, not quite a question. 3 weeks passed. Stroke. And the sisters, Diana and Mary, they've been away. Governesses, both of them. Away for years at a time, only come home now because of their father. She shook her head, the affection in it unguarded and genuine. They do love it here, though, Moors and all, said there's no place like home, and they meant it, the 3 of them together. She shook her head again, softer this time. There's never been a family as united as those 3, never heard a cross word between them. I picked gooseberries and thought about that, what it might feel like to have that. A family that stayed, that came back. That spoke kindly of you while you lay unconscious in their spare room. I was still thinking about it when the back door opened and all 3 of them returned from their walk, bringing in cold air and the particular energy of people who are genuinely happy in each other's company. St. John looked at me, gave the briefest nod of acknowledgement that technically counted as a greeting, and walked through. Diana stopped. Took both my hands. You should have waited for me to say you could come down, she said, and her voice was the sort of voice that made you want to simply do whatever it suggested. Warm and clear and carrying just enough authority to feel safe rather than managed. You're still so pale, and thin, she shook her head. Poor love. I'm fine, I said, which was approximately 60% true. You're not fine, you're in the kitchen, she said, as though these were the same thing. Mary and I sit in the kitchen because we like to be disreputable in our own home, but you are a guest, and you're going in the parlor. I'm comfortable here. You're sitting next to an extremely hot oven, Mary said quietly from the doorway. She had a gentler manner than her sister, softer edges, but the same precise intelligence in her eyes. Her voice didn't carry Diana's easy authority, but when she spoke, you felt the weight of someone who chose their words carefully. Come, Diana said, already pulling me up from the chair with cheerful inevitability. Don't argue. I find it exhausting and I've had a long walk. She led me down a short passage and into the parlor, which was small and plain and immaculate, the kind of room that had been lived in for generations and kept with the particular care of people who knew they were its custodians rather than its owners. Old portraits on the walls. Bright, worn chairs. A walnut table polished to a mirror finish. Everything a little threadbare, nothing superfluous. It felt, somehow, more honest than grandeur. Sit, Diana said, gesturing to the sofa with the authority of someone who had clearly been giving that particular instruction her entire life, and depositing me on it before she disappeared to see to the tea. Which left me alone in the room with St. John. He was already seated across from me with a book, the picture of contained stillness, the kind of stillness that isn't peace so much as controlled energy. I looked at him the way I look at everything when I think no one's watching, carefully. He was, objectively, absurdly good-looking. The sort of face you'd find in a painting, classical, all clean lines and precise angles, like someone had used a ruler. Straight nose, sculpted jaw, wide blue eyes under a high, pale forehead with carelessly pushed-back fair hair. Genuinely beautiful, actually, in a way that was almost architectural. And yet, there was something around his mouth, his brow, a quality of compression, I thought, like a river that had been very deliberately dammed. I couldn't tell if what lay behind it was ambition or grief or simply a nature that ran deeper than the surface suggested, but it was there, and it made the classical face considerably more interesting and considerably more unsettling than it would have been otherwise. He didn't look at me, didn't speak, didn't so much as indicate he was aware another person occupied the room. Diana passed through on her way to the kitchen and pressed a small cake into my hands with, "Eat this immediately. You need it." And I did, without argument, because I had recently spent 2 days eating nothing on an open moor and certain humilities had been recalibrated accordingly. St. John closed his book. He turned those blue eyes on me with the full, unhurried attention of someone who had been waiting for an appropriate moment to deploy them, and I understood immediately that the avoidance had been deliberate, not shyness, but tact, or something that functioned like it. "You're very hungry," he said. "Yes," I said. His gaze was direct to the point of being almost invasive, but it wasn't unkind. It was the gaze of someone who considered accurate assessment a form of respect. "It's as well you couldn't eat for 3 days," he said. "It would have made you sicker. You can eat now, but sensibly." "I don't intend to be a drain on your household for long," I said, which came out rather more stiffly than I intended. "No," he agreed, not unkindly. "When you've told us where your family is, we'll write to them." A small silence. Diana and Mary came in with the tea things, and the 4 of us settled into the particular loaded quiet of a table where something important is about to be said. "There's no one to write to," I said. "I have no family, no home, no connection of any kind." They looked at me, not with suspicion, with a kind of focused curiosity that was easier to bear than pity would have been, though no less penetrating. "None at all?" St. John said. "None." His eyes dropped briefly to my hands, then back up. "You've never been married?" Diana made a sound of mild exasperation. "She's barely 18, St. John." 19, I said, and felt the color rise in my face before I could stop it. The involuntary, betraying flush that came whenever marriage was referenced anywhere in my vicinity, which I hated with every fiber of my being. The heat climbed my throat and sat in my cheeks, and there was nothing I could do about it except sit with the humiliation of being known by my own face. Diana and Mary looked away with the quiet grace of people who understand when a kindness requires looking elsewhere. St. John looked directly at me until my eyes went bright with tears I absolutely refused to shed, which I could tell by the slight shift in his expression that he had fully registered and was filing away. "Where did you last live?" he asked. "St. John," Mary murmured. He leaned forward slightly, which somehow made the question more pointed without him raising his voice at all. "That," I said steadily, "is mine to keep." "As it should be," Diana said, with a look at her brother that suggested this was a well-worn conversational dynamic. "She's not obligated to tell you anything." "True," St. John allowed, "but I can't help her if I know nothing about her." He said it simply, without manipulation, just the plain fact of it laid on the table. "I'll tell you what's necessary," I said. I wrapped my hands around my tea, let the warmth of it move up through my palms. "You've saved my life, all 3 of you. That gives you a claim on my gratitude and on some portion of my confidence. I'll tell you what I can without putting myself or anyone else at risk." He nodded once and waited. "I'm an orphan," I said. "My parents died when I was an infant. I was raised as a dependent and educated at a charitable institution, Lowood Orphan Asylum, in Shire. You may know of it. Mr. Brocklehurst is the treasurer." "I know of him," St. John said. "I've seen the school. I was there 6 years as a pupil, 2 as a teacher. I left to become a governess almost a year ago. I was given a good position." I paused. I was happy there. The words sat in my mouth with the particular weight of things that used to be true. "I left 4 days before I came here. The reason I can't explain, it's not mine alone to explain, and it would serve nothing and cost a great deal. What I will tell you is that no blame of any kind attaches to me. I left with almost nothing by necessity. I left the last of what I had in a coach at Whitcross by accident because I was not at my most organized. An understatement of fairly heroic proportions. I had 2 nights out of doors. I walked for 2 days. I knocked on a number of doors before yours. I stopped again, and the parlor felt very quiet. "Mr. Rivers, you told me not to die on your doorstep. Your sisters have looked after me with a kindness I had no right to expect from strangers. I'm aware of every bit of it, even when I appeared not to be." The fire crackled. Diana looked like she might say something and then pressed her lips together. "Don't push her further tonight," she said to her brother instead. "She's had enough. Come and sit here," she turned back to me, "properly where it's comfortable, and don't let St. John interrogate you anymore." "One more question," he said, which from him functioned as both apology and warning. I waited. You want to be independent of us, I can see it. I'm not offended by it." He paused with the air of someone choosing exactness over speed. "What are you able to do?" The tea had settled warm in my chest, and the warmth had moved through me, and I felt for the first time in days like myself. Not a wanderer, not a body in a bed, not a problem to be solved. Just myself, capable of looking a difficult person directly in the eye. "Mr. Rivers," I said, "I'll do whatever honest work exists to be done. I'll teach, I'll sew. I'll be a nursemaid or a plain servant if nothing better's available. I'm not frightened of smallness. I'm only frightened of dependence." Something moved in those measured blue eyes, not warmth exactly, but something adjacent to it. Recognition, perhaps. "Then I'll help you," he said. "In my own time and by my own means. My resources are limited. I'm the incumbent of a poor rural parish and I won't pretend otherwise. But within those limits, I'll do what I can." "She told you she'd do anything," Diana said, with the mild amusement of someone who has been translating her brother's manner for years. "You know she has no other options, so you might as well be gracious about it." St. John returned to his book without responding to this, which I was beginning to understand was his version of a smile. Diana put her hand briefly on the top of my head, and I felt the gesture land somewhere I hadn't expected it to. "You're staying," she said. It wasn't a question. "You are," Mary agreed, quiet and absolute. "You're staying," Diana repeated as though two confirmations were more binding than one, "until everything is sorted, and probably a bit after that." I thought about arguing. I decided against it. Outside the parlor windows, the moors stretched dark and cold under a sky full of stars. And inside there was firelight and the smell of bread and the sound of three people who had, against all reasonable probability, decided that I was worth keeping. For the first time in a very long time, I let myself believe they might be right. Chapter 32. Wild things recognize each other. The days had started to feel almost normal again. Not normal like before. I wasn't naive enough to think I could outrun what had happened to me, what I had walked away from. But normal in the way that I could sit up without feeling like my body was a borrowed thing, could walk outside and feel the cold air like a small gift instead of an accusation. I was getting better. I was, against all reasonable expectation, getting better, and I had Diana and Mary to thank for that. There's a specific kind of joy, rare, almost suspicious, in meeting people who think the way you think. Not identically, not like a mirror that only flatters, but like a key that fits the lock you've been carrying around your whole life wondering if you'd made up the lock entirely. That's what it was like with them. They read the same things I loved and loved them for the same reasons. They found the same ideas worth arguing about at 10 o'clock at night with the fire burning low and cold tea forgotten on the table. What they admired, I admired. What made them laugh made me laugh. It was the kind of friendship that felt less like meeting new people and more like remembering something you'd always known. And the house itself, God, the house. I hadn't expected to love it, but I did, fiercely and immediately. Moor House was old in the way that means storied rather than simply tired. Low-ceilinged, its casement windows cross-hatched with shadow, its stone walls softened by years of weather and attention. The garden grew dark with yew and holly, serious and uncompromising, the sort of garden that didn't apologize for itself. Nothing delicate would survive there, only things with deep roots and a certain stubbornness. I respected that. I felt it like a mirror, too. Behind the house, the moors stretched out in every direction, vast and purple and indifferent to human drama in the most comforting way imaginable. Diana and Mary loved them with the fierce, inarticulate devotion of people who have never had to explain why home is home. The narrow bridle path that dropped from the gate into the valley below, the fern-lined hollows, the rough pasture fields where gray sheep grazed with their small mossy-faced lambs, they claimed all of it. It claimed them back. And standing there in the wind, watching the heather ripple in long waves like something breathing, I found that it claimed me too. I didn't question it. Some things you just let happen to you. The light at sunrise, the particular quality of a clouded, moonless night. The way a hard gust of wind came over the ridge and hit you like a wall, and then gentled suddenly into something almost tender. All of it. I felt it all the way down. Inside was better still. Diana and Mary were both more widely read than I was, better educated, more confident in their opinions, but they didn't hold it over me. If anything, they seemed delighted to have someone to argue with who would actually argue back. I devoured every book they handed me and came to dinner ready to fight about it. We'd sit by the fire while the night pressed itself against the windows, and I'd say something half-formed, and Diana would take it apart and rebuild it into something sharper, and Mary would add the precise detail that made the whole thing land, and I would sit there feeling full. That was the word. I felt full in a way I hadn't in longer than I could accurately remember. Diana was the leader of us, if we're being honest. She was taller and warmer and more vivid, the kind of person who took up exactly the right amount of space in a room, not too little, not too much. When she talked with her whole body, and her enthusiasm was so complete and so unself-conscious that you couldn't help but be pulled into its orbit. I'd run out of energy before she did every single evening, and I'd end up sitting at her feet, literally on the footstool, my head tipped back against her knee, just listening to her and Mary go. I was content there, more than content. She offered to teach me German. I said yes before she finished asking. We were good together, the three of us. Our natures, to use an old-fashioned phrase that nonetheless feels accurate, dovetailed. They discovered I could sketch and paint, and the delight on their faces was so unguarded and genuine that it made my chest ache a little. Mary would sit and watch me work for an hour at a time, perfectly still, and then ask with enormous seriousness if she might have a lesson. She was a conscientious student. I adored teaching her. Days passed the way good days do, faster than you mean them to, softer than you expect. St. John was a different story. He was often away, out on long walks through weather that would have kept a sensible person indoors, visiting parishioners scattered across the moor in farmsteads and cottages you could barely find on a clear day. Rain, wind, the particular gray misery of a North Country November afternoon. None of it seemed to register with him as a reason to stay home. When his sisters, worrying, told him he might at least wait for a break in the weather, he'd look at them with that smile, the one that was solemn where smiles should be warm, and say something like, "If I let a little wind talk me out of easy tasks, what does that say about my readiness for harder ones?" And Diana and Mary would go quiet in the particular way of people who have heard this argument before, can see all its flaws, and love the person making it too much to dismantle it anyway. Even when he was home, there was a quality of elsewhere about him. He was at his desk by the window most evenings, and sometimes I'd look up from my book to find him neither reading nor writing, but simply staring, his chin in his hand, his eyes unfocused and then suddenly very focused, moving through some internal weather I couldn't name. Whatever he was thinking about, it wasn't peaceful. You could see it in the way his expression shifted, the intermittent flash of something, frustration, longing, something harder to categorize across his face. He wasn't cold, exactly. I kept searching for the word. Encased, like a river in winter, still moving underneath, but you'd have to break through something to find it. I heard him preach once, at the small church in Morton, and that's where I first understood him, or started to. I won't pretend I can describe that sermon accurately, because I'm not sure language works well enough for what it was. He was calm throughout, his voice controlled, each word placed with a precision that felt almost like violence. The passion was there, enormous, actually, but held so tightly it felt like watching someone carry something very heavy and refuse to acknowledge the weight. It was not a comforting sermon. There was nothing soft in it, no warmth extended to anyone sitting in those pews who might have needed it. Predestination, reprobation, the cold architecture of Calvinist doctrine. He moved through it all like a man who had stared at the hardest facts of his theology until they had stared back and won. When it was over, I walked out of that church feeling not uplifted but unsettled, scraped out, vaguely sad in a way I couldn't immediately locate. I sat with that feeling on the walk home and eventually understood it. He wasn't at peace. That was the thing. St. John Rivers, who lived more correctly than anyone I'd ever met, who gave his time and his health and his considerable mind to the service of others without apparent complaint, he was not at peace. The sermon hadn't come from a full place. It had come from somewhere starved and straining, somewhere that had been waiting a long time for something it wasn't sure was coming. And the worst part, the part that settled into me and stayed, I recognized it. I was carrying my own version of the same hollow space, after all. My own concealed disaster. My own thing I refused to name, but that sat in my chest anyway, heavy and unignorable, surfacing at the least convenient moments. I had walked away from what I loved most, and I was not over it, and I was not going to be over it on any timeline that felt even remotely reasonable. I understood St. John's sermon from the inside, which did not make me feel better. It made me feel less alone in a way that was somehow almost worse. A month had gone. Diana and Mary were leaving soon, back to their real lives, their positions as governesses in wealthy households down south, where they would be regarded with the particular condescension reserved for educated women who have been reduced by circumstance to dependency. Families who would appreciate their French pronunciation and their piano technique without ever once thinking to ask what they actually loved, what they thought about, who they were. It made me furious on their behalf. They accepted it with a grace I didn't have. St. John had promised, at some point during my convalescence, to find me some kind of position. He hadn't mentioned it since. One morning, left alone with him in the parlor, Diana and Mary out on the moor, the house very quiet, I decided I couldn't wait any longer. He was at his desk by the window, papers spread around him, apparently reading. I crossed the room toward him with what I hoped was casual purpose rather than desperate anxiety, and was working out how to start a sentence that wouldn't sound like either, when he looked up. "You have a question to ask me," he said. "Not a question, an observation." "I want to know," I said, "whether you've found anything, any position I might take." He set down his pen. "I found something 3 weeks ago," he said, "but you seemed well here, useful, happy. My sisters were clearly glad of your company. It seemed unkind to disrupt that before their departure made it necessary. They leave in 3 days. Yes, and when they do, I return to the parsonage. Hannah comes with me, the house will be closed." He paused. His eyes went somewhere else for a moment, that familiar retreat. I waited, then decided waiting wasn't going to accomplish anything. "What is it?" I said. "The position. There's no hurry. There is, actually, for me. What is it, Mr. Rivers?" He looked at me, really looked, in that thorough, slightly unnerving way he had, like he was reading something written in a language he almost spoke. Whatever he found in my face seemed to decide him. "Let me be honest," he said. "I have nothing good to offer you, nothing prestigious, nothing well compensated. I told you once that if I helped you, it would be the blind helping the lame. I meant it." A pause. "I am poor. When my father's debts are settled, what remains to me is this house, those trees, that bit of moorland. That's all. I am obscure. Rivers is an old name attached to nothing anymore. My sisters earn their bread in other people's houses, and I—" Something moved across his face, brief and bright and faintly terrible. "I consider myself already spoken for, already allocated, to something that will take me a long way from here, and that I will not return from in any permanent sense." He said this quietly, without drama, the way you state a fact you've made your peace with, even though peace was the wrong word. "So I can only offer you what I have, which is poverty and obscurity. You may find it beneath you, I won't. You have clearly been educated, your habits are what people call refined, your tastes run toward. What is the position, Mr. Rivers?" He almost smiled, almost. "A school," he said, "for girls in Morton. The children of the village, farmers' daughters, cottage children, reading, writing, arithmetic, needlework. The schoolmistress's cottage is already furnished, plainly but adequately, through the generosity of a Miss Oliver, whose father owns the needle factory in the valley. The salary is £30 a year." He stopped, looked at me with something that might have been braced anticipation, as though he expected refusal or offense or at least a show of reluctance. I thought about it for exactly as long as it took me to think. Safe, independent mine. "I'll take it," I said. The surprise on his face was almost gratifying. "You understand what it is," he said. "Knitting. Ciphering, the girls won't care about your other abilities, your painting, your languages. I'll save those for when they're wanted. You understand, he said again, slower, as if checking. I do. And then the smile. Not the solemn one, not the one that looked like something else wearing a smile's face. A real one, warm and deep and a little startled, like he hadn't expected to feel it. When can you start? I'll go tomorrow. Open the school next week if you like. Very well. He stood, moved toward the window, then stopped and turned back. He was looking at me with the expression of someone who has calculated something and isn't sure whether to share the answer. What? I said, you won't stay at Morton long. You don't know that. I can see it. He gestured vaguely at my face, as though the evidence were written there plainly. Your nature won't allow for long stretches of quiet monotony, not really. I'm not ambitious, I said. He startled. The word hit him somewhere unexpected. Ambitious, he repeated as though tasting it. That's an interesting word to reach for. I'm ambitious, transparently, perhaps embarrassingly so. But you, he paused again. He had a talent for pausing at the precise moment I most wanted him to continue. What? I said again. I was going to say impassioned, he said carefully. Which is different. You're not driven by what you want to achieve. You're driven by what you feel, who you love, how much. Human connection has an uncommon grip on you. You'll want more than 30 girls and a 2-room cottage can give you eventually. Just as he stopped, something flickered. Just as I cannot be content here, buried in this place, everything in me pointing elsewhere and being told to stand still. We contradict ourselves, both of us. Somehow we have to reconcile what we are with what we've chosen. He left the room. I sat in the quiet he left behind and thought, I have learned more about you in this 1 hour than in the entire month before it, and I still don't fully understand you. I wasn't sure I was supposed to. The last days before Diana and Mary's departure were heavy with the specific sadness of endings that can't be softened by pretending they aren't endings. They tried, they really tried, both of them. They came down to breakfast with their usual faces and made their usual jokes and pretended the trunks waiting in the hallway were not there. But grief has a way of filling a room regardless of whether you acknowledge it, and we all felt it, pressing in at the edges of every conversation. Diana told me quietly one evening when Mary had gone upstairs, "This is different from other goodbyes. With St. John," she paused, "he's going to do it, whatever he's planning. He'll leave and it won't be for a year or two, it'll be for good in every sense that matters. He looks peaceful, doesn't he? But he's not. He runs very hot inside, Jane, behind all that marble. And the terrible thing is I can't even tell him he's wrong. It's the right choice. It's the good choice. It's breaking my heart and it is the right choice." Her eyes were bright. She didn't cry. Diana Rivers did not, I was coming to understand. Allow herself public tears, but it was close. Mary said nothing. She bent over her work and her needle moved steadily and the line of her shoulders said everything her voice wouldn't. The letter arrived that afternoon. St. John came in from outside, reading it as he walked. He closed the door behind him, folded the letter once and said without preamble, "Our Uncle John is dead." Diana and Mary both looked up. They were surprised, but not, I noticed, especially grieved. He had been, I would later learn, more of an idea than a person to them. A story their father told, a wrong that had never been righted. "Dead," Diana said. "Yes." She looked at him carefully. And nothing. He handed her the letter. "Read it." She did. She passed it to Mary. Mary read it in silence and passed it back. The three of them looked at each other, and the look that passed between them was complicated, rueful, resigned, with a dark humor underneath it that was the Rivers' particular way of surviving disappointment. "Well," Diana said finally, "we can still live. We're no worse off than yesterday," Mary said. "Only now we have a very clear picture," St. John said, "of what might have been, set rather pointedly against what is." He locked the letter in his desk and went out again. The room was quiet for a moment. Then Diana turned to me, and I could see her deciding to explain. "You think we're awful," she said, being so unmoved. "I don't think that at all. He was our mother's brother, we've never met him. He and our father quarreled years ago over a bad investment, our father's idea, our uncle's advice, mutual blame, never resolved. Our uncle went on to do quite well for himself afterward, £20,000 apparently." She said it without bitterness, which was impressive. "He was never married. We were his closest relations, us and one other, some distant connection. My father always believed he'd make it right eventually, leave his estate to us. A small pause. He left it almost entirely to the other person, 30 guineas between the three of us for mourning rings. Oh, I said, he had the right to do as he wished. She said it with conviction, as though she'd been practicing. He had every right, it's only, she smiled, and it was the sad version again. Mary and I would have felt rich with £1,000 each, and sent John the good he could have done with that kind of money. She shook her head. Anyway, that's the story. It was not mentioned again, not by any of them. The next morning I left Moor House for Morton. The morning after that, Diana and Mary left for the south, for the families who would see only their usefulness and miss the point of them entirely. A week later, St. John and Hannah closed up the old house and moved to the parsonage. The Moors remained. The wind kept coming. The firs bent their heads in the same direction they always had, and would continue to, long after all of us had scattered to wherever our separate natures were pulling us. I started school on Monday. Chapter 33. Humble hearths, hollow hearts. The room was small. That was the first thing, the blunt, honest smallness of it. White walls, sanded floor, 4 painted chairs arranged around a table like they were waiting for a dinner party no one had planned. A clock on the wall. A cupboard holding a few plates and dishes, and a tea service in blue and white delf, which was, I had to admit, charming in the way that all modest, practical things are charming when they're yours. Upstairs, a single chamber the same size as the kitchen below, a deal bedstead, a chest of drawers with more empty space than I had clothing to fill. Though Diana and Mary had been generous quietly, persistently generous in the way that made my chest ache every time I opened a drawer and found something new tucked there. It was evening. I'd sent Alice, the small orphan who served as my handmaid, bribed daily with the currency of oranges, off for the night. I was alone by the fire, so I was a village schoolmistress now. I turned that over in my mind the way you turn a stone over with your foot, just to see what's underneath. The school had opened this morning. 20 scholars. 3 could read, shakily, and only just. None could write or cipher. A few knit. Some could manage a stitch or two. They spoke in an accent so broad I'd spent half the morning nodding and smiling and understanding approximately 40% of what was said to me, which meant we were both performing comprehension for each other's benefit, and nobody was being served. Some of them were rough and restless and clearly uninterested in anything I had to offer. But some, a girl in the 3rd row who'd watched my face like she was memorizing it, a boy who'd touched the spine of a book with one careful finger before sitting down, some of them had something in their eyes that I recognized. A want. A lean toward the light. I had to keep reminding myself, these children in their worn, coarse clothes, with their muddy shoes and their untamed hair and their thick vowels, they were made of the same material as anyone I'd ever known. The same clay. The same germs of intelligence and kindness and refinement that the best-born were so confident was theirs alone. My job was simply to find those germs and tend them. That felt like enough reason. That felt like a reason anyway. Was I happy today? I stared at the fire. No, not to lie to myself about it, no. I felt God, this is humiliating to admit, I felt degraded. That's the word that sat, hot and ugly at the bottom of everything else. This small room, this rough beginning, this step I'd taken that felt, in the cold light of a Tuesday morning, less like ascent than like a very controlled fall. I was embarrassed by the poverty of it. Embarrassed by my own embarrassment. I knew the feeling was wrong. I knew it the way you always know the worst things about yourself, clearly, and too late to stop them. But I'd get better at it. Tomorrow would be easier than today. The week after, easier than the week before. In a month, maybe, the happiness of watching a child's face change when something clicks, when the page stops being marks and becomes meaning, would replace whatever this hollow, scraped-out feeling was. I had to believe that. And then, because I was apparently committed to being thorough in my misery tonight, my mind went where it always eventually went when I let my guard down. The alternative. I could think about it clinically, the way you poke a bruise. I could lay it out like an argument. Option A, A villa in the south of France. Warmth, luxury, his arms, he would have loved me. That was the part that cost me the most to hold, not the comfort I'd given up. Not the silk and the silver plate and the ease of never worrying again about whether I had enough stockings. No, it was knowing that he would have loved me well. Passionately. Completely. In that consuming way he had of looking at you like you were the only fixed point in a spinning world. For a while, and then the other shoe. The tears I would have cried, not the clean kind, not the kind I was crying now, which were at least honest, but the suffocating kind. The ones that come with knowing you have compromised yourself past recovery. The remorse. The slow realization every morning that the woman in the mirror had made herself smaller than she was for the sake of a feeling. Option B, a whitewashed room, a sanded floor, yourself. Free, honest, intact. Not happy, I wasn't going to dress it up as happiness, not tonight but mine. I wiped my face with the back of my hand, got up, opened the cottage door. The harvest evening was extraordinary, which felt like a personal affront. The sky had gone amber and rose over the fields, the kind of sky that seems almost aggressive in its beauty, daring you to feel something. The birds were finishing their last songs. The air had that specific quality, mild, sweet, the dew just beginning, that makes you feel like you're standing in the last page of something. I stood there and felt, briefly, genuinely, almost happy. And then, because my heart is apparently my oldest enemy, I started to cry. For him. For the thought of him, furious, desperate, alone, and whether my leaving had sent him somewhere I couldn't follow, somewhere no one could reach him. Whether I was, in staying righteous, also somehow responsible for his ruin. That was the knot I couldn't untangle. That was what I was standing in the doorway crying about while the harvest sky burned above Morton and the fields lay quiet and gold in the long evening light. I turned my face away from it. The view, I mean. The valley below was peaceful and half-hidden. The church, the parsonage barely visible through the trees, and at the far edge, the roof of Vale Hall, where the wealthy Mr. Oliver lived with his daughter. I pressed my forehead against the cool stone of the doorframe and tried to breathe. Then I heard the gate. Carlo, Mr. Rivers' pointer, a large and dignified elderly dog who had decided I was acceptable, was pushing at the latch of my little garden gate with his nose. And leaning on the gate itself, arms folded, was St. John Rivers. He was watching me with that expression he had, grave, unreadable, the kind of face that made you feel like you were being evaluated for a position you hadn't applied for. His brow was furrowed. He did not look particularly pleased. "Come in," I said, and I probably sounded like I'd been crying because I had been crying. "I can't stay." He lifted a small parcel. "My sisters left this for you. I believe it's a color box. Pencils, paper." I crossed to take it and felt the warmth of it before I even opened it, the particular warmth of something chosen specifically for you by people who are paying attention. I held it with both hands. St. John was looking at my face in that direct, assessing way he had. He would have noticed the red eyes, the damp lashes. He was not a man who missed things. "Was the first day harder than you expected?" he asked. "Not at all." Which was partially true and mostly a performance, but I lifted my chin a little. "I think I'll manage with the scholars very well in time. And the cottage itself, the furniture." Something in his voice suggested he was being careful. "I know it's not." "It's clean," I said, cutting him off with more energy than I intended. "It keeps the weather out. The furniture is perfectly adequate. I have a home." The word came out with more weight than I'd planned. 5 weeks ago I had nothing. I was sleeping on moors, knocking on strangers' doors. I had nothing and no one, and now I have a fire and a chest of drawers and friends who leave me color boxes. I stopped, breathed. I'm not going to complain about the lack of a sofa. His expression shifted, just slightly, not warmth exactly, but something that was at least adjacent to it. "You feel the solitude, though?" He nodded toward the dark windows of the cottage. "It's very quiet out here. I haven't had 5 minutes to be lonely yet," I said honestly. "Ask me in a month." A pause, something that might on another man's face have been the beginning of a smile. "Fair enough." He looked out over the fields for a moment. "I'd only say this, don't look back. Whatever you left, whatever you had before I found you on that road, resist the pull of it. Stay with what's in front of you. at least for now. Give it a few months before you let yourself doubt. I intend to. I said, I know it's not simple. He said this quietly without looking at me. Controlling what you want when you want the wrong thing, it's work. Difficult, ongoing, exhausting work, but it can be done. A beat. I know it can be done because I've done it. He turned back toward the view and I waited. A year ago, he said, I was miserable in a way I hadn't named yet. The ministry felt like a cage. I was made, I thought, for something more, something bigger, louder, more visible. I wanted to write, to speak, to be someone who left a mark on the world, not someone who tended a rural parish and read sermons to the same 40 people every Sunday while the world moved on without him. His jaw tightened. The ambition in me was like a fire I couldn't put out and couldn't use for anything. It nearly destroyed me. I watched the side of his face. And then, he said, I found the thing the ambition was actually for. He was quiet for a moment. I'm going to be a missionary. I'm going to India. Everything I wanted, the courage, the rhetoric, the sense of a life lived at full scale, it all belongs to that work. All of it. He said it the way people say things they've said to themselves 1,000 times alone in the dark, testing whether they still believe it. I still have things to settle here, but once they are settled, I go. He stopped speaking. We both stood looking at the last of the sunset, all that amber and rose burning slowly down to nothing, the first stars arriving quietly at the edges of the sky. Neither of us heard her coming. The grass on the path was soft, and the brook below filled the evening with its low, steady murmur, and we were both watching the horizon. Good evening, Mr. Rivers, and good evening, Carlo. The voice was like a bell, genuinely, literally like a bell, clear and bright and pitched to carry. Your dog recognized me before you did, sir. He was wagging at the bottom of the field, and you've been standing here with your back to me the whole time. St. John went very still. It was a particular kind of stillness. The kind that's actually the opposite of stillness. The kind that's all effort and no movement, a man holding himself in place against some internal weather. He stood at the gate without turning, just for a moment. Then, with the careful deliberateness of someone deciding to do a thing they've decided to do, he turned. She was extraordinary. I want to be precise about that, not effusive, just precise. She stood perhaps 3 feet from him in a white dress, and the evening light loved her in the shameless way evening light loves certain people, and she had the kind of beauty that makes you simply accept the fact of it, the way you accept a particularly perfect sunset. Dark eyes, large and luminous. A complexion like she'd been assembled from rose petals and good health. Rich curls and a smile that seemed genuinely delighted by the world. She bent to greet Carlo, who received this attention with enormous dignity, and when she straightened, her gaze found me with the open, unself-conscious curiosity of someone who has never had to be cautious about how they are received. Is this the new mistress? She asked St. John. It is, he said. She turned to me with a smile like she was genuinely pleased by the news of my existence. Do you think you'll like Morton? I hope so, I have good reasons to. Did the scholars behave? Quite well. Do you like the cottage? Very much. She beamed. Have I furnished it nicely? Very nicely indeed. And Alice, is she useful? Remarkably so. This, I thought, is Miss Oliver, heiress, daughter of the valley's wealthiest man, apparently also responsible for my curtains and my housemaid, which was not information I'd had this morning. What luck, I thought with something like wondering sincerity, to be born both rich and beautiful and also apparently just kind. Some people got everything. I'll come up and help you teach sometimes, she offered brightly. I should love the change. She turned back to St. John with the ease of someone accustomed to being at the center of any given space. Mr. Rivers, I've had such a time in Sandhurst. Last night, or this morning really, I was dancing until 2. The regiment is stationed there, and the officers are the best company imaginable. They make every young man in Morton look entirely unimpressive. Something happened to St. John's face, not a dramatic thing. A small thing, contained and private, visible only because I was watching closely, and because I will admit, fluent in the language of people who are pretending not to feel something. His mouth compressed. The lower half of his face went very still and very deliberate. He lifted his eyes from the daisies he'd been systematically pressing into the earth with his boot, and he looked at her. It was not a small look. She laughed easily, warmly, and the laugh suited her the way everything suited her, which was completely. Then she went back to Carlo. Poor Carlo. She scratched behind his ears, bending gracefully, somehow making the gesture feel like a demonstration. He's never cold or distant to his friends. He'd never just stand there and say nothing. She glanced up through her lashes. Color moved in St. John's face like weather moving across a landscape. I watched him the way you watch something you're not sure you're meant to see. His chest rose once, slowly, the exhale of someone loosening a grip, and then he locked it back down. Back to marble. Back to careful. His eyes steady, his expression stripped of everything he'd almost allowed. He was, I realized with something between admiration and pity, doing it in real time. Choosing, right there in the fading light, not to want what he wanted. "It's late to be out alone," he said. His voice was level, impressively level. "Papa asks why you never come to Vale Hall anymore," she said, undeterred. "He's alone this evening and not well. Won't you walk back with me? It isn't a good hour to impose." She stared at him. "Mr. Rivers, it's the ideal hour. He always wants company in the evenings." "Why are you so?" She stopped, made a small, rueful face, shaking her curls. "I'm sorry, I forgot myself. Diana and Mary have gone, and Morehouse is closed up, and you must be so lonely. Not tonight, Miss Rosamond." He said it like he was reading a verdict. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she held out her hand. He took it, barely the lightest possible contact, just his fingertips against hers, the kind of touch that costs more than an embrace because of how much restraint is built into it. "Good evening," she said. "Good evening," he repeated, and it came out low and hollow like the word had traveled a long way to get to his mouth. She went down the field, her white dress catching the last of the light. She turned twice to look back at him. He didn't turn at all. His stride across the field in the opposite direction was firm and even and gave away absolutely nothing. I stood in my doorway and watched both of them disappear. Diana had told me her brother was inexorable as death. She hadn't been exaggerating. And standing there in the cooling evening, holding my parcel of pencils and paper, I thought. I had not imagined I would come to Morton and find someone who understood, even slightly, what it was to turn away from the thing that undid you. To walk in the opposite direction on purpose, with your whole chest full of it, and not look back. It didn't make me feel better, exactly, but it made me feel less alone. Chapter 34. Roots worth tending the work was hard at first. Genuinely, unglamorously hard. The kind that leaves you bone-tired and quietly humbled, wondering if you've made a catastrophic mistake. I couldn't read them initially, these girls of mine. They sat in rows and stared at me with the particular blankness of people who have learned that curiosity gets you nowhere, and I stared back, trying not to let my uncertainty show. They all looked the same to me in those first weeks, guarded, slow to warm, suspicious of my accent and my manner, and the strange new rules I brought with me like luggage from another life. I was wrong about them. I'm used to being wrong about people in the direction of thinking too well of them, so this was a welcome reversal. Once the novelty of me wore off, once I stopped being a curiosity and became simply there. Like the cold draft from the window and the smell of tallow candles, they started to wake up. And some of them, God, some of them were sharp. Quick-witted and quietly proud and hungry for it in a way that made my chest ache with something that felt dangerously close to joy. They wanted to learn. They just hadn't been offered anything worth learning before. I started to love them a little. I couldn't help it. The farmers' daughters were my favorites, though I'd never have admitted it aloud. Older girls, almost women, who could already read and write and sew neat tight stitches, and who took to grammar and geography and history the way you take to a song you didn't know you already knew. I spent evenings in their homes, low-ceilinged kitchens smelling of bread and wood smoke. And their mothers pressed food on me I didn't need, and their fathers talked to me with a careful respect that told me they weren't used to offering it, and were all the more earnest for that. I tried to give it back. That's the thing people don't tell you about being shown simple kindness. The best response isn't gratitude, it's regard. Treating someone like their feelings are worth considering. Watching them stand up straighter under the weight of being taken seriously. I became, improbably, a favorite. I know how that sounds, smug, self-satisfied, but I mean it plainly and without vanity. When I walked out, people smiled at me, said my name warmly, asked after my health like they wanted to know the answer. It was, I discovered, like standing in a patch of sunlight. Something in me that had been pulled very tight for a very long time began, tentatively, to uncoil. I was grateful. More grateful than I'd been for anything in longer than I could remember. My days had shape and purpose, and the particular satisfaction of work that matters, and my evenings were quiet and mine, and I drew by the fire and read and told myself this was enough. It was enough, and then I slept and everything came apart. I dreamed of him every night. Vivid, relentless, cinematic dreams, the kind that leave a flavor in your mouth when you wake. Dreams full of movement and color and that specific electric charge of a story mid-crisis, and in all of them always, eventually, inevitably, Mr. Rochester. His voice, his eyes, the particular way he had of looking at me like I was a problem he found genuinely interesting to have. The feeling of being known, not flattered or managed or processed, but actually uncomfortably, thrillingly seen. The hope of him, that was the worst part. Even in sleep I could feel it, that bright specific hope of a whole life spent alongside someone who makes the world feel larger rather than smaller. And it was so real, so present, so achingly detailed, that waking up felt like a small death every morning. I'd lie there in the dark on my narrow bed, no curtains, just cold window glass and the sound of nothing, and feel the loss of it move through me like a current. Not grief exactly. Grief has an object. This was more formless than that. A hunger with no name. Then I'd get up. By 9 o'clock I was at the school door, keys in hand, composed. That was the deal I made with myself, and I kept it. Rosamond Oliver had promised to visit, and Rosamond Oliver was not a woman who made promises she didn't intend to enjoy keeping. She arrived on horseback, because of course she did, cantering up to the school door on a pretty chestnut pony, her purple riding habit arranged as though she'd been born in it, dark curls kissing her cheeks in a way that managed to look effortless and was certainly not. The village children watched her with the open-mouthed reverence usually reserved for visiting royalty or particularly spectacular weather. She was beautiful. Objectively, observably, almost aggressively beautiful, the sort of face that made you feel the universe had been showing off. And she knew it, but she wore that knowledge lightly, like a good coat, without the pinched self-consciousness of women who have been told their face is their only interesting feature. Rosamond had simply never been given reason to doubt that the world would be pleased to see her, and so it generally was. She had an instinct for timing, too. She nearly always arrived during Mr. Rivers's catechism lesson. I watched him when she did. I couldn't not. He'd have his back to the door sometimes, and it didn't matter. Something in him knew when she arrived. I saw it happen, a kind of cellular alertness moving through his whole frame before he turned to look, as though his body had developed an awareness of her the rest of him refused to sanction. His face wouldn't change. St. John's face never really changed. It was his defining quality and his most impenetrable defense, but it would deepen somehow. All that held back fervor concentrating behind those composed features like heat behind glass. He couldn't hide it, not from her, not from me, and she knew. You could see it in the way she approached him, that particular lightness of someone confident of their reception but choosing to be kind about it. She'd smile at him, bright and warm and just a degree or two past friendly, and his hands would betray him before anything else did. A tremor, the knuckles going white. "I love you," his whole bearing said while his mouth said nothing. "And I know you'd have me if I asked, but I'm not going to ask." Rosamond would pout, the tiniest flash of genuine disappointment crossing her lovely face, and pull back, and St. John would watch her go with the expression of a man who has chosen his particular cross very deliberately and is not, precisely, complaining about it. I found him exhausting and admirable in roughly equal measure. I understood Rosamond better than she perhaps suspected. She visited my cottage often enough that I'd had time to take her full measure, and my conclusion was this. She was not as simple as she seemed, and she was not as complicated as some people who resent beautiful women reflexively, would have liked her to be. She was spoiled, yes, but not ruined by it. She was vain, but honestly, have you seen her? And besides, Her vanity sat alongside a genuine warmth and an open-handedness with herself that made it somehow forgivable. She was thoughtless in the way of people who have never had cause to develop the habit of thinking ahead, because the world had always arranged itself pleasantly in front of them. I liked her. Not with the depth of feeling that grows from shared difficulty, but with genuine, uncomplicated affection. The same feeling I had for Adele, my former charge. That bright and particular fondness for someone who makes a room feel more alive. "You're like Mr. Rivers," she told me once, examining my bookshelf with the cheerful nosiness of a woman who sees privacy as a charming personal quirk rather than a boundary to be observed. "Only not nearly as handsome. No offense, you're a perfectly neat little thing, but the same sort of composure, the same quality." She said this with the certainty of someone delivering a great compliment, and to be fair, she wasn't entirely wrong. She was poking through my kitchen drawers on the evening she found the books, French novels, a volume of Schiller, a German grammar thick enough to use as a doorstop, and then beneath those my sketches. She went very still. "Did you do these?" "I did." "You speak French and German?" She held up the grammar with an expression of pure bewilderment, as though I'd produced a live rabbit. "Jane, this is not normal. You are a phenomenon." She shuffled through the sketches, pausing at a small portrait of one of my younger students, a round-cheeked, dreamy-eyed girl who'd reminded me of a Raphael cherub from my first day. "Will you draw me?" The artist in me woke up with an almost audible click, because Rosamond Oliver as a subject was the kind of challenge that made your fingers itch, all that luminous, complicated loveliness, the way the candlelight caught the wave of her dark hair. "Sit down," I said. "Let me get my pencils." She came back the next evening with her father in tow. Mr. Oliver was a large, quietly powerful man with the measured manner of someone who has succeeded in the world and no longer feels the need to announce it. He stood over my sketch of his daughter with an expression I recognized, the specific softness of a parent looking at a true likeness of their child. Beside him, Rosamond glowed like the answer to a question you didn't know you'd been asking. "You must finish it," he said, not a request, exactly, more the suggestion of a man accustomed to things being done properly. A proper portrait, in color. He insisted I visit Vale Hall the following evening. I went. The house was exactly what you'd expect, large, well-ordered, every surface gleaming with the particular pride of new money that has had just enough time to relax into confidence. Rosamond orbited me all evening, delighted to have me in her natural habitat. Mr. Oliver talked to me over tea with genuine interest and said that I was, frankly, too good for the post I was in and would surely move on. "She could be a governess to the finest family in England, Papa," Rosamond said. "I thought, I would rather be exactly where I am than anywhere a finest family would put me." He spoke warmly of the Rivers family. Old name, fallen circumstances, that particular English tragedy, and made it very clear, without quite saying it, that he would not stand in the way of a match between his daughter and St. John good blood, he implied, was worth something. A sacred vocation was worth something. The absence of a fortune could be negotiated around. I stored this information away like a useful tool. November the 5th. A holiday, sharp and cold and bright, and my small house scrubbed to gleaming by the child who helped me and had gone home happy with her penny, leaving everything spotless and still. I translated German for an hour. Then I picked up my palette. Rosamond's portrait was nearly finished, the head complete, the background wanting tint, the drapery needing just the right depth of shadow, and her lips the faintest touch of carmine to capture that particular warmth. I was absorbed in the precise, meditative pleasure of these details. This is what painting does for me, narrows the world down to a problem of color and light, when the door opened. St. John Rivers folded himself through my door frame in the way of tall people who have learned, slightly late, that most architecture was not designed with them in mind. "I've come to see how you're spending the holiday," he said, with the slightly formal warmth he deployed when he was, in his way, being solicitous. "Not brooding, I hope. Good, the drawing keeps you occupied." He set a book on my table, a new poem, one of those rare publications that felt at the time like a gift from the age itself. Marmion, for this evening. I thanked him and turned to the frontispiece, and in my peripheral vision I watched him look at Rosamond's portrait. He went very still. The stillness was telling. St. John's stillness was different from other people's. It wasn't the stillness of a man thinking, it was the stillness of a man containing something. He stared at the painting for a moment too long, and then slightly too deliberately looked away. I put down Marmion. Something in me, the same stubborn instinct that had always refused to walk on eggshells around powerful people, that had served me both well and catastrophically at various points in my life, decided that he'd been locked up with this long enough. "Does the portrait look like her?" I asked. He blinked, carefully. I didn't examine it closely. "Yes, you did." A pause, the particular pause of a man recalibrating. He stopped. "Mr. Rivers," I said patiently, "I've watched you look at that painting the way a man in the desert looks at water. You can simply say it's a likeness." He looked at me with an expression that hovered somewhere between offended and very faintly relieved. "Sit down," I said. "Or don't, you won't leave yet either way." He didn't sit, but he stayed. I picked up the portrait and put it in his hands. He held it like it might disappear. His thumb traced the edge of the frame, not Rosamond's face, as if he didn't quite trust himself, and something in his expression shifted into a register I'd never seen on him before. "Younger, softer, human. It's a very accomplished portrait," he said finally. His voice was too careful. "It's a good likeness," I agreed. "She's beautiful, which makes my job easier and harder simultaneously." I watched him. "Would you want one? When you go to Madagascar or Cape Town, or wherever it is you're determined to go and be heroic and cold and devoted, would you want a copy to have with you?" His eyes came up to mine, quick and a little desperate, then down to the portrait again. "Whether I'd want it," he said, "and whether it would be wise to have it are different questions." "Yes," I said, "but I'm asking the first one." He didn't answer for a long moment. Then, quietly, "Yes." I leaned on the back of the chair across from him. "She prefers you, you know, to everyone. Her father would welcome the match. I believe he'd be pleased by it sincerely. And you," I paused, choosing my words, "you are clearly not indifferent to her." Something flickered in him. He set the portrait down and pressed both hands flat on the table, staring at it like it was a document he was trying to read. "Tell me more," he said, and there was something almost boyish about it, the admission of wanting. "Go on." He pulled out his watch and laid it on the table beside the portrait with an air of decision. 1/4 of an hour. I raised an eyebrow. "You've scheduled your longing?" "I've allocated it," he said, with perfect St. John seriousness. "There's a difference." So I talked. I told him what I knew, Rosamond's small, bright happiness whenever his name came up, the way she reached for any subject that might circle back to him, the warmth in her father's voice when he spoke of the Rivers family. And St. John listened with his eyes on the portrait and his hands very still, and I watched him let himself feel it, this thing he'd spent months refusing himself, with the concentrated attention of a man drinking something cool and clean after a long deprivation. The 1/4 hour passed. He picked up his watch, looked at it, put it back in his pocket. Then he stood, moved to the fireplace, and in the space between one breath and the next, the door closed on his expression again. "That," he said, "was an indulgence." I stared at him. It was a conversation. "I love her." He said it simply, like a man recording a fact. "I won't pretend otherwise. You've seen through me completely, and there's nothing to be gained by the performance. I love her with every stupid biological imperative I apparently still possess, despite considerable effort to the contrary." He looked at the fire. "And I know, with equal certainty, and this is the part that makes it bearable, actually, that she would be miserable married to me. Not immediately. At first it would be wonderful. A year, perhaps. And then she would want softness and comfort and a settled life, and she would look at me across the breakfast table and realize that I am going somewhere she can't follow and doesn't want to go. And I would watch her die a little every day. A beat. I'm not willing to do that to her. The room was quiet, the fire popped. I tried to find an objection and couldn't. That's almost admirable. Almost. You could give up the mission." He looked at me then, looked at me properly, the way he rarely did, with the full force of whatever was behind those composed features, and the word no came off him like heat off stone. "It is not," he said carefully, "a lifestyle choice I can discard for personal convenience. It is what I am, or what I'm becoming, what I've been made. He paused. My ambition ran to power before, success, recognition, the usual inventory of vanities. Faith redirected all of it, same force, different aim. I am going to do something that matters with my life, or I will not be able to live in it. That is simply true. You could do something that matters here, I said, but without conviction. I knew, even as I said it, that I was wrong. Rosamond could not be a missionary's partner, he said quietly. She is not built for suffering. I don't mean that as a criticism. I mean it as a mercy. She deserves someone who will make her comfortable. She will find him. She will be happy. He said this with such flat, resolved certainty that I felt it somewhere in my sternum. She will forget me within a month. And you? I asked. Will you forget her? He picked up his hat, looked at the portrait again. She's well named, he said softly, almost to himself. The rose of the world, I stood. Then let me paint you a copy to take with you, a proper one, finished and framed, something to know. He said it gently but with finality and drew a thin sheet of paper over the portrait, the scrap I used to rest my hand while painting, just a slip of card with a few color tests along one edge. He paused. I watched him go very still. He picked up the paper, examined the margin. Then his eyes came to me, fast and strange and somehow searching, raking over my face and my posture and the small geography of me with an attention that was sharp as a splinter and entirely unreadable. His lips parted. He said nothing. What is it? I asked. Nothing. He folded the paper into his glove with a surgeon's precision. No, he tore a strip from the margin first, narrow and neat, and it was in his glove before I'd properly registered the movement. Good afternoon. And he was gone. I stood in the sudden quiet and looked at the remaining scrap of paper for a long moment. Paint-stained, unremarkable, whatever he'd seen or thought he'd seen was not legible to me. I turned it over, looked at the edges. Nothing. Well, I said to the empty room, in the blunt local idiom I'd been slowly absorbing like a language, that's a strange thing. I puzzled over it for perhaps 2 minutes. Then, because I had learned, somewhat to leave locked doors alone, I let it go. I told myself it was probably nothing. I told myself that a great deal in those days. Chapter 35. Storms and sequels. The storm had been building all day, the kind that didn't ask permission, just arrived and made itself at home. By the time twilight swallowed the valley whole, the snow had drifted so high against the cottage door that the world outside had essentially ceased to exist, which suited me fine. I'd done everything right, wedged a mat against the gap beneath the door, fed the fire until it crackled with something approaching contentment, pulled my shawl tighter and sat on the hearthrug for a full hour just listening to the blizzard throw itself against the shutters like it had a personal grievance. When that stopped being meditative and started being bleak, I lit a candle, pulled Marmion from the shelf, and let Scott's verse do what good poetry has always done, talk loud enough to drown out everything else. Day set on Noram's castled steep. I was 3 stanzas deep and thoroughly elsewhere when the latch lifted. The door opened, wind screamed in, and St. John Rivers stepped out of the frozen dark and into my firelight, his cloak so thickly crusted with snow he looked less like a man and more like something the weather had sculpted. I nearly dropped my book. Good God, I said. Is someone dead? No. He shed his cloak and hung it against the door with the unhurried efficiency of someone who had not just survived a near blizzard. He nudged the mat back into place with his boot. How quickly you leap to catastrophe. You walked through a whiteout to knock on my door at, I glanced toward the clock. Whatever this hour is, forgive me for assuming urgency. I'll forgive you. He stamped snow from his boots without apology and moved toward the fire. I'll also note that I took a drift to the waist getting here, so perhaps hold the lecture. I watched him hold his hands over the flames. There was something about the way the firelight caught his face, the sharp architecture of it, the hollows beneath his cheekbones that hadn't been there 2 months ago, that made something clench quietly in my chest. Why are you here, St. John? He glanced at me sideways. That's rather inhospitable. That's rather a non-answer. I wanted company. He said it simply, without apparent embarrassment, which was somehow more unnerving than deflection would have been. My books weren't talking back. My rooms were, he paused, hand still extended toward the fire. Empty. I didn't push, but I looked at him, really looked at the careful blankness of his expression, the finger he'd pressed to his lip like he was keeping words in, the way his hand when he lowered it looked somehow less than it had before. Thinner, as though something had been quietly consuming him from the inside. I hadn't planned on saying anything. I said it anyway. I wish Diana or Mary were here with you, I said. You shouldn't be alone so much, and I hesitated. You're not well, you're not taking care of yourself. I'm perfectly fine, he said, in the tone of someone who has decided to find a concern both unnecessary and faintly irritating. You don't look it. Thank you, Jane. That wasn't a compliment. I gathered. He moved his finger slowly across his upper lip, gaze drifting back to the fire. The silence stretched. I gave it approximately 90 seconds before I picked up my book again, mostly out of spite. He let me read for perhaps 3 minutes before he reached into his coat, produced a letter, and read it, slowly, thoroughly, by firelight. Then folded it, put it away, resumed staring at nothing. I shut Marmion. Have you heard from Diana and Mary? Not since the letter I showed you last week. Your plans haven't changed. You're not leaving for the mission sooner than expected. Something crossed his face, brief and not entirely pleasant, no such luck. I changed tactics, told him about the school, Mary Garrett's mother recovering, the 4 new girls coming from Foundry Close once the roads cleared, Mr. Oliver's plan for a Christmas treat. Was that your idea? I asked. The Christmas treat. No, whose? His daughter's, I believe. That sounds like her. She's so? Yes. The clock struck 8, and something in the sound of it seemed to rearrange him. He straightened, uncrossed his legs, and turned to face me with the particular quality of attention that always made me feel like I was being assessed for something I hadn't been told about. Put the book down, he said. Come closer to the fire. That's very mysterious of you. Jane. I came closer to the fire. He was quiet for a moment, organizing something in his mind. I could see him doing it, building the structure before he spoke. Half an hour ago, he said, I mentioned that I felt like a man who'd been told half a story. His voice was measured, almost pedagogical. I've decided it will be cleaner if I simply tell you the whole thing myself. Fair warning, the beginning is going to sound like something you've heard before, but stay with me. I folded my hands in my lap. All right. 20 years ago, he said, a curate, young, poor, genuinely in love, married a rich man's daughter. She loved him back. Her family disowned her for it immediately and completely, and within 2 years both of them were dead. He paused. I've seen the grave, a manufacturing town in Yorkshire. The stone has gone gray. The fire popped. I didn't move. They left a daughter. An infant, newborn, essentially friendless. Charity, the cold institutional kind, not the warm human kind, carried her to her mother's relations. She was raised by an aunt, a Mrs. Reed of Gateshead. My hands tightened in my lap. You can breathe, he said, not unkindly. I hear you stopping. I'm breathing, I said. Continue. Mrs. Reed kept the child 10 years, whether happily or not, I couldn't say. At the end of that period, she sent her to Lowood School. He watched me carefully. Where she stayed long enough to become a teacher, where she was, by all accounts, exceptional. Something in his tone shifted, softer, and then immediately not. She left Lowood to become a governess. She went to Thornfield Hall. She entered the employ of a Mr. Rochester. St. John? Almost there, he said. Mr. Rochester, I know very little about his character, only the relevant fact, offered to marry this governess. And at the altar, the ceremony was interrupted. He had a wife living. A woman kept, mad and hidden, in the house where this governess had been sleeping. The room felt suddenly smaller. What happened after, he continued, is less documented. What's certain is that the governess disappeared, left Thornfield Hall in the night, no word, no trace. The countryside was searched. Nothing. He picked up his pocketbook from his knee and turned it in his hands. And then it became urgent that she be found. Solicitors were involved. Advertisements were placed. A Mr. Briggs wrote to me. Where is Mr. Rochester? I said. It came out before I could decide whether to say it. Just tell me that. Is he all right? Where is he? St. John looked at me for a moment with something that might, in another man, have been compassion. I don't know, he said. Briggs's letter didn't concern itself with Rochester. The response to their inquiry came not from him but from his housekeeper, a Mrs. Fairfax. Something cold moved through me. I thought of Mr. Rochester, my poor, impossible, reckless Edward, writing letters to no one or to everyone somewhere on the continent probably, looking for something to fill the shape the wreck of his life had left. Or not looking. That was worse. He must have been a terrible man, St. John said, in the careful tone of someone making an observation. He wasn't. My voice came out sharp. You don't know him, don't. Very well. He opened the pocketbook and removed a scrap of paper, small, torn carelessly, the margins stained faintly blue and red from paint. He held it toward me. I knew the paper before I knew what was written on it. I had painted over those margins myself, one afternoon at Thornfield when the light was good. And there, in my own handwriting, neat, unhurried, written in some distracted moment I couldn't even remember, were 2 words: Jane Eyre. I stared at it. Briggs wrote to me about a Jane Eyre, St. John said. The advertisements asked for a Jane Eyre. I knew a Jane Elliot. He let the implication settle. I had suspicions for some time. Yesterday they became certainty. He raised an eyebrow. You own the name? Yes, I said. But Briggs, does Briggs know anything about Mr. Rochester? Has he? Briggs is in London. St. John's voice held steady. And Mr. Rochester is not his concern. You're missing the point, Jane. I'm getting to the point. What does Briggs want? He looked at me for a moment, the particular look he used when he was deciding whether exasperation was worth the energy. Your uncle, he said. Mr. Eyre of Madeira, he's dead. The fire crackled. Outside, the storm made a low, continuous sound, the kind that existed at the bottom of everything. He's left you everything, St. John said. His entire estate. You're an heiress. I opened my mouth, closed it. How much? I said because I had to say something, and that was the only question that felt answerable. The corner of his mouth shifted almost, the closest thing to a laugh I had ever seen on his face. 20,000 pounds. I stared at him. You look, he said, like I've just told you the crime was discovered. I stopped. I thought perhaps 4,000 or 5,000. Maybe 20,000 is, I paused. That's a great deal of money. It is, he agreed, standing and reaching for his cloak. Wait, I crossed the room and put myself between him and the door. Wait, why did Briggs write to you? How does he know you? You're living at the edge of the world in a village the post nearly forgets. Why you? He reached for the latch. I'm a clergyman. People write to clergymen about odd matters. That's not an answer and you know it. He was quiet. The quality of his stillness was different than usual. He looked, for the first time that evening, something approaching caught. Tell me, I said, tonight, now. I'd rather Diana told you. Diana isn't here, you are, tell me. I said I was a hard man, and I'm a harder woman. Start talking or I will keep standing in front of this door until spring, I promise you. He laughed, a short, reluctant thing, but real. The first I'd ever heard from him. It transformed his face so briefly I almost thought I imagined it. Your name, he said. Jane Eyre. We've established this. You're perhaps not aware. He stopped, reorganized. I was christened St. John Eyre Rivers. I went very still. My mother's name was Eyre, he said. She had 2 brothers. One was a clergyman who married a Miss Reed of Gateshead. He held my gaze. The other was John Eyre of Madeira. The chain of it assembled itself in my mind link by link, then all at once. And then all at once it was simply there, complete and inevitable, the way truths tend to be when you've been living adjacent to them without knowing. Your mother, I said slowly, was my father's sister. He inclined his head. Which makes you... I couldn't finish the sentence yet. It felt too large to speak without checking it first, the way you press carefully on ice before trusting your weight to it. Your cousin, he said, as are Diana and Mary. I stood there looking at him, this severe, brilliant, complicated man who had opened his door to me when I was half dead in a snowdrift, who had looked at me with cool assessment and quietly, practically saved my life. And Diana, who had held my hands and brought me warm broth and laughed at my dry remarks. And Mary, quiet and steady and generous with her books. I had thought them strangers. I had thought I had no one. I pressed my hands over my mouth and started crying, which I had not done in a very long time, and also started laughing, which coexisted with the crying in the unhinged way that sometimes only pure joy can produce. Oh, I said. Oh, Jane? I'm fine, I said, laughing through it. I'm completely fine, I'm wonderful, I have cousins. You have £20,000, he said, with the mild bewilderment of a man who had expected money to be the more affecting revelation. I know, I said, waving this aside. Listen, write to Diana and Mary tomorrow. Tell them to come home. Diana said £1,000 would make her rich. 5,000 will make her absolutely insufferable in the best possible way. Jane, his voice shifted. What are you? 20,000 divided by 4 is 5,000, I said. You and Diana and Mary and me, it's very simple arithmetic. He went quite still. The inheritance is yours. The inheritance is ours. I won't argue about this, or rather, I pointed at him, I will argue extensively for as long as necessary, but the conclusion will be the same. I've never had family, I have it now. I will not sit in this cottage drowning in money I didn't earn while my cousins slave for strangers. I won't. You can't. I can, and I will, and you standing there looking like I've said something incomprehensible will not change it. I crossed my arms. You told me you'd be my brother, say it again. Something moved in his face. The marble cracked just slightly, and underneath it, I saw something tired and real and almost young. I will be your brother, he said quietly. Jane, and Diana and Mary will be my sisters. Yes, then it's settled. I uncrossed my arms. Now, tell me you'll write to them first thing tomorrow, and then please go before this storm gets worse. He looked at me for a long moment, then he picked up his cloak from the door. The school, he said. You'll keep it, until you find someone else, obviously. He smiled then, small and rare and completely genuine. He held out his hand and I took it, and we shook on it the way people shake hands when they are sealing something that matters. Good night, Jane. Good night, walk carefully. He slipped out into the dark and the howling white, and I stood in the firelight with my hand still warm from his and thought about Diana, who had laughed so easily. About Mary, who had shared her books without being asked. About a shared great uncle I would never meet, who had looked at the world and decided to leave it to a niece he'd never spoken to. And about £20,000, which had felt like a weight when it was mine alone, and which now felt, divided into 4, like something else entirely. Like a beginning. I sat back down by the fire. I did not pick up Marmion. I had better things to think about. Chapter 36. Keys and farewells, the last day of Morton School felt like closing a book you'd loved so much the spine had cracked. I locked the door with 60 girls filed out before me, key warm in my palm, exchanging proper goodbyes with my half-dozen best scholars, young women who had arrived at my door barely literate and were leaving it with Schiller recommendations and opinions about mathematics. Decent, sharp, quietly remarkable in the way that people are when no one has bothered to look at them closely enough. St. John materialized at my elbow the way he always did, as if manifested from the gray air itself. I imagine the satisfaction of genuine usefulness is its own reward, he said, watching the last of them disappear down the lane. Doubtless. And if a few months could accomplish so much, he let the implication dangle there, elegant and inevitable as a gallows. Don't, I said pleasantly. I haven't finished. You were going to suggest that a life devoted entirely to this work would be nobly spent, and I was going to agree that yes, theoretically, it would, and then you were going to look quietly triumphant, and I was going to have to disappoint you. I'm saving us both the time. The corner of his mouth moved, not quite a smile. With St. John, it was never quite a smile. What then? He asked. What sudden eagerness is this? What do you propose to do with yourself now that you've relinquished your post? I turned the key over in my fingers. Outside, December sat heavy and white on the moors, the kind of cold that gets into your teeth. First, I said, I need Hannah. Please release her from whatever domestic martyrdom she's currently performing on your behalf. You want her for Moor House. Diana and Mary come home in a week. Someone needs to make it worth coming home to. Something flickered across his face. Genuine warmth for his sisters, which was the one soft thing in him, the one place where the marble gave way. He handed it over without further argument. Tell her to be ready tomorrow, I said, and pressed the cottage key into his palm. And here, I won't be needing this anymore. He looked down at it, then up at me, and I could see him assembling the question he always asked, the one that amounted to, But what is your purpose, Jane? Your grand design, your contribution to the moral architecture of the universe? My purpose, I said before he could ask, is to clean Moor House from top to bottom. I mean that literally every surface, every corner, every forgotten shelf. Then beeswax and oil until the whole place glows like something out of a dream. Then, new curtains. I have opinions about curtains, St. John, that you have never been made aware of, and I intend to act on them fully. And then, this is the part you'll find either deeply moving or entirely baffling. Diana and Mary and I are going to make Christmas cakes. We are going to beat eggs and sort currants, and the kitchen is going to smell extraordinary, and absolutely none of it will be in service of a higher calling. It will just be lovely. He was quiet for a moment. For the present, he said carefully, I'll allow it. How generous. But Jane, his voice dropped into that register he used for sermons, for final arguments, for the kind of statements that were meant to land in you and stay. When the novelty has passed, when the warmth of this new family has settled into something ordinary, I hope you won't mistake comfort for contentment. You have capacities that deserve more than domestic pleasures. The best things in the world are domestic pleasures, I said. No, we disagree. 2 months, he said, with the tone of a man making a judicial pronouncement. I grant you 2 months. After that, I'll expect you to look further. I looked at his face, that extraordinary, impossible face, like something sketched by an artist who decided to prove a point about symmetry, and thought that he genuinely did not understand what he was asking, that he lived so entirely in the realm of aught that had become barely legible to him. Goodbye, St. John, I said, not unkindly. He inclined his head. It was, for him, practically effusive. I cannot explain to you the profound animal satisfaction of cleaning a house that wants cleaning. Hannah and I descended on Moor House like a benevolent natural disaster. 2 days of magnificent chaos, furniture pulled from walls, curtains stripped, the particular archaeology of a home lived in and then left. And then, gradually, the kind of order that feels like something you've made rather than something that simply happened. The ordinary rooms I left much as they were. Diana and Mary would want to come home to themselves, not to a stranger's idea of improvement. But I let myself have new curtains, dark and handsome, and a few careful additions in porcelain and bronze that caught the winter light in ways that made you stop. I purchased what was necessary in spent what felt like a frankly alarming amount on coal and peat, and by Thursday evening Moor House was the warmest, most honestly welcoming place I had ever had the privilege of standing inside. St. John arrived first, of course. I was in the kitchen, monitoring the progress of tea cakes with the attention they deserved, when he appeared in the doorway. Are you satisfied? He asked, looking around. Reasonably. Would you like a tour? He submitted to it with the air of a man who understood himself to be humoring a child's performance, polite, present, and faintly elsewhere. He looked through doors I opened. He said I had clearly worked very hard. He said I had scrupulously respected the existing character of each room. And then he found his book, withdrew to his window recess, and began to read. I stood for a moment, looking at him. Here's a thing I understood about St. John Rivers that evening, understanding it in the way you sometimes understand things, not in stages but all at once, like a light turned on in a room you thought you knew. He would make a terrible husband. Not terrible in the way of cruelty or selfishness. Terrible in the way of a cathedral, magnificent, cold, built for a purpose that had nothing to do with you. He would never be unkind. He would be worse than unkind. He would be distant. He would sit at the fireplace like a load-bearing column in the wrong room, too permanent and too correct for the kind of ordinary human warmth that a fireside actually required. I thought of raw salmon Oliver, beautiful, bright, thoroughly alive raw salmon Oliver, and I understood something about that too. Of course he had felt it. Of course he had despised himself for feeling it. It was physical, and physical things embarrassed him, and so he had taken that whole warm, inconvenient fact and locked it somewhere deep and architectural and moved on. He would be extraordinary in a crisis. He would be extraordinary anywhere that required endurance or moral courage or the specific kind of love that looks like sacrifice. He would be, I suspected, extraordinary in the Himalayas. In this parlor, on this evening, with the fire crackling and tea cakes cooling on the rack, he was simply wrong. "They're coming." Hannah's voice from the hall, and then Carlo erupting into operatic joy. And then I was out the door before I'd decided to move. Dark outside, properly dark, the kind of December dark that makes lamplight feel like a gift. Hannah had a lantern. The carriage had stopped at the gate. The driver opened the door, and two shapes I knew better than almost any other shapes in the world stepped down into the cold. I had my face against Mary's cheek, and then Diana's before anyone had said a sensible word. They laughed, that particular laugh that only happens between people who are genuinely, uncomplicated happy to see you, and kissed me, and Hannah, and fussed Carlo into near delirium, and asked all at once whether everything was all right, and hearing that it was, streamed into the house bringing cold air and noise and all of themselves with them. They asked for St. John. He came from the parlor, and they threw their arms around him with the wholehearted ease that only people who have known each other their entire lives can manage. He kissed each of them quietly, said a few low words of welcome, stood for as long as politeness required while they talked at him, and then withdrew to the parlor again. I watched him go. Diana caught my eye and grinned. I showed them their rooms. They were delighted, extravagant in the way people are when they're genuinely moved and not performing it, finding reasons to exclaim at the curtains, running their hands over the new drapery, Diana pausing in front of the mirror with an expression that said she had not expected to feel this and was glad. "Jane," she said, "this is extraordinary." "It's just curtains," I said, which was a lie and we both knew it. That was a sweet evening. The sweetest in recent memory. Diana and Mary were in the full flood of homecoming, stories from their time away tumbling over each other, commentary sharp and funny and warm, the specific eloquence of people who have been thinking things for months and are now finally in a room with someone worth saying them to. St. John sat with us, genuinely glad of his sisters, but somewhere slightly behind the glass of his own composure, happy that they were there, less able to be present with them. I watched him want the noise to be over, want the quieter tomorrow. Then, around 9, a knock at the door. Hannah came in to say there was a young man come for Mr. Rivers. His mother was dying, clear up at Whitcross Brow, 4 miles across the bog on one of the worst nights of the year. "Tell him I will go," St. John said. "Sir, the road's not fit." But he was already in the passage, already pulling on his coat, and there was no discussion to be had. He came back at midnight, half-frozen, wind-scoured, and I could see it clearly, satisfied in the deep cellular way that certain people are only satisfied when they have done something that cost them. He looked, I thought, more like himself than he had all evening. I understood that too. I just didn't know whether to find it admirable or terrifying. He tried our patience that Christmas week, and we thoroughly tried his. Diana and Mary were magnificent company, funny, curious, relentlessly alive, and the three of us spent the week in the pleasant anarchy of people who have been responsible for too long and are now at liberty. St. John was seldom in the house. His parish was large, the poor were numerous, and the sick were conveniently scattered, and I think all of this was a genuine relief to him. Purpose, movement, effort, the clean transaction of need and help. At breakfast one morning, Diana looked at her brother with that particular expression that means a difficult thing is being assembled into speech, and asked, carefully, whether his plans were still unchanged. "Unchanged and unchangeable," he said. He was leaving England next year. He had taken a berth on a ship sailing in June. Then Mary, quietly, almost to herself, "And Rosamond Oliver?" St. John closed his book. He looked up. His face was, as it always was when he had decided what his face would do, a controlled and composed thing. Rosamond Oliver, he told us, was to be married to a Mr. Granby of S., grandson of Sir Frederick, a good match in every particular. He had heard from her father only yesterday. We all looked at him. He looked back at us with the serenity of a man who has already had this feeling, already filed it correctly, already moved on. They can only have known each other 2 months, Diana said, long enough where the connection is desirable and the obstacles are absent. His voice was steady as stone. They will marry as soon as the house can be made ready. I found him alone later that afternoon and stood at the edge of the question I wanted to ask, "Does this hurt you?" and could not ask it, partly because he so clearly did not require my sympathy, partly because his reserve had come back down like a shutter, and the frankness I had occasionally managed with him felt like something that had happened to a different person in a different season. He had promised once to treat me like a sister, and had quietly broken that promise every day since. The distance between us, now that I was acknowledged family and lived under his roof, was somehow greater than when I had been only the village schoolmistress. I could not quite account for it. Then one afternoon he looked up from his desk and said, without preamble, "You see, Jane, the battle is fought and the victory won." I blinked. "Are you certain you haven't paid too dear for the victory?" "I think not, and if I had, it does not signify. There will not be another such battle." He looked briefly something like at peace. "My way is clear. I thank God for it." Then he returned to his papers and his silence, and I was left standing in the wreckage of that conversation, not entirely sure what had happened. As Christmas settled into a quieter register, and we resumed the habits of ordinary days, St. John stayed home more. We occupied the same room for hours at a stretch, Mary drawing, Diana pursuing some frankly intimidating encyclopedic project, me grinding through German with the determination of someone who has been told it will be good for them. St. John worked at his own studies, some Eastern language, acquired with the focused intensity he brought to everything that was going to cost him. He was quiet in his corner, absorbed, but I noticed, in the way you notice things you're not entirely sure you want to have noticed, that his eyes left his work with a certain regularity, moving across the room, sometimes landing on me with a quality of attention that wasn't casual. When caught, he looked away immediately. He was also peculiar about my weekly visits to Morton School. His sisters would urge me to stay home in bad weather, a reasonable suggestion, and St. John would always, pleasantly, calmly, absolutely contradict them. "Jane can manage a mountain wind," he would say. "Her constitution is sound. She does not require coddling." And there would be something in his tone that suggested this was not merely observation but expectation, and I would go and come back half frozen and not complain because I had learned. Without quite deciding to learn it, that fortitude pleased him and complaint did not. I disliked this about myself. One afternoon I stayed home with a genuine cold. His sisters had gone to Morton in my place. I was reading Schiller by the fire. St. John was at his desk, crabbed Oriental script covering the page before him. "Jane," he said, without looking up, "give up the German." I looked at him. "I'm sorry. I want you to learn Hindustani instead." Now he looked up, those eyes blue and measuring and never quite warm. "I need a student to go over the elements with me as I advance to keep them fixed. I've considered my sisters and I've chosen you. You concentrate longest." I did not say, "That's the least romantic thing anyone has ever said to me." I said, "All right." Diana was delighted by this betrayal in the way she was delighted by most things. "He could never have convinced me," she said cheerfully. "I know," said St. John. He was an exacting teacher and a patient one, a combination that should cancel out and somehow didn't. When I did well, he told me so in his own economy of expression, and it mattered more than it should have. When I did poorly, he waited. I found, slowly and with some alarm, that his good opinion had become a thing I organized myself around without meaning to. I could no longer laugh freely when he was in the room, because some tiresome monitoring instinct informed me he found vivacity frivolous. I could no longer be easy in my own skin, because his approval required a kind of steadiness I had to perform, and his disapproval, silent, patient, judicial, was worse than being shouted at. When he said come, I came. When he said go, I went. I did not love my obedience. I wished, frequently, that he had continued to ignore me entirely. One evening, at bedtime, Diana, in one of her frolicsome moods, watched her brother kiss her cheek and Mary's, and then give me, as was his custom, his hand. "St. John," she said, with the look of someone about to be extremely helpful, "you used to call Jane your third sister. You should kiss her too." She pushed me lightly toward him. I will not pretend I was not embarrassed. I was. The particular embarrassment of having someone cheerfully illuminate a thing you had been pretending not to notice. St. John bent his head. His face came level with mine, That face, always that face, beautiful in the way a theorem is beautiful, correct, and cold. And his eyes asked mine something I couldn't answer, and he kissed me. It was not a kiss of any warmth. It was an experiment. I could feel him measuring my response with the clinical attention he gave everything, cataloging the result. I did not blush. I may have gone slightly pale. I felt, with the peculiar clarity of genuinely bad moments, that this was a door closing. He kissed me every evening after that, and the fact that I bore it with dignity seemed to satisfy some requirement in him I didn't understand and didn't particularly want to. I was increasingly aware that to become what he wanted me to become would require dismantling half of what I was. My laughter, my quick feeling, the parts of me that did not move in straight, disciplined lines toward declared objectives. He wanted to raise me to an elevation I could not reach, and the daily effort of attempting it was quietly exhausting, like trying to make my face fit a template designed for someone else's bones. And underneath all of this, persistent and undimmed, like a coal that refuses to go cold, Mr. Rochester. Don't mistake me, I had not forgotten him. I was not capable of forgetting him. It wasn't sentiment or weakness or the kind of attachment that weather dissolves. It was more fundamental than that. His name was written somewhere interior to me, carved rather than inscribed, and no change of place or fortune had touched it. I had written to Mrs. Fairfax months ago asking after him, his whereabouts, his health, the basic facts of his continued existence. I had expected a quick reply. I had received nothing. I wrote again, still nothing. The days arrived and passed without a word, and the silence was its own particular cruelty, because silence can mean anything, and my imagination was neither kind nor limited in the range of answers it suggested. When half a year had gone, I stopped expecting the letter, and what replaced that expectation was a gray, persistent unheaviness that Diana noticed and that a fine spring did nothing to address. "You look ill," Diana said. "Come to the seaside with me." St. John naturally opposed this. I did not need dissipation, he said. I needed purpose. My life was insufficiently directed. He proposed more Hindustani. I apparently proposed to let him. One morning Hannah told me there was a letter. I came downstairs quickly, too quickly, probably, the embarrassing quickness of someone who has been waiting, and found a note from Mr. Briggs on a dry matter of business, and absolutely nothing else. I cried, which I hated, not loudly. The kind of crying that happens to you before you've decided to allow it. I was sitting over my Hindustani an hour later, eyes still uncooperative, when St. John called me to read aloud. I tried. My voice broke. He said nothing about it. He simply said, "We'll wait a few minutes, Jane, till you're more composed," with the manner of a physician noting an expected symptom, and sat with perfect patience while I put myself back together. He was not cruel. He was not indifferent. I searched for the word, clinical. He held my pain at the precise distance required to observe it without being touched by it, and I could not decide whether to be grateful or hurt. I composed myself. We continued the lesson. "Now," he said when we had finished, "you'll take a walk with me. I'll fetch Diana and—" "No, only you. Take the road toward Marsh Glen." There was nothing gentle about December on those moors, but there was something honest. The sky was a clean, hard blue, the stream running full and quick down the ravine, catching light in ways that made you think words like sapphire and then feel slightly embarrassed about it. The heather underfoot was soft and cold. St. John walked beside me in silence for a long time, and for once it was not an uncomfortable silence. It was the silence of a man who was, in some genuine way, saying goodbye to a landscape he loved. We stopped at a cluster of rocks where the path narrowed and the beck fell away into a small waterfall below. He took off his hat, let the wind do what it wanted with his hair. "I shall see this again," he said, not quite to me. "In dreams, when I sleep beside the Ganges." A pause, and once more in a different kind of sleep, on the shore of a darker river. I looked at him. Strange thing to love a country, strange thing to leave it so willingly for the sake of something you love more than you love it. We sat on the rocks. Half an hour passed without speech. I found I did not mind. "I sail in 6 weeks," he said finally. "The 20th of June. God will go with you. You've undertaken his work." "Yes." And here the coldness dropped away from him, just briefly. The way a cloud shifts and you see what's been behind it. Genuine, burning conviction, the kind that doesn't care whether you find it reasonable. That is my glory and my joy. I go under no human authority, subject to no human failure. My king is perfect. It seems strange to me that not everyone feels the same desire to serve him. Not everyone has I searched for the diplomatic word, particular gifts for it. I don't speak of everyone. I speak of those who have been given the capacity and have not yet been shown the obligation. Something tightened in the air. I felt it, the way you feel weather coming before you can see it. If someone truly has a vocation, I said carefully, wouldn't their own heart be the first to tell them? And what does your heart say, Jane? Silence. My heart, I said slowly, is quiet on the matter. Then I will speak for it. His voice was steady as the rock behind him. Come with me to India, as my companion, my fellow laborer. The glen tilted slightly. The hills stayed where they were, but something in my interior rearranged itself without asking permission. St. John, I managed. Have a little mercy. He looked at me with the expression of a man for whom mercy is an interesting concept, clearly located elsewhere. You are formed for this work, he said. Not for a brief, considered pause for softer things. You have endurance and intelligence and moral seriousness, and those are what this requires. I stared at him. You just told me I'm not formed for love. I said you were formed for labor. You understand those are not compliments that can coexist without comment. He was unmoved. I claim you for God's service, as my wife. I felt cold in a way that had nothing to do with December. I have no vocation for it. Humility, he said, with the tone of someone playing what he considers a decisive card. The saints have always doubted their worthiness. I count it in your favor. We went back and forth like this for a long time. He had prepared for it. I could see the preparation in him, the patient arrangement of arguments in logical sequence, the stock of responses to objections. He had come to this hillside ready to dismantle every counterargument I offered, and he did it pleasantly, steadily, without any irritation at all, which was somehow worse than anger would have been. I asked for a quarter of an hour to think. He gave it, lying on the heather a little distance away, perfectly still, watching the sky. I thought. He was right that I could do the work, I knew that. He was right that England held nothing for me now in any concrete, locatable sense, mister. Rochester was not here, and wherever he was I had no access to him, and the waiting was a kind of slow consumption. He was right that I needed purpose. He was absolutely and completely wrong about the marriage. I could go to India as his colleague, cross oceans, endure deserts, work until I wore myself out, and it would be hard and probably shortened and genuine and fine. I could even love him in the way you love a person whose qualities you admire, whose commitment you respect, whose convictions, however alien to your own, are real. But as his wife, I held that thought up and looked at it. As his wife, sitting beside him always the slightly damped version of myself, the fire of my nature turned down to the setting he found appropriate, burning inward without being permitted to speak no, I could not. I'll go, I said when he came back to me. But free, not as your wife. That requires clarification. You've been my cousin and something like a brother. Let us continue as such, two people working side by side toward the same end, without the other thing. He shook his head. It won't do. Why not? He explained, reasonably, the practical obstacles, the impropriety, the impossibility, in the places they would go, of an unmarried man and woman in constant company. I explained, equally reasonably, that I regarded him with a sister's constancy and a comrade's loyalty and precisely nothing warmer than that, and that performing the rituals of love I did not feel would be a slow and specific damage to both of us. I scorn the version of love you're offering me, I said. I was standing now, leaning against the rock. I scorn the idea of it. Enough love will follow marriage, you said, as if love were an administrative outcome, as if it were something that accrues. He looked at me for a long moment. Something moved in that controlled face. I couldn't name it. I think, he said quietly, I have said nothing to deserve scorn. And the gentleness of it stopped me. Because he was right, he had not been cruel, he had been sincere, and there is something almost more disarming about sincere wrongness than about anything performed. Forgive the word, I said. But you raised this subject, and our natures are simply, we are not made of the same material, St. John. On this one matter, we never will be. Forget the marriage. Come to Cambridge, take your fortnight, and come back and let us be what we actually are to each other, which is something real and good. I will urge you no further today, he said. I'll be gone 2 weeks, think about it, but understand, and hear something hardened. If you refuse me, you refuse God's work. The path I'm offering is the only noble one available to you. Choose otherwise, and you choose, a pause, smallness. He turned away from me and looked at the hills, and I could see in the set of his shoulders what I had cost him, not love exactly, but the defeated architecture of a plan he had believed in. We walked home in silence. He kissed his sisters good night. He gave me his hand. I went upstairs and stood at my window and looked at the dark moor and felt the shape of everything that was unresolved pressing against the inside of my chest. Diana found me an hour later and told me, not unkindly, that she could see we'd quarreled, and that sent. John was in the passage if I wanted to make it right. I went after him. I always went after people when I could. I would rather be happy than correct. He was at the foot of the stairs, still in his coat. Good night, I said. Good night, he said with perfect calm. Shake hands then. He gave me his hand, that loose, cold grip, the handshake of a man performing the outward form of peace because he was too principled to withhold it and too unforgiving to make it mean anything. Do you forgive me? I asked. He said he wasn't in the habit of holding grievances. He said there was nothing to forgive. He said it without any warmth at all, and then he left. I watched him go. I thought I would honestly have preferred if he'd just argued with me. Somewhere distant, on the moor, or maybe only in whatever part of me had been quietly keeping his name like an ember, still and patient and refusing to cool, I thought of Mr. Rochester. I thought, I have to know. Chapter 37. Marble, not man, he delayed his departure by a full week. 7 days, and in those 7 days, St. John Rivers taught me everything I never wanted to know about how a good man can become your personal, finely crafted torture device without technically doing anything wrong. There was no shouting, no slammed doors, no dramatic declarations of wounded pride. That would have been easier, honestly, that I could have worked with. Instead, he simply withdrew. Not his presence. He was there every morning, calling me to his desk as usual, sitting across from me with that carved marble composure, speaking to me in complete, grammatically perfect sentences. But the warmth was gone. Whatever small, austere light had existed between us had been extinguished, and he'd swept up the ashes and disposed of them so efficiently I might have imagined the fire entirely. I hadn't imagined it. Every time he looked at me, I could see the words I'd said to him written in the air between us, hanging there like smoke. I scorned him and his love. That's what I'd said. And St. John, principled, forgiven, deeply Christian St. John, had forgiven me for it in the technical, theological sense of the word. He had not forgotten it in any other. He wasn't cruel. That was the maddening part. He was almost worse than cruel. He was correct. He turned a slightly warmer expression toward Diana and Mary, and I understood with the clarity of a slap that this was not malice. It was simply contrast. He was illustrating, with his customary precision, exactly how far outside his favor I currently resided. Like a man who doesn't yell at you, but makes sure you see him being lovely to everyone else in the room. I spent those days in a low, constant state of something that wasn't quite grief and wasn't quite fury, but lived in the uncomfortable territory between them, pressing on my ribs from the inside. I understood something in those 7 days that I wished I didn't. If I had been foolish enough or desperate enough to say yes to him, to become his wife and follow him to India the way he wanted, he would have killed me. Not violently. Not with any weapon anyone could name. He would have done it so slowly and so correctly that no one, including St. John himself, would have called it killing. He would have called it purpose. He would have called it God's work. And I would have simply diminished, degree by degree, like a candle in a very large room, until one day there was nothing left of me to extinguish. I knew this with the kind of bone-deep certainty that doesn't require proof. On the evening before he was to leave, I found him in the garden near sunset, standing at the small gate, watching the horizon with the patient, unhurried attention he gave to everything. The light was that particular shade of late gold that makes ordinary things look significant, and I stood at the window watching him for a moment before I went out. He had once saved my life. That was the thing I kept coming back to. Whatever this cold, careful distance was between us now, he was my family. The closest thing to it I'd ever reliably had, and he had, on one occasion, been the reason I was still standing on the earth at all. That felt like it deserved one more attempt. I crossed the garden and stopped beside him. He didn't turn. The moon was just beginning to rise, pale and early, and he appeared to find it extremely interesting. "St. John," I said, no preamble. I'd learned that much about him. "I'm unhappy. You're still angry with me. Can we please just be friends again?" "I believe we are friends," he said, in the tone of someone reporting weather. "No." I kept my voice steady. "We're not the way we were, you know that." He was quiet for a moment. "That would be unfortunate. I wish you no ill." "I know you don't," I said. "I believe that completely. But St. John, I'm your family. I'd like something slightly warmer than the general goodwill you extend to people you pass on the street." "Of course," he said, "that's a reasonable wish. I don't think of you as a stranger." He said it pleasantly, politely, as though we were discussing the weather after all. Every prideful instinct I possessed told me to walk back inside. Instead, something steadier held me there. "Is this how we leave it? You're going to India, and this is the last conversation we have." "Not one." I stopped, started again. "Not one kinder word than this?" He turned from the moon then, fully. His eyes, in the fading light, were the precise color and temperature of winter sky. "When I go to India, Jane," and something shifted in his voice, something that wasn't warmth but was at least attention. "I go, you do not. You made that quite clear. You said I couldn't come unless I married you. And you will not marry me." Not a question, more like a fact he was filing away. "I want to pause here and tell you something about the way cold people ask questions. There's a particular brand of fear they can produce. Not the hot, rushing fear of something running at you, but the slow, creeping dread of something immovable. An avalanche doesn't shout, it simply comes." "No," I said, "I won't marry you. I haven't changed my mind." The avalanche shifted, not an inch more. Once more, he said, "Why?" "Before," I answered, "because you didn't love me. Now," and here I made what was perhaps a tactical error, but I was tired, and tired people tell the truth, "because you almost hate me. If I married you, St. John, you would kill me. You're doing it now, slowly, without meaning to." The color left his face like a tide going out. "I would kill you," he said, very quietly. "I am killing you." He let each word sit in the air separately like exhibits at a trial. "Those are not appropriate words, Jane. They are not accurate words. They are dramatic and unfitting. They suggest a state of mind that concerns me, and they warrant correction, though it is, of course, one's duty to forgive. I had, in attempting to repair things, managed to make them measurably worse. I could feel the new damage settling in deeper than the last. Now you'll hate me for certain," I said. "It came out smaller than I intended. I've made an enemy of you, permanently." His lips went white, just briefly. A single, involuntary tremor at the corner of his mouth, the most emotion I'd seen from him in a week, and then the marble was back. "No," I said quickly, reaching for his hand before the moment closed entirely. "That's not what I meant. I'm not trying to hurt you. I promise I'm not." He looked at my hand on his. Then, with the quiet finality of someone closing a book they have no intention of reopening, he withdrew it. "I take it," he said after a long pause, "that you've reconsidered the offer to accompany me altogether." "No, I'll come as your assistant," as I said. Silence stretched between us, long and complicated. I watched something move across his face, some private negotiation between what he felt and what he believed he was supposed to feel, and I couldn't have named what it was, only that it cost him something. "Jane," he exhaled, "I explained to you at length why an unmarried woman of your situation accompanying an unmarried man in mine would be." "St. John," I cut him off. "Don't do this. You're too intelligent to pretend you've misunderstood me, and I'm too tired to let you get away with it. I'm not proposing anything improper. I'm proposing to be useful. I'll be your curate, your assistant, whatever word makes it easier. I will not be your wife." White again, that terrible, controlled white. A female assistant who is not my wife, he said, precisely, is not a position I can accommodate, however, and here he shifted into the tone he used for logistics, smooth and impersonal. If you are genuinely committed to missionary work, I can, when I'm in town, speak to a married colleague whose wife requires help. Your own means would make you independent of the society's support. This would spare us both any further. A slight pause, irregularity. There is no irregularity. I could hear my own voice getting sharper. I made no formal promise to anyone. I'm not obligated to go to India at all, particularly not with people I barely know. With you, I would have gone because I admire you and I trust you and I love you the way I'd love a brother, but I'd be dead within the year in that climate, and we both know it. His lip curled, the smallest, most refined expression of contempt I'd ever seen. You're afraid of yourself. I'm careful with my life, I said. God didn't give it to me so I could hand it over. And beyond that, I have unfinished business here, something I need to know before I go anywhere. He went very still. I know where your heart is, he said at last. And what it keeps circling back to, you've known for some time that you should have let it go, that you should be, a pause, ashamed to still be holding it. He meant Rochester. He said the name, then, steady and deliberate, like laying down evidence. It was true. I didn't deny it. My silence was its own confession. You're going to look for him. Not a question this time either. I need to know what's become of him, I said. Something passed over his face, something vast and sorrowful, and underneath it certain. Then I will pray for you, he said. With great sincerity. I had thought. He stopped. God sees differently than we do. His will be done. He pushed open the gate and walked away down the lane without looking back until the evening folded him in and he was gone. Diana was at the parlor window when I came back inside, which meant she'd seen at least some of it. She was tall enough that she had to stoop a little to look at my face properly, and she did it without apology. Jane, she put her hand on my shoulder. You look terrible. You've looked terrible for days. What is happening with the two of you? She watched me for a moment. St. John is strange. I know he's my brother, but he is genuinely strange, and he's been looking at you in ways I can't quite interpret, and I've been standing at this window for half an hour trying to decide if I should go out there. And does he love you, Jane? Does he? I took her hand and pressed it to my forehead, which was too warm and had been for some time. No, Di, not even slightly. Then why? He asked me to marry him. Diana's face went through approximately 6 expressions in 2 seconds. Then she grabbed both my hands. We thought so, Mary and I both thought so, and we hoped. We thought if he loved you, he might actually stay, and, she stopped, read my face more carefully. You said no. I said no, and he's like this because of it. It's more complicated than that. He doesn't want a wife, he wants a business partner. He asked me because he needed someone to come to India with him, and I seemed adequately suited to the work. The expression that moved across Diana's face at that was the same one I imagine moves across the face of anyone who has just been told something that is both completely in character and utterly appalling. That is why she dropped my hands. Absolutely not. Jane, you would be dead within 3 months in that climate, you know that. I do know that. You can't go, you must not go. She grabbed my hands again, apparently unable to commit to not holding them. You don't love him, right? Not like that. Not like that, I said. Though, I hesitated. Here's the thing about St. John that makes him genuinely dangerous, Di. If I were forced to be near him indefinitely, to be his, I think some strange, awful version of something might eventually develop in me. Because he is talented, and there are moments when he is almost magnificent, and that kind of thing has an effect on a person over time. It would be a terrible love, the kind that diminishes you rather than enlarges you. He'd never want it, and if I showed it, he'd make sure I understood it was an inconvenience. I paused. So, better not. Significantly better not, Diana agreed fervently. He's a good man, I said, because that mattered to me still, in spite of everything. He's good and he's great and he's going to do important work in the world. He just doesn't particularly notice when he walks over smaller people in the process, which makes it very important that smaller people stay out of his way. I heard the gate creak and looked up to see him crossing the garden, and something in my chest made a complicated motion. I have to go upstairs. Supper was the kind of meal where everyone's being extremely well-behaved and it feels worse than an argument. St. John was perfectly composed, polite. If he'd been praying in his room before he came down, and I was almost certain he had been, it had done exactly what he'd needed it to do. He'd filed the anger away. He'd called it forgiven. He'd come to the table with clean hands. Afterward, in the sitting room, he opened the Bible and read from Revelation, the 21st chapter, the one about the new heaven and the new earth and all the tears being wiped away, all the pain ended, all the former things past. The May moonlight came through the window without asking permission, making the candle almost unnecessary, and his voice was, "I'll say this for St. John Rivers." Whatever I thought of his proposal, whatever I thought of the week he'd just put me through, the man could read. There was something in the way scripture moved through him that made the words feel like they'd been waiting their whole existence for exactly that voice. It was beautiful. Seriously, objectively beautiful, in the way certain things are beautiful regardless of your feelings about them. And then his voice shifted, barely, just the smallest adjustment of tone, and I knew without looking up that his eyes had found me. He that overcometh shall inherit all things. And then, but the fearful, the unbelieving, shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire. So, that was the fate he'd assigned me. At least now I knew. The prayer that followed was the most intense thing I'd witnessed in some time. He didn't pray the way people pray when they're performing piety. He prayed the way someone argues a case they believe completely. Every sentence had the weight of someone who has considered this deeply and arrived at a position they will not be moved from. He asked for the weak-hearted. He asked for those who'd wandered. He asked, with a kind of fierce, luminous certainty, for a brand snatched from the burning. I was, quite clearly, the brand. By the end I was moved. That's the honest word. Despite everything, against my better judgment. There was something in his earnestness that bypassed all my reasonable objections and went straight somewhere softer and less defended, and I hated that, and it didn't make it untrue. Afterward, Diana and Mary said their goodnights and slipped out, clearly at some murmured instruction from him, and I extended my hand and said something about hoping he had a pleasant journey. "Thank you, Jane." He looked at me for a long moment. "I'll be back from Cambridge in a fortnight. That gives you time." His voice had taken on the particular quality it held when he was being patient in a way that cost him something. "I know my pride suggests I should say nothing more to you on the subject of marriage, but I don't answer to my pride. I have a duty, and I mean to keep it in view. I cannot simply release you to a pause, careful, deliberate, what I fear for you. Repent, resolve while there is still time. Remember that night comes when no one can work." He put his hand on my head, gently. "God give you strength to choose the better part. And the thing is, and this is the part I'm least proud of, it nearly worked. Not because I'd changed my mind. Not because I wanted him, or wanted India, or wanted the life he was describing, but because there was something in the totality of him, the talent, the conviction, the hand warm on my hair, that created a kind of gravity. And I was tired, and I'd been fighting so long against so many things, and for a moment the idea of simply stopping, of letting the current take me somewhere decided, felt almost like rest. I could feel myself going soft at the edges. The no I'd held so firmly was getting harder to locate. "Could you decide now?" he asked, quiet, drawing me slightly toward him. "Could you?" And his gentleness, that, more than any of his cold distances, more than any of his marble silences, was the thing that came closest to undoing me. I could resist his anger. His gentleness was another matter entirely. If I were certain, I heard myself say. If I were truly certain it was right, I would say yes right now, whatever came after. "My prayers are heard," he said, and pressed his hand more firmly against my hair, and his arm came around me in something that was almost an embrace, almost tenderness, almost, I knew the difference. I'd felt the real thing, and I knew the difference, and that knowing was the only anchor I had left. Show me, I thought, not to him, to something larger, something past the ceiling, past the dark roof, out into wherever prayers actually go. Show me the right thing. I want to do the right thing. I only want that. Show me. The house had gone quiet around us. The candle was guttering. The moonlight was everywhere. And then my heart stopped. Quite literally, I felt it stop for one suspended second before it lurched back into motion with something that wasn't sound and wasn't sensation and wasn't anything I can name cleanly even now. "What do you see?" St. John asked, sharp, sensing the change in me. I didn't see anything. I heard something. A voice. Distant but unmistakable as my own heartbeat, as the specific weight of a particular kind of grief, as the way certain words can live in your body for years after you've heard them. Jane, 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 not in the room, not in the house, not from any direction I could name. From everywhere and nowhere, from somewhere below the level of explanation, from the place where things that matter most tend to live. His voice. Edward Rochester's voice. Wild and wrecked and urgent and, "I'm coming," I said out loud before I decided to say anything. I was across the room and through the door before St. John could move, into the corridor which was dark, into the garden which was empty, into the night which gave me nothing back but the wind and the firs and the distant hills repeating my own question back at me, "Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?" I stood there in the moonlit garden and breathed. The voice was gone. The night was only a night. Superstition, I told myself, that is not a supernatural occurrence. That is your mind, doing what minds do when they are desperate and exhausted and trying to tell you something you've been refusing to hear. That was nature, moving through me with more honesty than I'd been allowing myself. Not a miracle, just the truth, finally loud enough. St. John had followed me out. I turned and looked at him, and for the first time in this whole long, grinding week, I felt entirely clear. "Please don't ask me to explain," I said. "Please just give me this evening. I need to be alone." He looked at me for one searching moment, then he stepped back and let me pass. I went to my room, locked the door, got onto my knees on the cold floor and prayed, not his kind of prayer, nothing as structured or as certain, just the raw, honest version of whatever I was feeling, sent out in the general direction of something larger than me. And when I rose, I was not afraid. I knew what I had to do. I knew where I had to go. I only needed the morning. Chapter 38. The spirit willing the morning I left Moor House, I folded my things with the careful, deliberate energy of someone who knows they are about to do something they can't take back. St. John had already knocked, or rather, hadn't knocked. That was somehow worse. A slip of paper had appeared under my door like a verdict, and I read it standing in the gray morning light in my stockings. "You left me too suddenly last night. Had you stayed but a little longer, you would have laid your hand on the Christian's cross and the angel's crown. I shall expect your clear decision when I return this day fortnight. Meantime, watch and pray that you enter not into temptation. The spirit, I trust, is willing, but the flesh, I see, is weak. I shall pray for you hourly. Yours, St. John." I set the paper down on the dresser. "My spirit," I said quietly to no one, to myself, to whatever lived in the space between certainty and doubt, "is perfectly willing to do what's right, and my flesh is strong enough to go find out what that actually is." I heard him leave. Through the window, I watched him cross the garden in the mist, his silhouette growing smaller against the moors until the fog took him entirely. He walked toward Whitcross, where he'd meet his coach. In a few hours, I would stand at that same crossroads. I too have a coach to catch, cousin. The 1st of June, and the sky hadn't gotten the memo. Rain streaked my window in cold, insistent lines. I paced my small room and turned the previous night over in my hands like a stone I'd found on a path, smooth, inexplicable, mine. The voice I'd heard. I know how that sounds. I knew how it sounded then. I'm a practical person, or I try to be. I don't reach for the mystical when the rational will do. But this, I had no rational shelf to put it on. It hadn't come from outside me. No window open to the dark, no trick of the wind through the moorland grass. It had come from somewhere inside my chest, in the register of something I couldn't name. Like the moment an earthquake doesn't just shake the ground, but shakes the idea of the ground. Like a door you thought was locked swinging open on its own. Jane. Even recalling it made my whole body go still. I pressed my palms flat on the windowsill and watched the rain and let myself feel the thing I'd been carefully not feeling for months. I needed to know if he was alive. I needed to know it the way I needed to breathe, not poetically, not metaphorically. Actually, urgently, in my body and my blood, letters had not worked. Letters had gone into the silence and stayed there, so I would go myself. I'm going on a journey, I told Diana and Mary at breakfast. 4 days, at least. Diana looked up from her tea. Mary looked up from her book. They had that particular twin-sister quality of communicating volumes without moving their faces. Alone? Diana asked. Yes, a beat. A friend, I added. Someone I've been worried about, for a while. They might have pointed out with complete accuracy that I had told them on more than one occasion that I had no friends besides them. They did not point this out. This is why I loved them. You look pale, Diana said instead. Are you well enough to travel? I'm anxious, I said. That's all. I think travel will cure it better than sitting still. That was the whole conversation. No interrogation, no dramatic scene. They helped me with my bag and walked me to the door. People who have known real hardship, I've found, tend not to waste energy making other people's business their own. Diana squeezed my hand at the door and Mary said, right when you arrive. And that was it. I loved them for it. I still do. By 4 o'clock, I was standing at the foot of the signpost at Whitcross, and the coach was coming. I could hear it from far off, the sound building slowly through the silence of the moors. The same coach, the same crossroads. 1 year ago to almost the day I had stumbled off it here with everything I owned in a small parcel and nowhere in the world to go. I felt, stepping up into it now, like a homing pigeon who'd finally been released. 36 hours. I watched England unreal past the window in the slow green way it does, the north giving way to softer country, sharper country to pastoral, stone walls to hedgerows, the spare and unforgiving moors to something gentler and more yielding. I knew this landscape. The low hills, the wide fields, the particular quality of morning light through those hedges. When the coach stopped to water the horses at a roadside inn on Thursday morning, I didn't need to ask where I was. I felt it in my sternum, the way you feel a place you love before you see it, but I asked anyway. How far is Thornfield Hall from here? 2 miles, ma'am, the ostler said. Across the fields. 2 miles. I paid my fare and left my box in his keeping and stood in the early morning light reading the sign above the inn door in gilt letters, the Rochester Arms. My heart did something complicated and involuntary. And then my brain, ever helpful, offered this. He might not even be there. He might be on the continent. He might be, and then it offered worse things than that, which I declined to entertain. And even if he were at Thornfield, the logical, procedural part of me pointed out there was still the matter of the wife. The woman in the attic, the reason I had run. Go inside, said the sensible part of my brain. Ask the innkeeper. 5 minutes and you'll know everything. I could not make myself do it. There is a specific cruelty in the moment just before you know a terrible thing. Once you know it, you are in it, and you simply have to live through it. Before you know it, there is still the possibility that it isn't terrible. I wanted that possibility for just a little longer. I wanted to walk the fields I knew. I wanted to see the house. I went across the stile and into the fields. I walked fast, the way you do when your body has more urgency than your mind has given it permission to express. I ran, some of the time. I knew these paths. I knew that stone wall, that cluster of trees, the way the rookery sounded before you could see it, the rooks calling out across the morning stillness like an announcement. I was nearly laughing by the time the woods rose up ahead. Perhaps he's at the window. He wakes early. Perhaps he's in the orchard. I told myself I wasn't going to do anything foolish, that I simply needed to see the house with my own eyes, that I wasn't going to run to him across the lawn like a person who had completely lost the plot. I was not, it must be said, entirely certain I believed myself. I came around the low wall of the orchard to the gate between the 2 stone pillars, pressed myself against one of them, the stone cold through my sleeve, and very carefully peered around it. I want to tell you what I expected to see. I want to tell you the way the house had lived in my memory for 12 months, the long front with its battlements catching the morning sun, the windows that meant rooms where he existed, the whole proud solidity of it. I had dreamed about it. I had tried not to dream about it. I looked. There was a moment where I didn't understand what I was seeing. My brain simply refused to process it, kept reaching for the image it expected, the way you reach for a word and find only blankness. Then I understood. Ruins, black and hollow and silent as a held breath, walls standing like ribs stripped of everything. Windows punched through to open sky, painless, staring. No roof, no battlements, no chimneys. The grass grown up through the rubble and the debris, spring stubbornly tending to its own work among the wreckage, which told me this had not happened yesterday or last week or even last month. I stood in the meadow in front of it for a long time. I thought of sending letter after letter into this silence. Of course, no one had answered. There was no one to answer. There was no house to answer from. And then, because I am the kind of person I am, I stopped standing and started thinking. The blackness of the stone, the pattern of it. Fire, this was fire. This was what fire does. How, I thought very quietly. And what was lost, and who? The gray church tower caught my eye through the trees near the gate, and I wrenched my gaze away from it with a physical effort, refusing, absolutely refusing, to follow that thought to its conclusion. I went back to the inn. The innkeeper was a steady, respectable-looking man of middle age who brought my breakfast himself and shut the door when I asked him to and sat down across the table from me in the small parlor. I wrapped my hands around my tea and tried to locate a way to begin. "You know Thornfield Hall?" I said at last. It wasn't really a question. "Yes, ma'am, I lived there once." He paused. "I was the late Mr. Rochester's butler." The air went out of me. "The late?" My voice came out strange. Is he dead?" "I mean the previous gentleman," he said, reading my face. "Mr. Edward's father, ma'am. The present Mr. Rochester is Mr. Edward." I put my hands flat on the table and breathed. "Mr. Edward, my Mr. Rochester. The present Mr. Rochester. Present as in existing, as in alive." "Right," I said when I could speak properly again. "Right, of course." I could hear everything now. Whatever he was about to tell me, I could hear it. He was alive, the rest was detail. "He's not at Thornfield Hall, I take it." "Good Lord, no, ma'am, no one is living there." He shook his head with the weight of someone who has shaken it many times over the same subject. "You must be a stranger to the area, or you'd have heard. Last autumn, harvest time, the hall burned down. One night, middle of the night, they couldn't get the engines from Millcote in time. It was all flames by the time anyone arrived. I watched it myself. The fire," I set my tea down carefully. "Do they know how it started?" He leaned forward slightly, the way people do when they've told a story many times and still find it worth the telling. "Well, you may have heard there was a lady kept at the hall. A lunatic, ma'am, Mr. Rochester's well." "His wife," I said. "Yes, I'd heard." Something shifted in his face, surprise, recalibration. "Just so, ma'am, she was kept very close. Most people didn't know she was there at all, not for certain, just rumor-like. There was a woman who looked after her, a Mrs. Poole, who was competent enough in most respects, but had," he searched for diplomatic language and found some, "a weakness for gin. When Mrs. Poole was indisposed, the other Mrs. Rochester had a habit of getting hold of the keys." He paused. I waited. "She'd done it before, they say. Nearly burnt Mr. Rochester in his bed once, but this time," he shook his head again. "She started with the hangings in the room next to her own, then she got down to the lower floors, made her way to the governess's old room." He glanced at me briefly, then away. "The governess had run off 2 months before. Mr. Rochester had been, well, they say he looked for her like she was the only thing in the world, never found a trace. He was changed after, shut himself up. Sent the housekeeper to her family, had the ward put in school, stopped seeing anyone, just haunted the place." He said it simply, that last part, haunted, like it was the most accurate word available and he'd chosen it with care. "He never left England?" "Leave England?" The innkeeper looked almost amused. "He wouldn't cross the front step except at night, walk the grounds like a man who'd lost his senses. Which, between you and me, ma'am, I think he partly had. I knew him as a boy. You never saw a man with more force to him, more himself, if you know what I mean. He wasn't handsome, particularly, and he didn't drink or gamble like some, but there was a quality to him." He paused, somewhere between fondness and grief. "That governess broke him, is what it comes down to, though I don't suppose it was her fault. I've sometimes wished she'd never come to the hall." I absorbed this without moving. Outside, the morning was brightening. The gilt letters on the inn sign would be catching the light. "The fire," I said, keeping my voice even. "He was there when it started." He went up himself. This is the God's truth, ma'am, I'm not embellishing. He went up to the attics with the whole building burning and got every last servant out. helped them down with his own hands, then went back for his wife. I closed my eyes for one moment, opened them. They called out to him that she was on the roof, waving her arms above the battlements, shouting you could hear her from a mile away. I heard her myself. She was a tall woman, dark hair, and you could see it streaming out against the flames. He stopped, his voice dropped. She jumped, ma'am. The room was very quiet. She died? Instantly, they said. He folded his hands on the table. And then the house came down. He was on the staircase. He tried to reach her, and there was a crash, the whole of it falling in. They pulled him out from the rubble. I waited. I felt the weight in my teeth. He lost one eye entirely, the innkeeper said. The other, the inflammation took it in the weeks after, and a hand, the surgeon had to take it. He searched for the word and couldn't find one that was kind enough to be true. He is not himself, ma'am. He is at Ferndean, a farmhouse he has about 30 miles from here. Quite isolated. He would only keep on the old couple who looked after the place. Won't see anyone. I stood up. I was aware distantly of moving, of the chair scraping back, of my hands which were perfectly steady, which surprised me. Do you have a chaise? We do, ma'am. Can your driver get me to Ferndean before dark? He blinked at the speed of it. I should think, yes, ma'am, certainly. Then please have it ready as soon as possible, I said. I'll pay double the usual fare. He was already on his feet, already nodding, already moving toward the door. I stood at the window of the small parlor and looked out at the brightening day and thought, he is not in the ground, he is not across the sea. He is 30 miles from here, and he is broken and alone, and he does not know I'm coming. Good, I thought. I had always, in the end, been better at showing up than at explaining why. Chapter 39. Found in the dark the last mile, I walked alone. I'd sent the carriage and driver away at the main road, overpaid them both, because I was feeling either very generous or very reckless, and I'd stopped being able to tell the difference somewhere around mile 40, and now I was on foot, in the rain, in what could only be described as a forest designed by someone who wanted you to feel personally targeted by nature. I'd heard of Ferndean before. Rochester had mentioned it occasionally, in that offhand way he had of mentioning things he didn't actually want to discuss. His father had bought it for the hunting, couldn't rent it to anyone because of the damp and the dark and the general atmosphere of Gothic catastrophe. A few rooms fitted out for shooting season, nothing more. Uninhabited. Unfurnished. The kind of place that made you understand why ghost stories existed. I found the iron gates between their granite pillars just as the last gray light was giving up entirely on the day. Beyond them, the trees closed in like they meant it. The path descended into the wood, old trees, thick ones, the kind that had been here long enough to develop opinions, and I followed it, expecting a house, finding only more trees, more dark. More of that particular silence that isn't actually silence but is instead full of small, cold sounds. Rain on leaves, the distant creak of something I decided not to investigate. I've made a terrible mistake, I thought, which was rich, considering the series of decisions that had led me here. But then the trees thinned. A railing emerged from the dimness. And then, barely distinguishable from the wood itself, its walls so dark and damp and overgrown they seemed to be slowly rejoining the forest from which they'd been carved, the house. Ferndean. I stood at the gate for a moment, just taking it in. A broad gravel walk gone mostly to moss. A grass plat ringed by ancient trees, 2 pointed gables, narrow latticed windows, one single step up to a front door barely wide enough for optimism. The landlord at the Rochester Arms had called it quite a desolate spot, and I had thought at the time that this was perhaps an understatement. I thought so now, too. It was as still as a church on a Tuesday. The only sound was the rain against 10,000 leaves, and my own breathing and the particular internal noise of someone trying very hard not to feel the full weight of what they are about to do. Can there be life here? And then, the door. It opened slowly, reluctantly, like it hadn't been used much. A figure stepped out into the gray evening air and stood on the step. A man, no hat. He stretched one hand forward, palm up, testing the rain. Just that. A man holding out his hand to feel whether the world was doing what he thought it was doing. I stopped breathing. I would have known him anywhere. In any light, in any dark, from any distance. the same strong, particular set of his shoulders. The same dark hair, longer now and wilder, but unmistakably his. Not diminished, not in his frame, not in the upright way he held himself against the cold and the wet. A year of suffering had not taken that from him. But his face, even from here, I could see it. That expression, not grief exactly, and not anger exactly, but something that lived in the place where those two things had worn each other down. Like a creature that has been in a cage long enough to stop throwing itself against the bars, but hasn't forgotten they're there. I stood absolutely still. My throat had closed. My feet had apparently decided we were just going to stand here in the rain indefinitely, which was fine. I needed a moment. I needed several moments. I had come 3 days across the country to get here, and I still was not ready. He was blind. I had known this. I had been told. And still, watching him lift his face toward the sky and strain to see, watching him reach for something to touch and find nothing, it hit me somewhere south of my sternum and just stayed there. But did I fear him? This man, standing blind and weathered in the rain? Reader, I did not. What I felt, watching him, was something more complicated and considerably more inconvenient. A tenderness so fierce it was almost indistinguishable from grief, and under that, stubborn and persistent as a weed through concrete, hope. He stepped down from the door. Moved carefully, haltingly, across the gravel, not the way I'd seen him move before, that particular arrogant confidence, like the ground should feel grateful for his footsteps. He paused in the middle of the grass plat, turned his face, lifted his hand again, reaching toward nothing. His left arm, I noticed, he kept tucked close against him. Then John appeared from somewhere around the side of the house. "Will you take my arm, sir? Heavy shower coming on, hadn't you better go in? Leave me alone." John withdrew. I stayed very still in the shadow of the gate, heart loud against my ribs, watching him stand there in the rain that was now, as promised, coming on heavy, not moving, not speaking, rain running down his face and into the collar of his coat, and him apparently not caring even slightly. He groped his way back to the door, went inside, the door closed. I let out a breath that I'd apparently been holding for approximately 3 days. Then I walked up to the house and knocked. Mary opened the door and looked at me like I was a problem she hadn't anticipated. "Mary," I said, "how are you?" The sound she made was not quite a word. She went a particular color that I recognized as someone trying to decide if they were experiencing a supernatural event. "Is it really you, miss? At this hour, at this place?" I took her hand. "It's really me. I'm not a ghost. I'm cold and I'm wet and I've been in a mail coach for most of the last 3 days, but I'm here. Is there any chance of getting warm?" She let me in. John was by the fire in the kitchen, and he was also briefly convinced I was a specter, and I also talked him out of it. I explained, in the abbreviated version I'd been rehearsing in the carriage, that I knew what had happened, that I'd found out, somehow, eventually, the way you find things out, and that I was here to see Mr. Rochester. I asked John to collect my trunk from the turnpike. I asked Mary whether I could stay the night, which she said would be difficult, which I correctly interpreted as yes. I took off my wet bonnet and stood by their fire and felt the chill start to loosen its grip on my bones. Then the bell rang from the parlor. "When you go in," I said before Mary could move, "don't tell him my name. Just say someone wishes to speak with him." Mary looked at me with the expression of someone who suspects they're being cast as a supporting character in a drama they didn't audition for. "He won't see anyone. He refuses everybody." She went. She came back. "He says you're to send in your name and your business." She picked up a tray, a glass of water, a pair of candles. "He always has candles brought in at dark," she added quietly. "Even though he can't," she stopped, "even though he can't see them." "Give that to me," I said. "I'll take it." She looked at me for a moment, then handed over the tray. I carried it to the parlor door. Mary opened it. I stepped through. She closed it behind me. The room was dim and cheerless. A fire that had been left to its own devices and was now sulking down to almost nothing. The high old mantelpiece, the worn furniture, the kind of silence that accumulates in rooms where someone has been spending too much time alone with their thoughts. And there, leaning toward the nearly dead fire with his head against the mantelpiece, was Rochester. Pilot was on the hearthrug, arranged in the careful way of dogs who have learned to make themselves small. He heard me come in before anyone or anything else did. Ears up, then the whole body, he launched himself across the room with a yelp that was somewhere between hello and oh thank God, and very nearly took the tray out of my hands. "Pilot," I said. "Down." I set the tray on the table, bent to pat him. "Lie down." Rochester had turned toward the sound, that automatic reflex, then stilled when the looking told him nothing, and went back to the fire with something that was almost a sigh. "Give me the water, Mary." I approached with the glass. Pilot circled my feet, still vibrating with enthusiasm. "What is the matter?" Rochester asked. "Down, Pilot." I said it softly, then offered the glass, his hand wrapped around it. He stilled. He didn't drink. He listened. I could see him doing it, that particular quality of attention. "This is you, Mary, is it not?" "Mary's in the kitchen," I said. His hand shot out, reaching. He didn't find me. I was just slightly out of his range, and he hadn't gauged the distance. Something crossed his face that was almost painful to watch. "Who is this?" His voice had gone sharp. "Who is this?" I spilled about half the water. "I'm afraid," I said. The tray was shaking. "Who speaks?" "What who?" He half rose from his chair. "Answer me, tell me." "Pilot knows me," I said. "And John and Mary know I'm here. I only arrived this evening." The silence lasted approximately 1 geological era. "What delusion is this?" he said, very low. Not a question. More like a thing he was saying to himself, or to God, or to whatever force governs the cruelty and occasional mercy of the universe. "What sweet madness? No delusion." I kept my voice steady, which was an achievement because my hands were absolutely not steady, and my heart was performing some kind of percussion piece in my chest. "No madness. You're too sensible for delusion, too healthy for frenzy." "Then where? I cannot see, but I need to." His voice cracked just slightly in a way that undid me entirely. "I need to feel, whoever you are, whatever you are, please." I reached out and took his reaching hand in both of mine. He went completely still. "Her fingers," he breathed. "Her small, slight, if this is her hand." Then, he didn't wait for confirmation. His hand turned in mine, caught my arm, and then he was pulling me toward him, shoulder, waist, the whole of me, gathered against him like something he'd lost and found and refused to lose again. "Is it Jane?" He was touching my face, my hair, cataloging by feel what his eyes couldn't confirm. This is her size, her shape. "And her voice," I said. "She's here, all of her, including her heart." I had to stop for a moment. "God bless you, sir. I am so glad to be near you again. Jane Eyre, just that, my name twice like a prayer or a proof." "My dear master," I said, "it's me. I found you, I came back." He pulled back just enough to look at me, it was the particular heartbreak of watching someone look without seeing. His hands were still on my arms, gripping like he expected me to evaporate. "In truth, flesh and blood, my living Jane." "You're holding me," I pointed out. "I'm warm, not a ghost." Something almost like a laugh moved through him. "My living darling." His hands moved over my shoulders, my face. "But I can't, after all this time. It must be a dream. I've dreamed you so many times. I'd hold you exactly like this, and then I'd wake up and there'd be nothing. Just dark, just empty." "I'm not going to disappear," I said. "Dreams say that too." But he pulled me closer. "I'm not a dream." I pressed my lips to his eyes, both of them, the scarred lids, the darkness there. I swept the hair from his forehead and kissed that too. "I'm an irritating, stubborn, completely corporeal person who has traveled an unreasonable distance in terrible weather to find you in the most inconveniently located house in England, and I have opinions about the state of your fire, and I intend to share them." He laughed. A real one, this time rough and startled and real, and I felt it in my sternum like something coming back to life. He held my face in his hands, searching, present. "It's you," he said. "Certain now, you came back." "I did. You're not dead in a ditch somewhere, not lost without means, suffering. I'm not in a ditch. I'm right here." I paused. "And I'm actually, technically, a woman of independent means now." A beat. "I beg your pardon?" "My uncle in Madeira died." I said. "He left me £5,000. Rochester blinked, his grip loosened fractionally while he processed this information. Then, "You're serious." "Completely. That's not a dream detail. Dreams don't include inheritance logistics." He exhaled something that was half laugh, half relief. "That voice," he said, softer. "Your particular voice. There's nothing else like it in the world. It wakes me up." He said it simply as a fact, even when I was in the worst of it. The thought of that voice. My eyes were embarrassingly full. I blinked hard. "Well," I said briskly, because I was not going to stand here and weep when there was a fire that needed addressing, since I'm rich and independent and therefore entirely in a position to make decisions about my own life. I looked around the gloomy room. "You need more firewood, and I suspect you haven't eaten anything that could genuinely be called a meal in some time. And before any of that, where is your comb?" He stared at me, or performed the expression of staring, that directness he had, even now, even blind. Why are you asking about a comb?" "Because," I said, gently taking his face in my hands and examining the situation, "you look like you've been living in the forest like a minor woodland deity who has given up on personal grooming, and I find it simultaneously very alarming and deeply characteristic of you, and someone needs to do something about it." "A woodland deity," he repeated, voice dry as kindling. "Nebuchadnezzar comes to mind, in his field phase." He laughed again, and this time I let myself feel the full warmth of it. I summoned Mary. I rebuilt the fire. I bullied Rochester into eating actual food, which he submitted to with a grumbling sort of grace. And somewhere between the soup and whatever came after it, the awful stiffness in the room, the grief of it, the weight began, not to lift exactly, but to lighten. This was the thing I had forgotten, or not forgotten more, had kept in the back of my chest like something too precious to take out and look at directly, the way I felt in his presence. The ease of it, the way conversation with him was never something I had to manage or perform. It was just talking, fast and honest and without the tiring work of translation. He made me feel legible in a way I rarely did, and I made him laugh. He laughed 3 more times during supper, and the third time I watched the habitual grimness ease out of his face like weather passing, and something beneath it, something that looked distantly like the man I'd known, surfaced. He asked, between bites, where I'd been, what I'd done, how I'd found him. I gave him the edited highlights, sparing him the worst of the 3 days lost on the moors because he didn't need to carry that and there was time for the rest later. When I got to Moor House, to Marsh End, to my cousins, "This St. John," he said, cutting in with suspicious precision. "He's your cousin?" "He is. You mentioned him several times." He was relevant to the narrative. "How old?" 29. A pause. "And he is what? Unremarkable, safe sort of fellow, comfortable to be around but nobody's pulse is exactly." "He's very handsome," I said pleasantly. "Tall, fair, blue eyes, genuinely impressive in the Greek statue sense of the word." Silence, then so quietly I almost didn't hear it. "Damn him." I bit the inside of my cheek. "Pardon?" "Nothing." His jaw had gone very set. "Did you like him?" "I liked him very much." Did he asked me to marry him," I said, and watched Rochester's expression do something complicated and extremely satisfying. "That," he said after a moment, "is either the truth or a deliberate act of cruelty." "It's the truth." He asked me more than once, actually. Very persistent. You'd have recognized the energy. "Miss Eyre." He had gone very still. "You may, if you like, get off my knee." "Why would I do that?" "Because you are sitting quite comfortably on the knee of a man who is apparently a pale imitation of some golden Apollo while you contemplate." "I'm not contemplating anything." I told him no. I reached up and brushed the hair from his forehead, gently, because I could see one of the old scars there, silvered now, and my heart turned over. He didn't want me precisely. He wanted a missionary's wife and thought I'd be capable of becoming one. That's different. He cared for someone else, someone called Rosamond, who actually suited him. I paused. He is good and great and about as warm as a winter crossing of the moors. He is nothing like you. I was not happy beside him. Rochester said nothing for a long moment. He had blue eyes, he finally said, extraordinarily blue. "Damn him," Rochester said again, but it was different this time. Softer, almost resigned. "Jane?" "Yes. Is your heart?" He stopped. "Tried again. When you left Thornfield, did you even then, did you?" I took his hand, held it, let him feel my pulse. "All my heart is yours," I said. "It always has been, it always will be. You could see it if you could see me." My voice, betrayingly, had gone rough. "You'd be unbearably smug about it. You already are slightly, and you can't even see my face." A small, exhausted, genuine smile. "Come here," he said quietly. I leaned my head against his shoulder. He put his arm around me. Outside, the rain had softened to something almost gentle. Later, when I'd sorted the fire and the supper things and my own still damp hair, and when Mary had shown me to a room that was cold but clean and contained a bed that was the most beautiful object I'd seen in recent memory, I lay awake and thought about what he told me. About last Monday. Near midnight. A window open in the dark. A voice he couldn't explain, couldn't place, couldn't dismiss, saying, "I am coming. Wait for me," and me at Moore House, also near midnight. The same call, pulling me out of a half-sleep, landing in my chest with the weight of a certainty. "Where are you?" I had answered. I know I had. I lay in the small dark room and held that knowledge quietly alone. Some things are too strange and too real to say aloud. The mind that had built itself back up from suffering didn't need the additional weight of the inexplicable, not yet, not now. I would keep it, the way you keep certain things, carefully, close, as evidence of something you can't name but trust completely. I was up before him, which should not have surprised me and apparently completely did. I came down quietly and saw him before he knew I was there, sitting in his chair, very still in the pale early morning light. Not sleeping. Waiting. His face had that quality again, the lamp before lighting, all the features arranged around an absence. He heard me on the stair before I reached the bottom and turned his face immediately toward the sound. Something in his expression shifted, not quite hope, because hope implies uncertainty, and what I saw was closer to relief, like a man who had woken from a dream and had been holding his breath to find out if it was real. "You're still here," he said. "I told you I would be." I came into the room and sat beside him. "It's a bright morning. The rain's stopped. Everything looks aggressively washed. You'll want to take a walk later." "My skylark," he said quietly, like he was saying it to himself. "My Jane, singing somewhere over the wood. I could hear it an hour ago, but without you to translate it." His hand found mine with a steadiness that suggested he'd been tracking my location by sound since I came down the stairs. "All the music in the world is in your voice, as far as I'm concerned. Did you know that?" My eyes, unhelpfully, filled. I blinked hard, squeezed his hand. "That is a very pretty thing to say," I said, keeping my voice light with some effort, "and I am choosing to accept it without pointing out that it's also somewhat hyperbolic. Now, will you have breakfast, or shall we have the conversation about whether you've been eating properly, which I can tell you will go very badly for you?" He smiled. "Both," he said. "I want both." We went out after. I led him through the wet and dripping wood and into the open fields where the morning light was doing its best after yesterday's drowning, and the green was the very greenest green, the kind that only exists immediately after rain, and I described it all to him. The color of the sky, the shape of the clouds, the way the hedges looked, and he listened, really listened, the way he'd always listened to me, like I was saying something worth hearing. We found a dry stump in a sheltered spot. He sat. Then, with the specific calm of a man who has decided not to make this a bigger moment than it needs to be, he pulled me down to sit on his knee. I let him. Why wouldn't I? "Cruel deserter," he said into my hair after a while. "I know. When I found you'd gone, when there was nothing left of you, not a note, not a word, just your trunks locked and the necklace untouched in its box." He stopped. I thought, what will she do? What will my darling do with nothing? His arm tightened. "Tell me what you did." So I told him. The careful version, the soft focus edit that omitted the worst of the moors, the cold, the days without food or direction. He heard the editing anyway, which was inevitable, because he knew me, and he said, "You should have told me. I would have given you anything, half my fortune, more. I would never have, Jane, I would never have forced you into anything you didn't choose." "I knew," I said. "I know that now." "You've been with the Rivers family," he said eventually. "These cousins." "Yes." "Tell me about them." I told him about Diana and Mary, their warmth, their cleverness, the way the house had felt like something I recognized before I had any reason to. Then, inevitably, St. John, he bore the first few details with admirable restraint. The second mention of the word handsome, less so. "And he wanted you to go to India," he said. "As a missionary, as his wife, he thought I'd be useful." Useful. I said no. I paused. Twice. He was persistent. It didn't matter. The answer was no because everything in me already belonged somewhere else. Quiet, Pilot was dozing beside us. The morning light moved through the trees in long, slow pieces. "He has blue eyes," Rochester said. "You mentioned that you heard that already. I may need to mention it several more times." "That's fine," I said. "It won't change anything." He turned my hand over, traced the lines of my palm with his thumb. "You said you're independent now, £5,000 worth of independent. Then you have no reason to stay. You don't need anything from me. You could go anywhere, do anything." He said it carefully, not bitterly. That distinction mattered, and I noticed it. "You know that." "I do know that," I agreed. "And yet here you are. Here I am, on my knee, on your knee, in a damp forest. It has a certain charm." He made a sound that was not quite a laugh but was adjacent to one. "I have a missing hand, a disfigured face, 20 years on you, no sight, and I live in what has been accurately described as quite a desolate spot." He said it with a dry precision that cost him more than he showed. "You might reasonably have stayed in better circumstances, with someone who had, at minimum, the full use of both eyes." "I don't want someone else," I said simply. "I never wanted someone else. I want you. I've always wanted you, even when you were actively difficult, which was frequently." "I was not frequently difficult. You proposed to me while possibly still engaged to another woman. Once, I was difficult once. You invented a fictional French ward. That was. There was a period when you dressed as an old woman for reasons I still don't fully understand." He was quiet for a moment. "My point stands." "Your point." I shifted to face him, or as close to facing him as angles allowed, and put both hands against his face. He stilled immediately, leaning very slightly into my hands like he couldn't help it. "I love you better now than I did then," I said. "And I loved you very much then. I know how to be useful to you, which is not the same as owing you anything. I know what I'm choosing, and I'm choosing it with my eyes open, which, between the two of us, is currently quite the advantage." He exhaled, something shifted in his face. "Stay," he said, very low. "Jane, stay. I already told you I would. Tell me again." "I'll stay. I'll read to you and walk with you, and yes, before you say it, I'll comb your hair, which desperately needs it, so don't look at me like that. I'll be your whatever you need me to be, your companion, your person, whatever the right word is." He smiled slowly. "I think I have the right word. You always do. I want a wife, Jane." I held very still. "Do you? Is that news to you? You could have mentioned it earlier in the conversation. You were enjoying yourself too much." He caught my hand, pressed it against his chest where his heart was doing something very visible. "Marry me, choose me. I'm broken and difficult and I live somewhere geographically questionable," but something in his voice gave a little. "But I love you. I have loved you since before I knew what to do with it. I love you more than I have ever loved anything." He paused, including my own considerable ego, which is saying something. I laughed. I couldn't help it. "Will you marry me, Jane?" he said. "Yes," I said. "Yes. Yes." I pressed my lips to the scar on his forehead, the corner of his jaw. "Yes, obviously yes. I didn't walk here in the rain for a different answer." His hands were in my hair, his forehead against mine. "A blind man," he said. "A crippled man, a man 20 years older who will require—" "Yes, Rochester. Truly? Most truly." He kissed me, or I kissed him. Probably simultaneously, honestly, we'd always had that tendency. When I could think again, I rested my head against his shoulder and listened to the morning happening around us, birds, the distant sound of John somewhere near the house, Pilot snoring, the last of the rain dripping from the trees. "I should tell you," he said after a while. "Last Monday, near midnight, it had been a very bad few weeks. I was at the window and I said your name, out loud, possibly not quietly." He paused, and I heard something, a voice I knew, saying it was coming. I was very still. "I thought I'd lost my mind entirely," he said, "but it was so particular, so like you, the timbre of it." He shook his head slowly. "And then last night you walked in out of the dark and handed me a glass of water. I thought about last Monday night, near midnight, the strange pull in my chest, the words that had come out of me before I'd understood what I was answering. 'I am coming, wait for me.' And then, quieter, barely a breath, 'Where are you?' I held it for a moment, turned it over. 'Some things you keep, because they belong to you and to the person you love and to whatever force moves between people who have found each other against all reasonable odds. Some things don't need to be explained, only held. Strange, I said simply, and laced my fingers through his. He prayed later, in that way he had, private and unperformed, turning his face toward whatever he thought might be listening, hat off, rain-washed light on his face. Grateful. Repentant. Both at once, in the complicated way of people who have been through enough to know the difference between what they deserved and what they received. I stood beside him, not watching exactly. Just present. Then he stretched out his hand, and I took it, that particular hand, that dear, familiar weight in mine, and held it briefly to my lips. Pressed it over my shoulder, tucking myself under his arm where I had always somehow fit. We turned toward home. Above us, through the thinning trees, the morning light was beginning to do something extraordinary, that particular gold that comes after a long rain, the world clean and very bright and going on in every direction, full of whatever came next. I looked up through the leaves. I had found him. He had found me. We had found each other, which was, improbably, the thing we'd both been doing all along. I led him through the wood. I led him home. Chapter 40. Well, for sure the kitchen smelled like roasting chicken and wood smoke when we got back from church, and I walked straight into it, still wearing the same plain dress I'd been married in not an hour before. "Mary," I said to her broad back, "I've married Mr. Rochester this morning." Mary was not a woman given to dramatics. Neither was John. It was perhaps their finest quality. She did look up. She did stare at me, openly, unabashedly, the ladle she'd been using to baste the chickens hanging in midair for a solid 3 seconds like she'd briefly forgotten gravity was a thing. Across the kitchen, John had gone equally still, a knife frozen in his hand, half polished. Then Mary turned back to her chickens. "Have you, miss?" she said, and then, after a beat, "Well, for sure." I loved her for it. She basted in silence for another moment before adding, almost conversationally, "I seed you go out with the master, but I didn't think you were going to church to be wed." She said the last word the way someone might say, well, obviously, once they'd had a moment to think about it. I turned to John, who was grinning like a man who had won a bet, which, as it turned out, he had. "I telled Mary how it would be," he said, looking tremendously pleased with himself. "I knew what Mr. Edward would do. He'd worked for Rochester's family long enough to use the name freely, with the easy affection of someone who'd watched a man grow from boy to person and found the result mostly acceptable. I knew he wouldn't wait long neither, and he's done right, far as I can tell." He gave me a nod, warm and genuine. "I wish you joy, miss." "Thank you, John." I pressed a 5-pound note into his hand. "Mr. Rochester asked me to give that to you and Mary." I didn't wait around. Some moments deserve a clean exit, though I did catch, passing the kitchen door a little while later, the tail end of a conversation that I absolutely did not slow my steps to hear more of. "She'll happen do better for him nor any o' the grand ladies. And then, if she's not one o' the handsomest, she's not plain neither, and she's very good-natured. And in his eyes," a pause, warmly weighted, "she's fair beautiful. Anyone can see that." I walked away before my face could do anything embarrassing. I wrote to Moor House and to Cambridge that same afternoon, letters that took me 3 drafts each to get right, not because I didn't know what to say, but because I wanted to say it properly. I have married Edward Rochester, and I am not sorry, and I am not confused, and I am not waiting to be talked out of it. Something like that, but with better punctuation. Diana and Mary approved without reservation. Diana wrote back to say she would give us time enough for the honeymoon to settle before she descended on us. She'd better not wait too long, Edward said, when I read it to him. He was sitting near the window, his face tipped toward the afternoon light of old habit, and there was that particular tone in his voice, quiet, unhurried, sure of itself, that I had come to understand was how he sounded when he meant something completely. "If she waits for the honeymoon to end, she'll be waiting forever. It doesn't end, Jane, not until one of us is in the ground." I looked at him for a moment. "That was almost romantic," I said. "Almost? You mentioned the grave. The grave was romantic, it meant forever. I know what it meant." He smiled. I wrote back to Diana that she should come whenever she liked. As for St. John, I never received a reply to the letter I sent him. Not a word, not a line. 6 months passed, and then one morning there was his handwriting on an envelope, and I opened it half-braced for something that would leave a mark. But it was calm. Serious in the way he was always serious, the way a very clear, cold day is serious, bright and a little bracing. Kind, even. He did not mention Edward's name. He did not mention the marriage. He said he hoped I was well, and that he trusted I had not become someone who lived only on the surface of things. He has written to me, at long intervals ever since. His letters are never long and never warm exactly, but they are never unkind. He hopes I am happy. He trusts I am not wasting the life I have. I am not, St. John. I promise you I am not. You haven't forgotten Adele, have you? I hadn't. I asked Edward for leave to visit her at the school where he'd placed her, and he gave it immediately, and when I got there she flung herself at me so hard I nearly lost my footing. She was pale. She was thin. She said, very quietly and with the dignity of a child trying very hard not to cry, that she was not happy there. I looked at the place. The rules were rigid. The days were long and joyless. The curriculum had all the tenderness of a military exercise. I brought her home. I meant to be her governess again. It turned out to be impractical. I had a husband who needed me in a way that was not a burden but was certainly a full-time occupation, so I found her another school instead. Gentler. Close enough that I could visit often and bring her home on holidays. I made sure she had everything she needed, and then I made sure again, and then I stopped worrying because she started to be happy. She grew up well. Steady and good-natured and genuinely kind. The French sharpness in her gradually softened into something warmer. When she left school, she was a pleasure to know, and she has repaid whatever small kindnesses I offered her 100 times over, with the kind of loyal, easy affection that asks nothing and gives everything. I am proud of her. I don't think I'm supposed to say that, but I am. 10 years. I have been married 10 years, and I want to say something true about it, something that isn't small or sentimental or the kind of thing that sounds nice and means nothing. Here is what I know. I know what it is to live entirely inside the life you most want. Not a compromised version of it, not the life you settled for because the one you wanted seemed like too much to ask. The actual one. The one that fits. Edward is my life. I am his. Not in the consuming, airless way that sounds like drowning, in the way that means there is more air, not less. More room, more of everything. We talk all day. I don't mean we fill the silence. I mean that talking to him is just thinking out loud, and thinking alone now feels vaguely incomplete, like trying to read in bad light. We are never bored by each other. I don't know how to explain that to someone who hasn't had it, except to say that being alone together feels like freedom, and being in company together feels like a very good game, and somehow it's both at once. Always. The first 2 years he was still blind. I have thought about this often, about what those years made us. He had lost so much. The fire had taken the sight he'd lived his whole life seeing through, and I think in some quiet, terrible way he'd expected that loss to be the shape of things from then on. That the world would simply be smaller. I would not let it be smaller. I was his eyes. Literally, physically, completely, I described the fields and the sky and the books and the faces and the way afternoon light moved across a room. I put words to everything I saw so that he could see it through me. I read to him. I led him where he wanted to go. And I want to be honest about this. It was never a hardship. It was never a performance of devotion. I loved him, and loving him meant this was the shape love took, and so it was simply what I did. What I will never forget, what I am still grateful for, is that he never made me feel the weight of it. He never flinched with shame when he needed me. He never pulled away to protect his pride. He let me love him. Fully, practically, without ceremony. And that, I have come to understand, is its own kind of trust. Its own kind of gift. One morning, 2 years in, I was writing out a letter as he dictated it, and he stopped mid-sentence and said, "Jane, is there something gold at your throat?" My watch chain, I touched it. "Yes," I said carefully. "And is your dress pale blue?" It was. He was quiet for a moment. Then, "I think the dark in one eye may be lifting." We went to London, an oculist. Months of uncertain hoping, and then not a miracle exactly, but something close enough. He recovered the sight in one eye, not fully, not clearly enough to read or write without help, but enough. The sky came back. The earth came back. He could navigate a room without a hand to guide him. He could see faces again. He could see our son's face, the morning they put the baby in his arms. "He has my eyes," Edward said, and his voice was a thing I will not try to describe except to say that I understood it, every frequency of it, the way you understand your own heartbeat. He said that God had tempered judgment with mercy. I believe he was right. Diana and Mary are both married now, good men, both of them, the kind who love their wives and mean it. Diana married a naval officer with a good laugh and better principles. Mary married a clergyman, a friend of St. John's from Cambridge, thoughtful and quiet and completely devoted to her. We see them every year, they come to us, we go to them. These are some of my favorite days. And St. John went to India. He is still there. He has given himself entirely to the work he was always going to give himself to, and he does it with a ferocity and a faithfulness that I can only describe as complete. He is not soft. He was never soft. But there is a kind of sternness that comes from love, not from coldness, but from caring so much about something that you will endure anything to get to it, and that is St. John's sternness. That is what it is. He will not marry. He never will. The last letter I received from him, I cried, which surprised me, not from grief exactly. From something bigger than grief, something that sits just past the far edge of it and feels almost like joy. He was not afraid. That was what came through most clearly, the thing that cracked me open. He has been given a life of difficult and sacred work, and he has spent it, every coin of it, and he is not afraid of what comes next. He is glad. His own words, "My master has forewarned me." Daily he announces more distinctly, "Surely I come quickly," and hourly I more eagerly respond, "Amen, even so come, Lord Jesus." The next letter I receive will be from a stranger's hand. I know this. It will tell me that he is gone. And I will weep, and the weeping will have something luminous in it because he will have gone the way he always meant to, clear-eyed, unafraid, his whole life held out like an offering and accepted. There is no fear in the end he is walking toward. How could I weep for that? How could I weep for that? I have been married 10 years. My husband is beside me as I write this, not dictating, not needing anything, simply there, reading badly in the thin afternoon light because he refuses to move closer to the window. A habit left over from 2 years of not being able to read at all and not yet fully broken. In a few minutes I will tell him to move closer to the window. He will argue, I will win, we are happy. Not in a quiet, resigned, well, this is what we have kind of way. In the real way, the full way. The kind that makes you understand, finally, what all the fuss was about. I am my husband's life as fully as he is mine. There is no part of me he doesn't know, and no part of him I don't. We have been to the far edges of things, loss and grief and fire, and the particular devastation of almost, and we have come back from all of it, and we are here in this house, in this life, in this love that I would choose again 1,000 times, and in 1,000 versions of myself without a moment's hesitation. He is going to tell me to stop writing soon. I'm going to tell him that I'm almost finished. I am almost finished. We are happy. We are so very, very happy. And I have run out of words for it, which is, I think, the only ending that was ever going to fit. You have been listening to Jane Eyre, retold in modern English. Written by E.K. Stewart, rewritten from the Charlotte Brontë classic novel. Narrated by Hart, our AI assistant.